1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Esports World Qualifier. It's Math and Harry. We got you guys the Middle East and Southwest Asia qualifiers. They're ending today. You know, this region, it got a little clowned on in the previous side. Didn't know if there were many teams coming through. And now, Harry, we're sitting here with Nigma and Secret battling out to see who's going to face VP in a game we already had a beautiful series with just yesterday. Are you excited for today?
Dude, I'm very excited, and you know, haters, they can shut up, because Enigma Galaxy, Team Secret, and VP. I'm sorry, but 5 years ago, this could have been TI Final, Riyadh Final, Major Final. Doesn't matter, but big names in different regions, a lot of fans, and Dota, it should be super fun. It's not gonna be like top tier, but a little bit below that, and still incredibly skilled players and very good tactics. So I'm really looking forward to it.
And the tactics are what a lot of people might be focusing on, of course. It is Kuroki versus Puppy, maybe not on the battlefield, but in the brains, you know, in the drafts and in the tactics, as you said, as they're going to go through. Something that you were praising Enigma a lot for yesterday was actually their warding and how it feels like they studied their opponents and know where they're able to drop these without getting dewarded very often. So this Vision game, a lot of times people have to draft heroes for this, but maybe Enigma have a bit of an advantage already going into this, knowing that their hero pool is a little bit wider. You don't have to go in for this clockwork or TA if you really don't want to. You can go a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, you mentioned Puppy versus Kuroki. You remember the famous comment about from Puppy about OG when he said, "What do you have to say about them falling to the lower bracket?" He's like, "Stay down," right? So maybe he could say something to Kuroki. Yeah, you ran away, right? Something along those lines. You're now in the back. On the backside, you can't play versus me any longer. You just have to be the coach. So something like that could happen. But I can assume that they're great friends, and I'm expecting a lot of sportsmanship as well.
Yes, there's some great showmen. And yeah, we've already got ourselves again yesterday we got to see the best of 3 with Nigma versus VP, and that one, it felt like the game, even for Nigma, it wasn't necessarily clean. I ended up going back and watching it yesterday, and there was a gigantic Roche pit right there. Was a Terrorblade that was hitting Roche and just running away in the pit. They end up taking a really sick fight that it by no means was straightforward, and probably a lot of people haven't even experienced before. And then IO picks up the Aegis. It was rough. And
Yeah,
I think after
happens.
that one, a little bit of a loss, honestly, after that.
Yeah, I think with Galaxy in general, their main problem is ending the games, which is weird, right? Because back in the day, in their liquid days with Kuroki, of course, completely different team, but you know, same core and backline of the team, and also when they were Enigma with that liquid lineup, what they were actually good at was closing out the games, right? There might have been some other problems that they faced from time to time, but closing out the games and understanding when they need to go forward, when they need to go high ground, was much easier for them. Though I think they are playing these tempo lineups, and you know, let's put it this way, their lineups always feel like an Ursa lineup, right? One that doesn't siege but just kills you, and it gives gives so many opportunities for a potential comeback, and we saw 2 of them yesterday. Thus Nigma Galaxy are in the lower round.
Yeah, no, the comebacks are real. No lead is safe. We can see today, guys, we got plenty of Dota on the menu. First, we have this best of 3 with Nigma versus Secret. And then after that, I know it says BO3, guys, but that's a lie. All right, we got a best of 5 coming to you for our grand finals of this region. And it's going to be sick because we've already seen a little bit of the meta that we expect now. A lot of kind of focus on Shaman, some Kunkka, some Undying. And although the hero is very strong, absolutely no focus on TA because everybody is banning it.
I mean, you could say all the focus is on her because nobody's losing their focus to ban her, right? But I'm really looking forward to what these 2 teams draft, right? Because I don't think a lot of their heroes do overlap. Of course, there's a Shadow Shaman here and there, but really when you look at it, Secret, they want this Kunkka, they want this Pango, right? They're okay with the Darkseer. Nigma Galaxy on the other side, maybe Kunkka in there, but they've played Lina, they've played Undying, you know, they've played Io. There's definitely some pretty core differences in the way that these 2 teams want to play.
Yeah, I think Io Marcy for sure is an important combo that we got to be looking for from this Nigma side. And dude, getting into the draft here already. Secret with the respect. Look, I saw that Io yesterday. I don't want to deal with it. So Puppy taking that out immediately. Dude,
imagine if you're an offlaner and your captain forces you to play versus that. I mean, you're gonna hate him later on. That's just how it goes. Like, dude, I experience this in pubs all the time, and can I please not play versus the only team that's willing to do it here?
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about how I play a ton of in-house leagues. I actually ended up in-housing last night as well. And by last night, I mean like 7 hours ago. And somebody hit me with Io Marcy in that one. Ended up winning the game eventually, but I tell you what, you need some real burst damage to try to deal with this lineup, because if you are doing anything that's like kind of sustained, such as, you know, whenever you're playing into a Kunkka lineup or Undying lineups, a lot of damage isn't going to come out right away, and they just heal directly through it. And already Nigma, they pick up the Shaman, so could be tower pressure, got a good amount of lockdown. I like this a little bit more than the Dark Willow already.
Yeah, you now have to ban out some of the mobile heroes if you're Secret, because you're not going to be picking them. Puck Storm, they're off the menu. You could get away with an Ember, right, versus Shadow Shaman. He's not really that easy to get on top of, but the question is, do you really want that hero? Hasn't been super successful lately. There was a time just after the patch came out where he was 0-7 in competitive games. Like, it was rough. Of course, that has changed since, but it's definitely not ideal. And this is what we have touched upon, right? Position 4s, there's just not that many of them, so teams are like, grab it, like, just get what you can early on, because you're not going to be getting anything good later.
That's very true. Yeah, I mean, obviously Shaman is the one that we focus the most on, but some of the other ones we had been seeing a little bit of Coddle, but that one also got nerfed out. I feel like Clockwork had some fun changes, but sometimes people are going for these like double ranged supports and then just going like 3 melee or at least frontline cores. So at the end of the day, it actually really limits your hero pool as you get into the 4 role. This like 4 nuker isn't a thing anymore. We're not seeing Lena's, we're not seeing Skywrath Mage. You have to be able to, you know, wear many hats on this pause 4 role, but you also have to be range control. So it just like significantly limits who you're able to pick right now.
I feel like Skywrath Mage is bound to come back, right? Because people usually look at direct buffs to a hero and they're like, oh, now this hero is strong. No, no, no. It has to be that the game is set up for him well, that the heroes that are being played and are good with him and bad against him. And currently when you have Storm Spucks, pretty bad versus the Skywrath Mage, and then you have an Axe, even LC making a bit of a comeback, some of these jumping offlaners, the Skywrath Mage actually doesn't feel all that bad, and the Undying is in the meta, so like the top tier support in terms of dealing with the Undying in the lane is the Skywrath Mage.
Yes. One of the, I asked one of my friends that goes through NA quals actually a good amount of time, 10K player, and I was like, look man, I'm playing versus this Undying a lot. What am I supposed to pick versus this? And actually, 6 months ago, the answer was already Skywrath Mage, something that's able to nuke him down, something that can also trade with him in lane. You love getting stick charges as well to cast your own spells. And a fun combo we actually got to see with Skywrath Mage a little bit earlier on, I think in one of the previous quals, was Skywrath Mage plus Muerta. Since Skywrath, of course, has that magic amp and Muerta's ulti is magic, it was actually really cool to see an Ancient Seal into a lot of Muerta damage.
Yeah, a lot is an understatement, my friend. It's dumb. It is dumb what's happening to some of the heroes. So I feel like that guy could make a comeback, especially in this scenario.
I think so too.
Tusk, oh, they ban it out. I thought it was gonna be a contested hero. They either pick it or Team Secret gets it, but Nigma Galaxy they get rid of it because it would have been such a great hero versus the Shadow Shaman.
Already, Nigma feels like they are well in tune with the meta. We have the Shadow Shaman that, again, helps out your draft tremendously, and we have the Bristleback. That can become a problem for some people, to be honest, but I think the biggest thing is that this has so much flex potential, and it's kind of hard, right? You want to play something like a Timber that disrupts through it, but you're already playing against a Shaman. It's really hard.
Okay, this is a hero that is, you're preparing for, you know, Storm Spirit, Morphling, things like that, which actually would be pretty good for Nigma Galaxy. This is actually quite nice. Plus Dark Willow is a good laning companion with you, a lot of kill potential, and if not kill potential, a lot of harassment that is going to be going towards any of the cores, even if it's a Bristleback. Though Nigma Galaxy, we have been watching them play this Bristleback, and I think it was noob every single time during this qualifier.
Which it makes sense. It's not a bad offlaner at all. It's got plenty of control. Unfortunately for him, I feel like he's constantly just gotten dogged on this Bristle. They pick it really early. They don't really show signs of moving it to another role, or they'll pick another role really quick, so the flex is instantly killed. And people are really starting to counter it. Already, Doom could even be versus the Bristleback, right? Something to just make sure this guy's always dying. Now we have the Phoenix for overwhelming heal. It feels like you're just controlling the sustain game if you're Team Secret right now.
Yeah, and really when you look at Nigma Galaxy, they're
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh.
Doom in the lane can actually trade with the Dark Willow later on. Pretty good at dealing with the egg. I wouldn't hate it at all.
Yeah, no. Lucky that Io is banned out, because I guarantee you this would be an Io Marcy coming through. Even into the Doom, sometimes the raw HP numbers that you have to start out feels nice, plus being able to take down the egg. When it comes to like the egg cheese, actually, of course, Shakiro is one of them. Snapfire is another one. Mirana is one. But some of those are really weird, right? Because you don't actually get up close and personal with the egg. Now, Lina is a hero that has some flex potential, good attack range, good attack speed that we might be able to see as a response to this Phoenix.
Sniper is also very good. You've got Samael in your team, right? And if you pick a sniper, there isn't really a lot of mid laners that can do anything to you. A lot of jumpers don't like playing versus the Shadow Shaman. I like the idea of a Lina, sniper, those kind of things if you want to show a mid laner right now, which is fine, right? You've got a last pick. You can leave the Bristleback as a flex so that the enemies keep guessing what you're going to be doing with it.
I mean, VP ran the sniper safe lane. Is that something that everybody can do, or is that more just a specific team thing?
I feel like you can, right? It's sniper. He's not an easy hero to play in a sense that positioning, timing, and all of those things are very hard to understand what to do with it. But I feel like Nigma Galaxy should have a decent grasp around around what to do with the hero, because it's not only about the player itself, it's also about the rest of the team. And given that Samael is a big sniper player as well, it makes sense.
This doesn't have to be, I think, anywhere just yet on the Magnus. I think this could absolutely still be a carry, but we've seen it mostly in the mid lane so far.
Yep. I'm kind of leaning towards this being a mid lane Magnus, which is something that I'm not super happy about, because generally the RP and fighting around the RP is not great into an egg. Egg, terrorize, pretty good spells to stop that commitment that happens after the RP has been cast.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
Cool.
So trying to get a little bit of setup, I guess. And yeah, with the Magnus, it feels like you almost have to have a BKB to get some good initiations. You can RP and drag people away from the Phoenix Sunray, away from the egg. But it's a very specific scenario. And as you said, with a Dark Willow in the game, it's so hard to do. With the ET, does that make things easier for you to play as a Magnus?
It does, because you skewer people back, and then he's gonna be... He's gonna be yeah, he's literally gonna be stomping or stopping any kind of a response to come close to you. Phoenix sometimes even during the Icarus dive, you make a mistake and you get slept. They go for a storm despite the Shadow Shaman, because really Shadow Shaman is the only thing they got. And I'm kind of thinking this Dark Willow, her job will be terrorize the Shadow Shaman, literally, and then the storm is free.
I feel like they kind of got the Phoenixes like, look, if you are only going to have one piece of lockdown, we're just going to try to heal through it, okay? And like Storm Spirit, as they see the matchup likely versus the Magnus, if you're comfortable in this matchup, the rest of the game actually should be pretty nice for you. As long as they continue to maybe get some lockdown out of this pull or some, I guess, unjumpable heroes in the Medusa, it should be okay. But I don't think there's no chance that obviously Secret were going to play the Medusa this game into the ET, so it was only up to Enigma Galaxy.
So they ban out the Medusa. Something else that needs to be looked at is Gyro and Morphling.
Ooh, okay.
I feel like those are the ones that you want to get, because you have an Elder Titan, so a mixture of physical and magical damage is the best. Even though Morphling lately hasn't been much of a magical damage dealer, and he's more of a ghost hero. So I assume that Secret are gonna be getting rid of the Morph despite having the Doom. It's just pretty good here with Enigma Galaxy. Imagine the amount of damage, or maybe because you have the Doom, the Gyro looks more appealing, but not really something that Ghost has played recently.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, when it comes to mixed damage in the carry role, Muerta actually comes to mind, of course. Something that's been able to do both.
That's
Void
really
Spirit
good.
if you're a crazy person.
That's actually really good. I love a Muerta. There are options.
I think you're able to play it just because like you have Bristle, ET, Mag, right? There's already so many frontliners in this one. It's hard to get back on the Muerta right now.
For sure, yeah. I like the Muerta. That would be pretty good for Enigma Galaxy if they want to play it. Secret, on the other hand, you know, something that really looks cool here is a Slark. You're gonna have a little bit of a problem pushing towers, but other hero, yesterday we mentioned that Kiritich is an amazing Monkey King player, and this is actually a decent Monkey King because you're lacking a little bit in the lockdown department, so having a stun is not that bad.
Radiant team.
Do you want to play an Agi hero since you are playing into the ET? I could also see a world where you want to go like even a CK or a lifesteal or something like that. Just something that could build armlets and also an AC down the line.
With the monkey, you're fine, right? Because you have the Wukong's command extra armor. But okay, then that was gonna be coming out.
What? That is absolutely not what I expected.
No, definitely not. Interesting. Not an easy hero to play whatsoever.
10 seconds
No,
remaining.
especially not into the ET. I mean, he doesn't really like to build a Manta either. So when it comes to the quick dispels, they're not really there. Manta is very valuable as you're playing versus a Magnus and an ET. And instantly in for the Drown with Enigma, so something that's already going to be piercing that base armor. The ET is going to be removing it if you get too close. I've got to say, I'm not big on Troll. They've really got to sell me on this hero, at least in the laning stage, or something to show me the value of this hero, because I feel like in the game, he's going to have a hard time.
Yeah, so I think Secrets are leaning towards crushing the laning stage. I really like the Manta that you mentioned, and I feel like we might be seeing a Troll that is playing a little bit more with the range form and that Manta coming out, because in this game it's way too valuable to skip. I understand SNY is a good item, but it has been nerfed twice in a row. From 25 to 15 status resistance, so just get the Manta, man. I feel like Battle Fury Manta, and you're golden with this Troll. It definitely can work out, but you need to be careful. This is one of those games where a Troll is in front and everybody's behind him. You need a super ultra farm Troll. It's not the we have a lot of stuns, Troll jumps in and kills someone. No, strong, satanic, fat troll that the enemies are scared to go for. That is what you need.
Yeah, because there's going to be an RP that's going to try to drag you away. If you're not careful, you could get slept in the middle of your ulti. That would also be a very unfortunate time. And, you know, as you think about it, a hero that wants to just like wail on you with multiple hits, right? Building up those fervor stacks. Bristol is one of the better heroes to deal with that, since he can kind of just turn against you and deal damage right back at you. So I'm very confused as to what the idea is with this one. But as a carry player, I have to say, I think my heart actually wants Secret to win so that another carry hero can be viable here early in the patch. So I'd love to be sold on this.
Yeah, I'd still say I favor Nigma's lineup just because Secret's lineup is hard to play, but I would still say Secret's lineup might have a higher ceiling in what you need to do. It's just that these troll lineups are so hard to execute that you very rarely see it, and then people hate on the hero. But I get what you mean. I always like when a troll does well. Spirit is one of the best themes to make this hero work. Whenever I see it on them, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna win. They are gonna win because they know exactly what they need to do with this hero. For Secret, I still need to be convinced.
I think we're still one step away from Troll Warlord genuinely being a very good hero in this patch right now. We're still seeing a good amount of offlaners that want to sit, be a normal frontliner that's building like your auras or some other enabling items. Rather than one that's going for like blink initiation, because that's where Troll Warlord actually succeeds. A lot of these axes, Slardars, he bodies them in the laning stage. He constantly stays away from them using his axes to kind of keep the distance away and do tons of damage. That's where he wants to kind of dominate the laning stage, as you said. Right now, I don't see that happening. I think this meta still needs to develop a little bit more before Troll has good natural counters to play against.
That's what you would want to see. Well, we'll find out, man. They definitely have ways of dealing with the troll, but if he gets fat. So I'm thinking, you know, it might be one of those games where you just go straight up stats, right? The Battle Fury, Manta, Satanic, Butterfly, right? Just everything to keep yourself alive for as long as possible. BKB if necessary. But, you know, classic Terrorblade approach, right? Where you don't really want to buy it, but you probably will have it.
BKB if you're 4K ahead, right? Kind of feels where it is. I think in my head, maybe this is cooking too much, but I don't even know if I'd want Butterfly this game. I think I might actually want an AC for myself instead if I am the Troll Warlord, because you're going to be losing so much armor here, right? Versus the Drow, versus the ET. You got to have some extras there unless your team is going to provide you a lot.
Sure. That's nice. But overall, Troll does have a decent amount of bonus armor that's going to be coming in from the Insensitive. So the bonus armor doesn't care about the piercing shot, doesn't care about the natural order. Deconstruction still takes it away, but he needs to stay close, right? How close is the ET going to be to a Troll? And if he is close, how long is he going to survive?
That's true. I mean, it's all the base armor, right? So anything additional, I believe the fervor stack, it does count as additional armor.
Yep, green armor.
So should be it should be interesting. Of course, he has to build up all those stacks though, right? And it's hard.
Of course.
It should be again like BKB almost feels necessary, but I also agree with you. Like we've seen these games where like sometimes they're too far behind. You need this extra damage. BKB doesn't cut it.
Yeah, happens. It happens. We'll see how it goes for now. Enigma Galaxy are doing really well on the lanes. They are annoying the Troll, and they are annoying the Dark Willow on the top lane, right? So far, they haven't been able to stop the enemies from farming, but you know, if you buy a lot of regen, it's still gonna be great for Enigma Galaxy.
We've seen a lot of Dark Willow in this tournament so far for the quals. It feels like the hero is another one that's able to do a lot. Very good trading in the laning stage. We even saw one get a kill on a Morphling yesterday, but it looks like
he got him.
This Phoenix, Puppy just gonna go down here. Oh no.
Dude, he just started going for a dive and Omar got him at that point. That is just so unfortunate. I can't even say that it was Omar outplaying him because they probably clicked at the exact same time and it happens.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is first blood though, going the way of Nigma. So a good start for Omar. He's got plenty of items that he wants in this game. The quick blink daggers from the Shaman has been pretty defining for a mid game. So faster we go, the quicker this game will start to turn up.
For sure. It's the classic one, what we always say.
Yeah.
Magnus wants somebody to jump in first, and he creates chaos, and then you have a better view of the fight. What happened?
Rival just got 2 range creep denies thanks to the Remnant attack slow. Really, like, should not have gotten away with that, but really well done from him.
He's a trained professional, my friend. That's That's how it goes.
Really?
I mean, generally, I would have expected the Storm to do a bit better versus a melee hero. I know that the Magnus has a ton of damage to work with, and I mean, Shockwave is an amazing spell to secure CS, but I still expected the Storm to have a bit more.
Honestly, a little surprised that he went 2 points in the skewer on Mag, just knowing that, like, Storm is not a hero that you're theoretically able to do a lot against with skewer, but he's already preparing to make moves in other lanes.
Well, maybe it's he's thinking that Omar will be rotating towards him. Meanwhile, bottom, they're diving here at the glyph.
They want to. A little bit more damage. Noob should be just stacking up the quills here.
He's gone.
And under the tower. He'll get the kill. Now, Omar could end up falling, but he kind of wants to go before the troll is back up anyways, get all of his resources back.
Use
and
the
now with
dive.
Noob, actually, he could get a double here. Another Fire Spirit, even giving the miss chance.
He's getting
but
it.
Noob, he should get it. There it is. Another kill for the Bristleback here. A double. And I tell you what, this is the exact opposite of what we saw yesterday from the new Bristleback.
Oh, Poppy didn't need Ticker's die for that kill because Omar was running away. His foul play was expiring. If he stayed closer to the tower and just picked up that hit, then the Icarus dive would have been necessary. But the foul play was expiring. The tower hit would have killed him, and Poppy went for the Icarus dive either way, costing him his life. There's the rotation to the Storm.
It is. And we see the rotation coming through. I know, there's some very cool replays. Oh, thank the Lord, we're back. Production is a god. And Rival turning back around. There's a lot of damage in this mid lane. They both want to get their kills. And Omar, he's going to turn around. Eventually, does he pop? No, he's healing off the shackle, and Poppy's not able to get it. He just died bottom. Now he could almost go down mid. So a lot of trading done, but the Storm Spirit's the one walking away. He'll gladly take that trade on Omar. And then Theo goes down. And
Poppy and
Sumail
Theo.
gets the kill. It's
What's
kills
going
all
on?
over the map. Nigma.
Yeah, kills all over the map, all of them in favor of Nigma Galaxy. And we talked yesterday about the Eastern Europeans and their laning strengths. Nigma Galaxy, they are schooling them in how laning is done. That's perfect, right? The initial attempt onto the Storm's life, it didn't work out, but everything else went their way.
And this really shows the foresight of the Sumail Mag build, because if he only has him power hits, I mean, he's not going to be able to participate whenever his shaman comes over. But instead, with that skewer getting the kill, and now just one creep away from his ulti, I mean, they're going to feel pretty strong going into this mid lane here on Dire.
Yeah, I mean, now the Storm is going to be in even more trouble. This is why it's so hard to play versus the Shadow Shaman. Even when you get your level 6 Hex into Shackles, it can easily take away your life. And Sumail is the luckier one with the rune as well.
Even that worse. All pretty much favoring
They
Nigma
want it.
right now. And yeah, they really do. But Omar,
He's going.
this is a hard one. Oh no. Okay, the RP, it doesn't connect. Rival, good job using the stun real quick before the RP can land.
A lot of the Storms would go and try to escape there and hope that the RP won't catch them. Rabel, that was beautiful. Stopping the animation, making sure that he survives.
Yeah, really nice. Now he does have his ulti. He feels good for now. Doom is the lowest farmed hero right now, unfortunately. But for Secret, I mean, this hero can come back with net worth pretty easily. Doesn't have the Midas queued up. And honestly, it's been a while since we've seen these, like, early Midases maxing out your Devour on Doom. A lot of times, these guys are just kind of taking the farm where it happens and maybe getting drums.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot, but the thing is, this lane versus a Drow, Doom is very good at running at you, but it seems that the CT made the lane so that the Drow wins it, because Drow hates heroes that can just run at her, and Doom is one of them. And now with the Drow being level 6, she actually does have the capability to stay in a lane for a long time, and remember it, Drow wants a long laning stage. The longer it goes, the better for this hero, because then when you join in on the fight, your damage is overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, these heroes that don't necessarily like flash farm the jungle, you always want to stay in the lane for as long as possible to get that extra XP. And Drow is absolutely one of those, right? You don't even get a farming item, really. You just rely only on your arrows, the multi-shots. So, you know, it's so much easier to farm lane creeps.
I really love that Ghost got the point in Gust. You're playing versus Dark Willow, Phoenix, and a Storm. Man, it's amazing, and he's going to be using a rotation. We saw yesterday a Drow rotation working out. I don't think Heritage is getting out of this one alive.
He might not, but I think they might try to get the trade on Omar at least. There he is, a little bit more. He's going to pop, but the stun coming through, and then silence goes. He should be the one to pick up this kill. It's pretty much
Storm is coming.
But
there's no Gust.
And it's the Rainbows. Yeah, no Gust. So Rival going to go in, close the distance on Ghost. He's trying to sidestep with the multi-shot, but the damage is too much already from Secret. They'll get the revenge kill already after their carry died, though.
And this is now not worth it, right? Because they used so much onto the troll. They dove before the Drow Ranger went through the portal. If they waited for the Drow and the Elder Titan to connect first and then tried to kill the troll altogether, it would have been a different thing completely. But Omar went a little bit earlier, and then you have to use the Gust for the troll. Does the Storm is too big of an issue for you.
Yep. No, it's a really good rotation from everybody. I know it's a lot of TPs, but still, anything to make sure that the Drow gets punished for that move is absolutely imperative. You can't let her get away with that. But now it seems like they're moving all around the world here, getting the silence and another kill. This one going to Sumail. And this is exactly what Nigma wants to be doing, right? Pushing the envelope early. They're heroes. They'll do so much better off of kills rather than raw farm on the lanes.
Well, they're going for Noob.
Oh, yeah. And I mean,
this is dangerous.
It is. Noob, he's taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have any other heal really to give, and there it is. He just barely gets the kill. Sumail trying to get some revenge. They'll get one already on the Willow, but Puppey in the trees. He's gonna make sure
the Storm is coming from the back.
Oh, really? Oh, he
low on mana, it seems. Yeah. So without the extra mana, they can't.
Looks like they're just gonna keep on pushing topside here. Omar even in tow. They don't have level 6 yet on either of these supports, but with your Shaman and ET rocking no ulti, they still get the top tower first here on Nigma.
Yep, looking good for them. Sumail is having a good game. They got the top tower. The Drow can now farm wherever she wants. Basically, he can farm the jungle quite quickly as well. And the Magnus should have his blink before they lose any of the tier 1s, mainly the tier 1 in the mid lane. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities, a lot of access points to go for ganks or defend your towers if need be.
Once again, a skewer play after the lockdown. This is making the game really easy for Sumail to play early.
And this skewer, it does so much damage. Does so much freaking damage. I'm not used to people playing it like this, right? You often would see core Magnuses just taking the Empower, but man, these builds with a lot of skewer points, they're really doing a ton of damage to the supports early on in the game.
Yeah, they're getting caught off guard by it. I will say, though, you shouldn't be getting caught off guard by it 2 or 3 times in a row. I feel like after Puppey died mid lane, you should be like, okay, that skewer actually does a lot of damage. You do not want to get caught by that.
They're making a play on Noob bottom, and Rabel's TP. Just Troll went a little bit too early.
I mean, Troll, he's trying to fend for himself. His farm is genuinely pretty good still, despite all these early rotations they've made into his lane. It feels like all these cores, honestly, are in a fine enough spot that they can make moves that they want, but you know Nigma, they're the ones that are pushing the envelope early. They do get the Doom on Drow. She doesn't have anything really to get her away from this one, so I think she should end up going down here. You see Cloud on the chase, and that's going to be a nice kill for him here. I think we're starting to overstep a little bit here on the Drow.
Yeah, I don't mind the Drow being in an aggressive position, but it needs to be done when you have more heroes together, right? If the Drow is alone making these plays, these aggressive approaches on the enemy lanes, it should not be done. If the Magnus is behind you with the Blink Dagger, go for it. Do whatever you want. Push the tower. I don't care, but this is just way too deep with way too with no heroes to back you up, basically.
Yeah, I mean, that was largely actually a lot of damage from the rest of Doom's abilities. Part of the reason that you see other heroes get picked up to be behind the Drow is because, honestly, Doom itself is not going to kill anybody. So you just need a little bit of kite, and whenever you're sitting at a tier 1, no friends around, yeah, you don't have the kite ability.
Smoke on smoke action. Nigma Galaxy, this is a play where they expect to crush it, but the thing is, Secret, in my mind, they're in a bit of a better position. If you engage onto the Troll, Puppey and Rabel, they can change the outcome.
They can. Ulti already used from Mag, and now if you don't chain Hex Kiritich, yeah, he has another life essentially he can work with. They're gonna kill this Shaman first, and now Rival on the backside finding the Magnus, egging as well. This is just so good from Secret, completely countering the move that Nigma was trying to make, and really, we didn't even have to use the Rage from the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, no need to go for it. The thing is, Rabel knew exactly what he needed to do there. Focus on the Shadow Shaman. Don't allow him to control the troll so they can kill him from 100 to 0. That was the only way that Nigma Galaxy could win the fight. And you could see the second that he goes on Omar, Nigma tries to run away. They know that that move, it cannot work any longer. It's just done.
Yeah. Really well done. I feel like Puppy is starting to read the map very well, understanding where his team needs to play. And Kiritich, yeah, you earned it, buddy. Just go ahead and ulti some of those ancient creeps. You can see even the wards, it felt like it was a good area to fight around, but already dragging the Troll Warlord a bit too far away, and it's not enough friends here for Nigma.
This is the thing. Nigma, if they want to fight, they need to bring in the Drow Ranger. You need her. This hero brings in so much damage, and your control without her doesn't matter all that much. Oh, he got lucky.
Yeah, Sumail, unfortunate for him, man, scurrying right onto the low ground, separating the both of them. So I guess it does the job. You know, they're just trying to sweep this tower, make sure nobody else is around as they continue to siege down here. A very even game all around. As we get into this 15-20 minute mark, I feel like this could start to favor Secret, knowing that like this Troll Warlord, you're so good taking objectives.
For sure. He's immediately going for a BKB. This is why I would rather see him go for a Manta here, right? And he's going all in. This means that Secret wants to fight.
I think somebody's going all in on the mid lane, right? Yeah, looks like they do have the silence on Doom Spear away. Doom is going to have to be the first one to show. He gets the blade mail off, but they've already killed Cloud. So Puppy, he's trying to get the kill on the other side. I think they've done enough damage to him, but the RP is going to connect on 2 here.
No mana
load in the ulti from ET. They get clipped by it as they're dragged away. Give him a shackle as well. Nigma, the chain stuns roll, and they get themselves 3 kills, trading away only their Bristleback.
It just seems that the ones that are bringing the carry are winning the fights, and well, this time around that was Nigma.
Ooh. Actually taking a lot of damage there, but he is okay. And yeah, you've been asking already, you know, bring in the Drow, bring in the Drow. Okay, we got it. I think we might need to start asking Secret to bring in the Troll Warlord a little bit more, but you gotta imagine if you are Kiritich right now, you're like, please, for the love of God, let me finish this BKB. I am playing against an Elder Titan and a Shaman, okay? I don't want to do this without any other dispels.
Yeah, the thing is, Secret there, they saw an opportunity to take the mid lane tower down, right? And Nigma Galaxy, they understand just how important that tower is. If you don't defend it there, then your Blink Dagger of the Magnus, the first 5-10 minutes of its timing are completely gone. Your first rotation didn't work out, and then imagine if you don't even defend towers, it would be a complete disaster. But because they do defend it now, that Blink Dagger has pretty much served its purpose in the early stages of the game.
Man, right into the Magnus there, and I love this kind of like drive-by Earth Splitter from DH. Just hits them as they're getting skewered away.
You would have assumed that he's gonna take them away from it and they don't take the damage, but he waited long enough for it to start exploding and then pulling them while it happens. So very nicely done by Solo as well. Maybe even unnecessary, but still nicely done.
It's stylish, and that's what we want to see here. It's the lower bracket finals. Winner moves on, loser is out of contention for the Esports World Cup. And you can see here another rotation, finding a kill behind this tier 1 tower. I tell you what, this has to be one of the most common kills I've ever seen in Dota. All right, you sweep the enemy safe lane tower, you find one support just straggling around, get the kill, and then get the tower.
Yeah, that's how it goes. And then you place a really deep ward in the enemy area there around the mines. Yeah, it's the same move every single time, and then they just move the place of the ward a little bit so that it's less likely to get warded every time. Also, one thing we haven't really discussed in length is the hotspot facet on the Phoenix. Man, this guy's gonna be doing so much damage to the Magnus and the Magnus and the Bristleback are gonna melt.
You know, I'm about this because it seems like this hero was picked solely as a response to the Shaman. Like, look, we don't need to worry that much as a Storm Spirit. All right, I'll have you. I'll save you. So now he's only got 2 points in the Fire Spirit, so he's not going to be farming as much, but his abilities are going to hit a lot harder.
Yeah, he's really going to be hurting them. And when I see 4 points in Sunray, you know, it reminds me of the old Phoenix days when Fly played a lot of Phoenix. It was always 2 points in the Fire Spirits, and then Sunray is the way to go.
It was like 1-2-0, and then it would just be like all Sunray points. So it really is kind of like a classic Phoenix build. Looks like Crystal.
A little bit of an engagement here. Makes their cane run away from the storm. That's nice.
Yeah. Oh, dragging on back. Yeah, and this is where we could see Hotspot come in here. They need the save. They don't even get it. Instead, they kill Cloud immediately. The poor Bristol back having run away, being doomed. The egg, it was so far back that in reality, Nigma were able to kite it out. So now there's going to be a skewer. This time, not necessarily in with the split earth, but it doesn't matter. They still get 3 kills on Nigma, and they are sitting right outside of the Roche pit. Think they can go get it?
Yeah, why not? You have a Bristleback, you have a Drow. This Roche is gonna drop very fast, and the thing is that both the Egg and the Doom, even the Terrorize was used. It's not like Secret can come over and fight. And this is the thing, Secret, you are the ones who get caught, and you allow your fattest hero to die, pop his BKB, his ulti, and you still decide to fight with not having the numbers. I think this Phoenix is giving them a false sense of, we can win any fight, though. Still heroes be in a decent enough position, at least some.
It's all position based, right? I mean, if we did have the Phoenix a little bit closer, right? I mean, surely Cloud doesn't die in that shackle, and then all of a sudden, this could be a turnaround actually from the side of Secret. Ghost or the Storm actually went through, canceled the Shaman channeling, so it was like an acceptable fight if the Doom didn't die right away.
But he did, and I have to say that I'm not loving the build on Kiritich. This is just what you would naturally go for on the troll, and I don't know if it's the way to go here. If he was playing with the Magnus and the Shadow Shaman, sure, but against them, it's a bit of a different story.
Speaking of classic builds, you know, this is the classic troll build. Just go right in for the BKB, probably an SNY with it as well.
Yep.
And then you go in for Basher, right? Like if we are back to 2017, because that's what kind of was it whenever I started playing Dota. I tell you what, that's exactly what he's got queued up. We'll see if this is what works out. I'll give it to him that, like, if it's an unfamiliar hero, going back to the classic builds can't be that bad. Looks like they are. Oh no, they're actually contesting this one. The Yellow Core dies, but they do end up getting the Tormentor. They're going to trade out Kiritich as well. A bit of a disaster, honestly, for Secret. That is not worth the shard on Dark Willow.
Definitely not. Dark Willow Shard is a nice thing to have, but the thing is that this lineup of Enigma Galaxy, they're completely fine not continuing with the chase. They're good at chasing, but if they don't, if they're just playing around the Drow and mowing down towers, that's something that you're going to be content with either way.
Yep. So now they,
and I'm loving this Lotus Orb, man. Like, this is an amazing Lotus Orb game. Doom, Dark Willow every single spell, Phoenix, even removing the Troll Ensnare and having the extra armor is all extremely valuable in this one.
Absolutely. Extra armor is always going to be the way to go. It's just like, genuinely, for this entire game, I feel like additional armor is absolute. This is the whole focus. Look at this Drow, man. Drow pretty farmed up. Surprisingly, though, after, like, Troll dying at this Tormentor, he's still top net worth.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Battle Fury. And that's how it goes. I mean, Drow Ranger is not the fastest farmer. It's not like you're building Maelstrom, though. Who knows? If the Drow Ranger enters the meta a little bit more, we might see a Maelstrom Drow. That could actually be a
But it's
cool
not
way.
Tesla Drow. And that's what's sad, you know? You don't have the, you know, the split shots that are proccing the extra. It's just not the same.
It's not the same. It used to be so dumb, man. It used to be so freaking dumb.
It was so cool. I remember even, I think it was probably like 3 years ago now, where there were some Drows that would actually rush the Aghanim Scepter because it gave you that extra splits, and it was kind of like you're farming and damage tool, and it was really cool.
Yeah, it was insane, and it was one of those things. Ultra late game Drow beating a peel. That's not something that you see too often, but it happened.
Those are snakes down. They find the Storm Spear rival. Okay, so now the map has broken down enough that honestly, if you're Secret, you do need to fear this Shadow Shaman because your Phoenix is not going to be around to save you.
they're in trouble, Secret, right? Because they don't have great ways to shove out the waves safely. And Nigma Galaxy, they have really solid catch. So even if Nigma Galaxy aren't together, if Secret needs to deal with the waves, they can be caught one by one and easily taken down. So that is an issue. The way that you deal with this with troll lineups is by being aggressive, being in the enemy's face, which they're not doing right now.
Actually, a larger wave issue at play, right? Because, you know, Doom, Troll, Storm, they all have to have bodies on the wave. I mean, hell, even the Willow, really. Phoenix is the only one that can farm safely, and he doesn't have many points in his Fire Spirit. So I feel like Secret, they're running into a big issue in that, like, they have to kill in order to push out waves, but they're just not in control.
Yeah, they're, the Phoenix in this game, if I'm Puppy, man, I'm split pushing. I'm literally the one that is going on the other side of the map to die.
You up that?
They are looking towards top on Secret, so this could be a good catch for them. You need to get kills to open up the map. There's no other way around it.
Radiant's middle tower.
I think the unfortunate
Shadow
thing is
Shaman
that, like,
blink
even if you get
forward.
this, yeah, it looks like top side they are going in, getting the Doom as well on Mag. It'll be a nice kill for them. Omar will also fall, so it's 2 gone. Again, the unfortunate part of it is that there's no wave even close to you, but hell, Secret, you're gonna take that all day. Sumaila is such a big kill for you.
Beeline towards the mid lane. That tower needs to fall now. You need to open up the map further. Beeline towards the mid lane, disperse and push out the bottom. That is what they need to do. Secret, they cannot hesitate. And even Noob, he lost the Aegis.
That is a really nice find if they can get another no Doom. But look at the damage. That is hot, baby. And Secret, they're going to get themselves another kill, wrapping the BKB beautifully for the Troll Warlord to get himself his first kill with it. And they may have just evened up this game.
Yeah, top lane, losing those heroes, it was unfortunate. You didn't expect it. They smoked up. But this Secret beelining towards the mid lane, that is something that should have been the most obvious play ever. So Nigma Galaxy losing focus there for a second.
Just a little bit. They definitely felt in control, right? Like, these last 2 fights have been very easy for them. Sure, they lost 2 people top, but it wasn't so bad just yet. Now, you gotta imagine they feel a little bit into mail, going for initiation. This time didn't work out. The skewer play, it will net them a kill. I feel a lot of just overstepping on both these teams. They get a modicum of an advantage and they try to turn it into so much more.
Troll is going for an Aghanim Scepter. So, okay, he can purge off the spirit from the Elder Titan. He can purge off Empower. He can purge off, I guess, slows from himself. That's probably the main thing. Right, remove the slows from the Bristleback. It has to be the main reason for it. So, okay, I like it. Right, it's not the Manta, but it is a way to deal with the Bristleback without having to pop your BKB. That's nice.
I think dispelling the Astral Spirit is actually, like, pretty clutch.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I don't know if that's going to become an issue for them, but I've seen some briefcases late game that really hurt.
Yeah, it can make a difference. I mean, even if you take away the Empower, it's not half bad.
The only thing is you do need to be able to press the button, right? So, like, Drow Silence will still stop you if they get on top of you like that. Another reason I really think the Manta is a very good item this game. We've seen PAs build Manta. That's when you know the item has definitely gotten better over time. But I mean, the SNY is still good, right? You're playing versus a Magnus. SNY will always be very valuable versus these BKB piercing disables where you just need less of them, all right?
I mean, all of these disables so that you don't have to use the BKB super early on. The Shadow Shaman, Stomp from the Elder Titan, pretty annoying as well. You use it slightly, not as much as it used to be, but at least it's nice that you wake up a bit earlier.
Right. Back in the day where you could get SNY Satanic and have like 44% status resist. Yeah. It's a little bit less.
Unfortunately for the troll here, but it happens.
Yeah, I know, right? You know he wants it pretty badly because there's not a lot of like easy items to get in this one that automatically make your game okay. Right? There's a lot that Kiritich needs, and he needs his team to help him out as well with some Lotuses, maybe even a Wind Waker at some point to stop all these huge lockdowns coming through from Nigma. Now they're playing for the next Roche. It could spawn any time within the next 3 minutes, and as I look over at this time here, I think this is one of those that shows a minute 30. I don't know, man. It's hard to tell.
Middle tower is under attack.
Check. So you're bad at reading the clock as well.
No. Is that what is that then?
I don't even see it, man. I don't even see the glowing thing.
Oh no, okay.
Not gonna lie, like I don't see it. I can literally screenshot
It looks like
this
it's
to you.
kind of close.
Yeah, it might be this one, the close one. So then that's why it's not showing. But I cannot tell you. I literally can't tell you. Look at that. It doesn't show anything. It's a bug.
I think it's a minute 30. We'll find out. But regardless, it looks like Nigma, they are pressuring the map. They don't even want to leave it up to chance. They're going to push even into the wisdom now. Control this triangle. No, I love these kinds of moves, all right? Especially as you get closer to wisdom time.
Secret, is this their last smoke? I think so. They shouldn't have any more. Yep, this is their last smoke. This one has to work out. If not, later on, you're going to be needing a gem.
The stomp misses actually. Willow will end up getting the shrine, and now they're jumping onto the draw here. Sumail getting the RP, but it's only onto the Troll Warlord. Dodging the rival, not even finding the Magnus after the pack. Kiritich rooting up, getting the kill on the Magnus. It's exactly as they had hoped for. Nigma once again overextending and paying for it dearly.
The Roche is back, but you know what? The thing is, you don't have the Doom now, so maybe Nigma Galaxy can fight the Roche if they can survive long enough.
Yeah, and now Puppey, a huge egg. Nobody is around it to kill, and they're going to get a kill on Shaman. Turn around on the Bristlebacks next. They had already lost 3. Now
Straight
we
into
call
Roche.
it 4. They got to go right into Roshan. It's free for them. And what's most important about this is Roche spawned with 1 minute 30 left, exactly as I said.
And with an AD rune right next to it. If the Olikor scouts that up, and he will, now this Roche will fall definitely fast enough so that Nigma Galaxy can't do anything about it.
Yeah. And not a whole lot of life steal just yet on this Troll Warlord, especially without the ulti here, but Cloud will be able to tank it for as little time as they need. And Secrets, they're going to find a hold on this game. Look at the BKB from Kiritich. It didn't feel like it was that important, but man, living, getting to kill Mag afterwards, it was so nice for him.
Yeah, the main thing is he didn't have to use his ulti. If he uses his ulti, there's a chance that Nigma Galaxy do find a way to re-engage and kill the troll and suddenly most of the damage of Secret will stop. But Secret did an awesome job in this fight, just holding on to their ultis. The egg used at the last possible moment. Here, when the egg gets used, you can see the ghost is running away. He was trying to silence the Phoenix, kill him, and set up a potential. The second that the egg came out, it was over.
I mean, Sumail was the only one to die so far. And then they end up losing 3 heroes afterwards. It once again, it feels like just a bit of an overextension there from Nigma. They didn't have to lose all those heroes after the fact.
You know, but we always are afraid of the storm chase, of the doom chase. These are, even the troll, these are all very, very fast heroes. So, you know, when you're a poor shadow shaman who's just waddling around, so at some point they might catch you. So what's the solution here? Ghost is going for a Daedalus, but I'm kind of thinking Lincoln's survivability for the Drow, something that allows him to stand his ground. I'm not sure if he bursts people down once he gets the Daedalus. It could work, but Secret have been playing this game really well in terms of fighting the Drow.
He's got to be feeling like, look, I have Manta, I have Hurricane Pike, I have BKB. I need something with a bit of oomph. I've already put in too much into defensive items. I can somewhat sympathize with it, but I genuinely do feel like his hero already does a good amount of damage still. I don't know if they're really hankering for his hero to have more.
And he's not attacking. That's the main thing. You need to get yourself to get the right clicks in. Because we haven't seen him right click a hero in a very, very long time.
I almost wonder if maybe Silver Edge could be okay. It's kind of that happy medium between like a little bit more survivability and also some damage. I could have seen an Axe, right? Like Axe to help out with that regen degen. You literally have a hotspot Facet Phoenix on the other team. They're all in on heal.
To me, I'm still leaning towards that Lincoln's. Butterfly is cool if the troll gets on top of you, but it's the storm and the doom that are hunting the Drow. The troll hasn't even looked at her yet. Nope. Butterfly does make your illusion stronger, so shoving out the waves, we've already talked about the problems of Secret not being able to do it, and Nigma Galaxy are still better at catching you, right? Aghanim Scepter on the Magnus, Blink on the Shadow Shaman. Pickoff potential is just higher on their side.
Yeah.
But they're going for a straight up
another
fight.
pickoff here.
Going for pickoffs.
See Kiritich here in the river. This is such a dangerous spot to be. He's just waiting for the rune. That's insane confidence to just be willing to sit in the river. No fear. It looks like the stomp will also miss. I don't want Nigma to keep forcing this. I like them taking control of the triangle instead.
Yep. They do have a gem, right? So Both of the teams do. So you're running into potentially enemy vision and you don't see anything. We saw on the screen that while the troll was running bottom, it would have been a good idea to try and intercept the opponents, but Enigma doesn't have that information, so you have to work with what you have. This is very smart from their side. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they had a fortification still available for those tier 2s, of course, so they're kind of just trading some tower damage on tier 3s for full tier 2. You absolutely take that, especially at the stage of the game where there's still a troll warlord with that Aegis. Looks like they're going to try to take down Noob, but he's got the Lotus, so he should be fine. And he does force a lot of Secret back into their own bait. Noob is staying?
If they go on him, there is a good turnaround potential. If the Drow is close enough to him that he can attack anybody who's attacking him, that's actually not half bad. Of course, at some point when you see that the troll is missing, you move back. That was okay.
Yeah, they do back out. I mean, all in all, for Enigma, I feel like this worked really well. Yeah, you still lost your bot tier 2, but that was an Aegis troll warlord. It could have been a lot worse. You force everybody back, get some good tower damage, and now you just want to kite out for another only 1 minute before that Aegis is reclaimed.
You can also see the experience of Secret. They didn't panic. Their storm cut the wave in the mid lane. They slowly came back. They didn't really need to use much, and then they pushed Enigma Galaxy out of there. So both of the teams kind of maximizing their current potential. But I think Enigma Galaxy now, we're going to be seeing them play a lot more on this split push type of pick-off attempts rather than going for a straight-up fight, because 2 times they've gotten burned in those.
Radiant are scanning.
They have. It's been a few fights that they've gotten burned because of it.
Now an Arcane Room on the Story Spirit, even more of a reason to not really get the mad. And you can see Samael is going for a Linken's. The Drow is committing for a Butterfly and pretty much almost has it.
I wonder if Samael's going to try to like outplay this one, right? Like he has the Lincoln, he's just going to see where the Doom is going and like toss out the Lincolns to try to match it. I like it from him though. It feels like his game is kind of defined on being able to blink, get that RP off, and sometimes Doom has been ruining his day.
This is a big item though, one of the biggest ones, the BKB on Noob. Noob is the real carry right now. He's the one that is doing the most damage. If the Drow Ranger gets to attack, sure, he's gonna be doing the most, but Ghost hasn't been able to do it. However, the one that is actually making things happen in a fight and dying the last, doing the least amount of damage, is this Bristleback with the BKB. He's allowed to be a little bit more aggressive. Look at that. You have the Butterfly done instantly. There's an MKB on the troll already.
Oh man, that's rough. It's such a hard existence. And he did this instead of going for the Basher, right? So he did kind of call an audible with it. I think he still wants Basher though, so he's got 2 extra item slots in lace until we get into the hyper late game, right? So sucking up the Aghanim Scepter, getting rid of his phase boots. Even though you get that extra move creeps from axes, I'm sure you still want some sort of mobility item on Kiritich, right?
Blink.
To get rid of the phase boots.
I think so.
Oh, Blink Dagger. Oh,
I
would love that.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna go. His build just makes sense, because if he gets a Basher in the Blink, he can jump on the Drow and kill her. Right?
I love that. Man,
Man,
I tell you what, another thing, I'm just so happy that Noob is able to play this game. We saw 2 Bristleback games yesterday where the man was literally sacrificed to the Lord to try to make his team win. And this time, as you said, he's actually like the carry of this game. You gotta imagine this feels so much better for him.
Yeah, for sure. My Galaxy, though, the way that they're playing this map, this tier 3, is it gone?
No.
Oh, close to it.
Pretty close, 33 HP, just a tickle away from going down. They've been able to make these like aggressive tower moves and not feel any pressure from Secret afterwards.
Really want to pay attention to how Enigma Galaxy are placing their wards. When you're going for this full-on split push and the Storm has a gem, a lot of your wards are not getting warded. Oh, what a catch!
RPs on 2, give him the stomp, give him the split earth, baby!
But they're going for more!
Immediately, Enigma, they're on the chase. They find Clown, bottom of the BKB, trying to get out of this one. The damage is heavy, but he does get the TP away.
Doesn't matter, he used the BKB, you're going in right now, you're going for the push, there's no glyph on the other side. This should be a laner Axe. Secret, they don't have this frontline troll that can just stay there and not die. If he gets skewered back, if he gets hexed up, he's dead.
You could have stopped it. We don't have troll. He's not even back. He's like, look, guys, that Rax is dead.
And the Dark Willow is behind him. Look at what they're doing, because he knows if the Shadow Shaman comes over to annoy him, the Terrorize is the only thing that's going to keep him alive.
Noob. They're just actually working this base. Storm Spirit, he'll be up in 15 seconds, but the way the Ghost is pushing right now, there might not be a base in 15 seconds.
Oh, with the Glacier, you're not attacking from the low ground. That's so cool.
Oh, what? They caught the
he has a
Phoenix.
buyback.
I mean, that egg is very important now. He does have buyback, yeah, so he could come in if they want. But I think Nigma, they've already gotten away with so much. They don't need to keep it going if they feel it's unsafe.
They can take it easy. Go for the next Roche, because already Secret were struggling with shoving out the waves. What happens now when 2 waves of super creeps are coming your way?
Yeah.
And you can just focus on the third one. Nigma Galaxy reading Secret is going to be so easy. And we talked about Secret and their problem with smokes. They don't have a single one for 2.5 minutes. So how are you going to get out on the map and get yourself in a better position? It's going to be impossible.
It's really hard to get control back. And even though it's only 1,000 net worth lead, it's all about that map positioning. And they're trying to change it. Look at the sweep around from Secret. They see Sumail first, but a quick blink away. And then the Spirit, it'll keep everybody from Secret pushed back, I feel.
Very smart. The Draw Ranger is already running towards the top lane to shove it out as fast as possible. He's going to use the multi-shot, use the Manta, and make sure that all 3 of the waves are going towards Secret.
They're doing something here. There is an RP. I don't know if
oh no! The double Curse Crown!
Next onto the Magnus now. He's gonna get the skewer away thanks to the help from his BKB, but he's ethereal now. No hits from the troll after his BKB, so he's gotta run away from this one. They want to fight under the egg, but Nigma, they've already kited it out. So now they're gonna be on the aggressive again. Noob, he'll show first. Push the rest of Secret back. They don't need to take this fight because Roche, he's gonna be spawning now.
Noob is so freakishly strong, man, and this is what we talked about. The real carry, the one that does everything, gives you vision, does damage, forces out BKBs. They even messed up the double Chris Crown. Looked like, oh, they're gonna get demolished now. No, this Bristleback is too strong.
It was really, Willow actually made that a playable engagement for Secret. Otherwise, that was gonna be an RP and to sure death. But Nigma, really good patience, right? They didn't panic. They were just like, look, we wanted to skewer away, section somebody out of this fight. Troll had to go back to his team because the Phoenix just, like, again, wasn't really in position to save him after that skewer.
Yeah, the idea also, Nigma Galaxy didn't have their Drow there. He was still running towards it. So commitment there was rough to go for, and they would rather just push them back and take the Ocean. This is exactly what they did. The Drow got the Aegis. I'm not sure, right? Because Bristleback is the one pushing. Maybe they could have given it to him again, but sure.
With Glacier, they're allowing the Drow to push still.
That is true. That is true. And their counter initiation on Nigma is so good that the Drow can actually show her face now with when you have the Aegis.
Yeah, there's some bodies, a lot of bodies here in Ghost. He's still a little bit spooked, right? They're keeping Noob up first. They don't really have displacement, right? I mean, they have a Doom. It's nice, but they don't have any way to section him away from the rest of the team.
But some big things are coming out here, Matt. Level 25 on the troll. He might not need the BKB, right? Because the Hex is the only thing that he cannot battle trance out of. Everything else, use the battle trance, he's fine. He actually went for a diffusal blade on the troll, just probably thinking, okay guys, I need an extra item. Drow is level 25 as well.
That can be catch while disabled now for Kiritich, so he's gonna step forward even if he does get RP'd. Got some counterplays. Gone forward for the Dark Willow here. They're gonna get on Doom. But, oh no, they turn around. They're getting so much heal from the Hunt, but Kiritich trying to turn around. He's not even healing that much. He's even on top of the Drow. He's doomed.
He's surviving though.
Over the damage. He did survive. Now they're gonna try to re-engage on Drow. She's coming back in this one, but the ult's up. Gonna save him for a second. I think he dies immediately afterwards. Ghost getting the kill.
Found the Storm.
The Hex on Storm, keeping him in the ward trap. And Drow, it just seems like she's invincible now. You may have been able to kill her once, but twice? I don't think so.
No way. And how do you deal with Noob right now? When you do not have your spells, you do not kill him. And Ghost is not done.
Oh no, and Kiritich, he needs to turn it around, but the RP, he just disappears. Enigma, they get game 1. GG is called. What an insane fight from mostly the low ground even. Secret dipped down to try to stop them from taking the base, and they pay dearly for it.
Beautifully done by Enigma Galaxy, understanding their lineup through and through and how to win with it. There were a couple of times, 2 fights in particular, that turned the game around and gave Secret the advantage. But even with that advantage, I never felt like Secret were in control. And to me, it comes back to the Troll Warlord and how you play it. For me, the only way they control the map in this game is if the Troll is so fat that he's so hard to kill, can survive for a very long period of time, and it's just pushing and taunting the enemies to go for him. When he went for this teamfight build, Enigma Galaxy just at some point, they're like, but what if we never fight you? What are you going to do? Well, nothing. You're just going to lose.
Yeah. I think that this Troll, there was glimpses of it being a very great hero. I think the Drow matchup was too hard at the end of it. Drow had a very good game. A Grandmaster Drow, by the way, on 24 pick into a pretty nice one. So I think that maybe this hero needs a little bit more. You need to play versus at least 3 melee cores, to be honest. If anybody outrages you, I mean, we saw that last fight. Drow sitting up on the glacier, he's trying to get there, he's trying to lifesteal, but he couldn't even lifesteal through with his ulti, man. If you're in battle trance and not able to survive, there's no better timing. That's it, you just die.
Yeah, he had battle trance and BKB and he wasn't healing. Right. That is what happens when the Drow is attacking you. You just cannot heal through it all. But overall, good performance from both teams. I mean, both of them played very tough lineups because you have Troll on one side and Drow on the other, so definitely not afraid, and that is what we wanted to see. Boy, this series, especially with the two names, Team Secret and Enigma, that are in it, it deserves a full 3-game series, so I'm hoping we get that.
I hope so as well. I think Secret, they had to be able to look at this one and be like, we had a lot of good stuff going. On 23 pick, we picked Troll. And maybe that wasn't the pick, right? Even I think their gameplay was really good, though. I think for a team that has Puppy on it, when you're like, look, we just need to adjust to the draft a little bit. In his hands, you got to be so confident going into this game, too, knowing that you can still take that game. So, guys, we got plenty of Dota on the way. That was only game 1. Stick around for game 2, which will be here right after this break. Hello everybody and welcome back. It's going to be game 2 of Secret versus Enigma coming up next. All in all, had a pretty tight game coming in here. I think both teams definitely had a chance to win this game, but at the end of it, Enigma felt like they took more cohesive fights, and Sumail, 13-3 on the Magnus, definitely controlled the tempo for this Enigma lineup. What changes do you think you want to see from Secret going into game 2 to force it to a game 3?
I think what they've been doing versus VP is actually a pretty solid approach. They didn't, or what they, especially what they did in the game that they won, right? They went for a classic lineup, like a completely classic lineup. No Kunkka carry shenanigans, no a troll, right? Something that is super hard to play. Just straight up, we are gonna have a Sven, we're gonna have a Monkey King, right? We're gonna have a Lina, something along those lines. And then maybe from the support role, try to spice up the draft a little bit with your Chens and something along those lines that you can always play well. Because I feel like Secret, they're not at a level of a tier 1 team yet. They might get there, right? These players definitely have potential, but they are. Puppy is drafting a tier 1 draft. This is like a team spirit draft, and a lot of the teams would at some point flop with it because everything needs to be perfect, from item choices to decision making, individually and team wise. Everything needs to work out for a lineup like this, and obviously they're not at that level just yet.
Yeah, that's where like the longevity of a lineup kind of comes in. And we know the Secret lineup has been changing a lot. But whenever you have a lineup that's been together very often, you've played a lot more heroes, you've played a lot more scrims. You have a good idea of like how you want to play around each hero, what items help and hurt you as you get through that. So it's hard. You know, the rich keep getting richer. Whenever you have a good lineup, you're able to stay together and get all that practice in. Secret have been trying to make a lot of things work out, and we can feel this, right? As you said, we're on the cusp of greatness, all right? We just need to figure out this one more thing. We have the drafts coming. Hopefully they figure out here in game 2, because we don't want to see them go yet. We want a nice 3-game series. So Harry, for one game, we are the most biased casters in the world. Forget the bat chest. Okay, we want a game 3 here. How do Secret win this?
By beating Enigma Galaxy. You killed their throne. That is the main objective of Dota 2. You kill their throne, or you smash them so much that they raise up the white flag, right? GG in the chat, and that is generally how it is done, right? But yeah, I'd still stay with standard Dota, something that is closer to what is played in pubs, right? With a little bit of team sprinkled on top of it.
I didn't even I feel like the beginning of their draft was great. I'm looking at this and I definitely believe they had the semblance of a strong, cohesive lineup. And this Troll Warlord, man, I didn't really believe in it that much, and it definitely showed. It just created the perfect drow game, right? You love to play against these ranged cores that are never going to touch you. So unfortunately, Ghost just got the perfect game for himself. I like some of the ideas I was talking about. Like, I love the Phoenix into the Shadow Shaman. I think this is a really creative idea with Hotspot to kind of like leave this hero and pull and get your own counter. I have to imagine once again, Secret, they're not banning out the Shaman. They're willing to run that back. They're not scared.
Yeah, pick it if you dare. I mean, if Enigma gets a Shaman, I feel like Secret, you're gonna get the Dark Willow again, right? So that's that is the opening that we are looking towards. Yep. Hello.
The other core, he played a great one. Now, do you have to pick the Phoenix now, or is the Willow more important?
I feel like neither are gonna get banned, not gonna lie. Maybe Phoenix more chances of getting banned.
Okay. Interesting, because I know that we've talked about like the 4 pool is very low, and there actually hasn't been like many 4s even banned out in this one, right? In fact, none of them. So they actually go for the Willow now.
This is smarter, right? Because now you have to ban out the Tusk if you're Enigma Galaxy, because the Secret are gonna pick it up for sure. And then you only have one ban. Are you really gonna use it for a Phoenix, or are you maybe gonna be dealing with some cores as well? I feel like the Phoenix will be
10
left in.
seconds remaining.
Okay.
Tusk is the
Okay.
one you take away from the supports.
So it's just simply snowball save, right? That's all you're thinking of.
Snowball save. Even if you get a BKB on the Shadow Shaman, the punch stops you. So
Okay.
plus it's a puppy hero. A lot of ranged carries are now popular. So like multiple reasons for.
I feel like we should be seeing this like resurgence. We kind of felt that a while ago. You know, Dirge Drow got popular, and then it was like, what other hero can I put in front of a Drow? So melee 5s I think are about to come back into the pool, and that means, you know, your Clockworks, your Ogres maybe even coming through. What's the hot take on Treant right now? Is that hero pickable?
Team bad.
Oh man, that is the hero that I hate the most. Like I always tell the story when I used to play with my friends. We were all 4K back in the day, like 2012, 2013. And we're like, yeah, let's play TI qualifiers. If somebody screws up a game really badly, then when we play a pub, he has to play a Treant. It was like a punishment.
No.
That's how I always look at that hero now, even though it's completely different. But I haven't played it in such a long time and haven't seen it in such a long time that I cannot give you an informed take at the moment. So I'm
That's
just
fair.
gonna refrain from it.
Yeah. It's a different game, right? The map is so big. I think it's a lot easier to kind of skate around the map unseen and provide vision for your team. And there's also a lot more farm on the map, right? So I think a lot of your items are pretty good. It's a lot of enabling though, and sometimes that can be a little bit hard if you get stomped and then you feel like your hero has no purpose.
Also, a bit of a thing that happened. I got into a pub versus Puppy, and I think at that point it was mid one that was in secret. They were playing a pub together, so it was party MMR, and Puppy was playing a Treant. I still remember that day, my friend at the end of the game, he sent me, because he was watching it in the Dota client. We lost that game, he won, they beat us, and he sent me how the map looked. So they killed us, took our gem, and he sent me at the end of the game, they saw every little corner of the map. Puppy had the Aghanim sector,
lord.
it was literally their whole map was shining with eyes in the forest, right? Not fun, not fun.
I love Secret Strat so far right now. We got some strong lockdown on Willow. We got the Undying again, melee 5. So I think they can go a lot of places that they want to with their draft. And for Enigma, of course, going back to the Magnus, it worked out for them once. Why not try it again? But this time, you know, maybe we do have the opportunity for like a tombstone save at some point in this one, kind of disrupt the combo of the Magnus. It's also going to be hard to get those blink daggers off if you are around the tombstone to get to where you want to go. So it's okay for now. I like this.
Yeah, area control is amazing for Secret, but the thing is that they kind of had something similar in the previous game as well with the Phoenix and the Dark Willow, and then Enigma Galaxy went for the exact same two heroes, Magnus and the Elder Titan. Magnus to pull you away from the area that you want to control with the Tombstone and the Terrorize, and Elder Titan to stop you from coming in to help your teammates. I feel like this is actually very smart from Enigma Galaxy, even though in the team fight in general they didn't make it happen all that much. If Secret focus more on dealing with the waves this time around, they're not gonna have as strong of a team fight, and then this Magnus and the Elder Titan inside of a team fight will shine even more.
I love this though. Drow Ranger was definitely name of the game last time, worked well with the ET. Now you have Dirge Drow and you have the Pango, which I'm gonna say theoretically, I don't know if it's actually gonna flex in this lineup, but can go off lane, can go mid. And is it a bad matchup into the Magnus?
It's fine overall in terms of laning. It's okay, because even if you get skewered, you have a way to survive yourself, so you're fine overall. But is this now going to be a Beastmaster maybe for Enigma? I know that Noob plays it and it's generally pretty good versus the Pango. Oh, there goes Sven.
Oh, okay.
Versus the Drow versus the Pango, you need added armor.
Yeah. No, I really like this pickup, and obviously a BKB builder as well, so should be able to kind of skate around these fights. Is there any worlds where this is going to be an offlane Undying? Because that's something that matches up well into the Sven, right? Taking away his strength, taking away that CS raw power, or is that too spicy?
If you do that, you still have to put into account that the Elder Titan will smash your face in, right? So an Undying player needs to be confident that he can win this lane. I think safer option, play the Undying with the Drow. Like I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
right,
I know
third
that the
trap.
Undying exactly. I know Undying is annoying versus 2 melee heroes, especially 2 strength melee heroes. But
Yeah.
the thing is, Elder Titan will run at your face, and there is a
Yeah.
chance that he's winning those trades, right? And then
Yeah.
your choice to put him in the offlane sucks. So unless you're confident in knowing the matchup and how it's going to go, don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at, as you said, like 2 strength heroes. You want something that has additive armor. Timbersaw feels like it's the exact thing that we're looking for. We'll see if Nigma ends up banning it out. Slardar, also something that I've liked versus the Sven. Also builds additive armor. They actually ban out the Enigma here. So trying to lessen the team fight. Make sure they're the ones that have the bigger circles.
Pretty much. I'm still thinking where Secret wants to put this Pango. I'm kind of
10
leaning
seconds
more
remaining.
towards it being a Rabel hero. Let me check. Has he
Yeah,
been playing
same.
Pango
5 seconds
lately? Yeah,
remaining.
he does. What about
Didn't
Cloud?
we just see one of those?
If Cloud does it as well.
Oh yeah.
I
It's
like
more
this
like I
guy.
look at this Magnus and I'm like, this is an acceptable lane. So I feel like you still have answers for everything that Nigma have thrown so far. So you're able to save your 24 pick for an answer to the Sven. I guess unless Nigma pull out something pretty spicy here, what we're looking for an
10
offlaner. Is there
seconds
anything that can throw the secret lineup for a loop?
A great
5
hero
seconds
would be
remaining.
a Darkseer here. The Sven, whenever he's in the meta, the Darkseer and the Centaur are his best combos because they allow him to, when he jumps in, to get out as well. But they will be protecting the Pango with the Beastmaster. I feel like this is a Darkseer pickup if Noob wants to
Okay.
play it. He isn't like super hot on the Darkseer, but I feel like he can make it work.
Okay.
He
Okay.
doesn't play it at all, though. I
Yeah.
cannot find any of the
10
Darkseer.
seconds remaining.
Okay, it could be a little bit rough. I mean, they
5
also
seconds
have a
remaining.
shaman here, so maybe they do something that kind of capitalizes on that lockdown, or you go for more of a solo laner. Since we saw last time, these mid lane rotations with shaman and Magnus are very powerful.
What you do here? Axe is banned out. You mentioned the Slardar, something that gets into the Drow's face. Like,
I thought Slaughter would be great actually for secret into the Sven,
Yeah,
but I can
yeah.
take that also and say maybe both teams want it. I feel like honestly, Slaughter into the Drow is similar with like Troll into the Slaughter, where you just don't get to get close enough to do the things you want.
I'm not sure. Like, I would have loved the Darkseer if this was VP.
Right, yeah.
I'd be like, this is a Darkseer 100%.
Oh, they're slamming it, yeah.
Yeah, but because he doesn't play it, then it might even be warranted to get rid of it, because Cloud does play it, though. Not an insane pick for Secret. Not bad either.
Team pick.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
the
they
number
banned
one.
out the Timber. Okay. Oh. Sigma again. If it's not Darkseer.
Then it's Doom.
Not gonna be Axe.
Doom, Mars.
10
Those are
seconds
the
remaining.
none of them are like perfect for me, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
5
What's good?
seconds
A Primal
remaining.
Beast. Primal Beast is actually good.
Oh, I can see that.
That's a good
I
one.
can't believe it. I was thinking of this maybe for Secret. I didn't think that Nigma would actually want it. But I suppose you look at these heroes, if you do get on top of them, they don't kite away from the Donald very well. So, I mean, Magnus could get a nice RP into Donald.
10 seconds
I could feel pretty good.
So
5 seconds
can you
remaining.
maybe just pick a monkey here in the mid lane? Monkey's actually quite
Oh.
good. That's quite good because you can always be behind the Drow. And your
Yeah.
Boundless Strike is
I'm
solid
kind of
at stopping the Magnus. You get a Yules in the Dark Willow, skewering her back is not gonna be easy. I actually wouldn't mind it if you want to put the Pango in the offlane.
Could also see, I think Abba off lane, if that's something that you want to do on Cloud, that could be pretty good.
You know what's it? A Brewmaster. Cloud plays the Brewmaster. It purges off the Sven armor.
Choose your hero.
I never would
Whoa!
have guessed that. Is that an offlane Undying then?
I was about to say, I think this is telling me offlane Undying,
Yeah.
and it looks like it is, so he is taking it. I mean, come on, man. There's 4 strength heroes. It's too good to be true if you're an Undying player. It's also a lot of melee, too. It feels like your Tombstone is going to be scaling pretty well for you. But Undying, constantly thought of as this like kind of fragile hero as we get into this mid game. Doesn't really know as much what to do if you're not playing around Tombstone. How does he make himself relevant? for all stages of this game?
Well, Undying, if he gets a good start, this hero can just run at you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You don't have any Tombstone heroes really on Nigma Galaxy. Like they suck, and even if the Sven gets the Echo Saber and the Mask of Madness, you do not want to be using your 500 hits for a Tombstone. You just don't want to do it. So I think I'm loving this for Secret. It only comes down to I'm not sure how the lane goes. I feel like it can go well because even when the other Titan is running at Cloud, Theo can do a good job at preventing him. But you never know. You know, 2 versus 2 lanes are sometimes hard to predict.
Yeah, and so that's pretty important then, since you're saying that like the Undying, it's what he takes away from Nigma that's more important, not necessarily what items he gets for himself. So if they do end up winning this lane somehow, with the Sven and the ET running everybody down, then all of a sudden this Cloud game is just impossible.
Yeah, it becomes hard for him and he becomes an easy kill, right? You cannot allow that to happen. You need to make sure that this Undying is tanky enough so that he can posture aggressively, he can go forward. One thing the Team Secret's lineup are missing is a lot of damage if the Drow isn't present. So you really need to kind of lead your team into fights as this Drow Ranger, and then a lot of things need to go right? Theo needs to have a Yule Scepter, prevent the Magnus from skewering the Drow Ranger back. It kind of has to happen all the time. The Clockwork Puppy always needs to be ready to go and jump in, right? From the side, close to the Drow Ranger, so that she can bring out the damage. So a lot of things need to go well for Team Secret, but there is... This lineup, its ceiling is unreal, right? It can demolish anything.
Absolutely. I think, even focusing so much on the vision, the initiation for both these teams, and Clockwork, what a better hero, right? To kind of participate more in the vision game, owning for your team. So, I don't love that we had this, like, of course, Sturge Drow combo, maybe one of the best safe laners in the game, and you're kind of like switching that away. But it's hard not to acknowledge how good of a game this Undying could have with more farm, with more gold. Is Clockwork the melee hero that you want with a Drow in this lane if you can't have Undying, or
It's a
did they
pretty
maybe
solid
leave a
one.
little bit on the table to make sure they have the game? Oh, okay.
Clockwork
you like it?
is actually annoying versus both the Shadow Shaman and the Dawnbreaker, right? You're stopping the Starbreaker, you're stopping the Shackles. It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So I'm down for the Clockwork. It's great. The problem is Secret has this exact same issue as in the previous game. Their wave clearing is not great, so they are gonna have to posture aggressively. This is again a hard to execute lineup with an amazing ceiling, so I'd say a little bit easier than a troll lineup because there's less things that you can actually mess up. But there's still a lot of things that you can mess up, and there's still a lot of opportunities for Enigma to just split push you, use this Dawnbreaker to play on another side of the map, and then just hunt you down. I think that's going to be their name of the game. So, strong laning stage, Secret, let's go, apply pressure from the very start.
Yeah, I mean, I wanna say that Drow with items is unequivocally going to win this game, but I actually don't know if that's true, right? There's a good amount. I mean, the unfortunate thing about 4 melee heroes is 4 heroes that want to build a Blink Dagger, some form of mobility to get on top of you, and also Sven having that additional armor that he gets with his E. You're not going to be pumping necessarily the same way that we saw this Drow pumping the Troll Warlord last game, since it was all base armor getting stripped away by the ET even before this marksmanship even procced.
Basically, you have 22 armor from the usage of the war card when Sven is level 20, and then you have extra 6, right? So 28 armor in total for everybody, which the piercing shot does not pierce, right? So Sven is generally a really, really good hero versus the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that's not even considering the Superman we could end up seeing here if it gets too good. But this lane, I'm interested, right? As you said, the briefcase could be pretty strong. It's not like Undying is going to have a ton of protection if they do get on top of him. But at the same time, Cloud, you want to go Soul Ring in this lane. That'll be a slight amount of extra armor. And if you continue, right, with the decays, there should never be enough damage from these 2 heroes to kill you.
Now we could see now the CS there. We have gotten acquainted with the facets. Nothing too out of the ordinary. So far, Ghost isn't really getting that many CS, and only 2 CS with now the wave pushing towards Cloud. This is going to be a problem. GH hasn't really been able to secure it, so he's been fighting Theo, and Cloud is completely fine with that.
Yeah. I can't... Oh, what on... Guys, this is not the lane. this is nowhere close. What is it? What is this? What is Omar doing?
He's punching Puppy.
I see. I feel like
I'm not
Secret is
sure.
okay with this, right? I mean, it's Dawn
Yeah.
and a Drown. Drown just gets the click for free. I feel like she's okay.
It's fine.
Oh,
That's close. Sumail is actually crushing this mid lane. I expect a little bit more from the Pango, but yeah, I guess Magnus, he has so much damage. Yeah, he has so much damage. Doing a good job, and he's not really a hero. Magnus doesn't have amazing armor, but he has decent armor, so it's not like the Pango will destroy you with his spells.
Oh, that is a really good silence. You don't often see that at level 3.
You have to.
But
You have to versus the Dawnbreaker. It's not even a question. Versus the Dawnbreaker, sometimes you even get like level 2. That's
Ooh.
how hard it is to play versus this hero. Because if he gets on top of you, you're in trouble. Especially when Omar is pulling Puppy to a tier 3.
Yeah. See, with the sampler and Drow, that's also not common. Usually if you do this, you're going like 2-1-0, right? You just like foregoing the multi-shot, but yeah. It'll look a lot more normal as we get into level, 4 and 5, but gotta get there.
Dire's
Yeah,
courier
we're gonna get see more and more points in the Frost Arrows.
So far, CS looking pretty good all around for the Radiant side lane. But we just got to get this a little bit more on the Sven, right? He's the one that might have a bit of an issue. Of course, versus this Undying. He's already trying to pull for himself. Never the greatest sign. GH, I mean, he's trying to make space, right? He's trying to step forward. He's been kind of trading with Theolacor, but unfortunately, like, Cloud is the one that needs answered.
Overall, though, a pretty slow start to the game, and kind of even right mid lane. It's a male that is crushing it. On the bottom lane, Nigma Galaxy, they're suffering, but Sven's suffering is actually a problem. Pango suffering,
Oh, yeah.
fine, not ideal, but he's still gonna have his Rolling
Yeah.
Thunder. Whereas Sven suffering, we talked about it yesterday. This is a pretty momentum-based hero. In this game in particular, yes, you can move into the late game, but in the early mid game where you should be at your strongest, you're really not gonna be feeling that great.
I mean, Sven is so much about this, Mask of Madness echo timing. That's where so much of your farm is coming from. If you don't get it too early, it can feel like you're just constantly farming, never actually able to enter these fights safely.
And that's gonna feel kind of bad, but I feel like he's not on his own in this game. Both the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker can scale quite nicely, both of their supports as well, so...
It is Max Sven. A lot of cleave damage in these fights if they get to that
this
point.
a
It can be
solo
really
kill?
nice.
No.
It shouldn't be enough mana on Sumail to get it done. And yeah, there it is. Has more than enough heal on Rival. Unless he
push them
steps
back.
forward again, all right? Then he might die if he tries to step up.
Yeah, that's level 3 shockwave, but now you just have to walk towards the boundary room, losing the wave in the process,
Dire's mid
making this Sumail lane even greater.
Dire.
Big briefcase, but he's got plenty of move speed thanks to that spirit. Oh, the Bramble, it does connect. The Olacor, he actually gets the first blood on GH. Really well done from him. He's been playing a very good Willow across this entire qualifier.
Yeah, but overall, GH has stepped it up in that lane. He has really started putting his body in front so that the Sven can farm, and really it has worked out. Because Sven has kind of equalized the CS and even the net worth with the Undying, so no longer is he the struggling one. I feel like, yeah, First Blood giving that away, it's not great, but it is for a purpose of your Sven having a better time.
Yeah. Rotations in the mid lane here.
Nice deny.
Oh, Rival. Really nice deny.
Wants to play around Sumail. Sumail is going to be doing so much damage because of the natural warrior in this game.
Oh, should get the kill here. The Olacor, yeah, gonna get skewered. And there's a DD bottom. I don't think you're gonna be able to stop it. Yeah, Sumail's gonna pick that up. Maybe even just popping it right away just to get that extra regen. So
2 games in a row, I'm just seeing a Dark Willow being skewered and dying. That's the thing. I think if Secret gets to a game 3, that they're going to be banning this Magnus, and VP should also, looking at this series, be thinking if Nigma Galaxy goes through, we don't want to play versus this. So Sumail is having a godly performance on the game.
he's utilizing every part of this Magnus. Get great lane stages, and I feel like that's something. Oh no, not the flag bearer. What?
What happened?
Why did she TP away?
Who's afraid of the clockwork coming close?
Huh. Interesting. Very cautious from her, but now I'm not really anywhere close to the wisdom. Looks like that won't come back to bite them. Just 2 splits, and I mean, both these supports, right? Like, I'm pretty sure much everybody in this game actually really loves their ultimates, so good for them splitting this up.
Yeah, for sure. The Cloud is not laning well in this bottom lane any longer. I feel like this is gonna become a problem for Secret. He's not this dominant Undying that you would have expected.
Really surprised. Have we seen a good Tombstone engagement yet? I feel like we should be looking for a Tomb plus Bramble, try to get some good trades, but yeah, I guess that really hasn't been happening.
He hasn't used it at all. He's just been trying to smack the Sven around a little bit in LCS, and hasn't been able to do it.
Well, speaking of smacking around here, there is an RP available. Sumail trying to get closer to this Drow. Looks like the slow. It could be enough. RP connecting, but here comes the roll, actually, stopping everything from going through right now. Dawnbreaker connecting on the ulti as well. They now have the shackle down. There's simply too much lockdown for her to live in this engagement. Now Rival with the swash away. Even that might not be enough. They're diving into the tier 1 tower. Nigma, he may have gone too far, but the Olakor, he comes in with the helpful TP, and Omar, he might be the sacrifice for going too far into the tower here.
That's fine, you're just forcing out those TPs, so now if these supports move away, the Drow Ranger staying in the lane is going to become very, very difficult. I really like how Noob played that, moving to the side and making sure that he's stunning the Pango, stopping in his tracks for the Rolling Thunder, and then the Drow Ranger is just helpless at that point.
Undying, even though he has been behind in the CS, he's at least forcing Ghost off the wave. They desperately need, right? I mean, Ghost, he's perfectly fine. 9 minutes, already at 3,500 net. He'll have a perfectly good Mask of Madness echo timing. If you're not careful with this Sven, his farm can just completely leap off the map. There's so many camps across the river that'll farm very quickly. Additive Ancients as well. It's all high value.
Poppy doesn't have any vision. If he had some wards here, leaving them here would be great, because then you can punish Ghost or at least push him away from time to time. Without any vision, you are incapable of doing so in Cloud. Man, you don't want to be farming with an Undying. You want to be punching people in the face. Not again.
True. Oh, this is dangerous. Kiritich, you've already died once. Your game is okay with that one. Your game just goes to and a little bit of rough, knowing how you started.
I started off pretty well for him, and now it's pretty bad. We talked about Secret needing to posture aggressively in this game. This is... it doesn't look like they'll be able to. At least they're gonna get GH. That's something.
Yes. I do have Dawnbreaker actually just cleared a camp. TP back to base with the ulti, so ready to get on in. If there was just one more hero around, I think they actually could have turned that one with the Dawn ult, but no reason to risk it.
Nope, you kind of want to wait with the Dawnbreaker and play around Sumail, because that's going to be giving you the most kills, and really you want this Magnus to be strong. He's going to be your main guy that is hunting now when he gets the Fling Dagger before Omar has his, and that's somewhere down the line, not really close to happening. So you usually want to enable him, and just farming on the Dawnbreaker until that happens is great. You can see the thing with Galaxy, they know exactly what they want. Play around the mid lane. We care about this tower. The bottom one doesn't interest us too much.
That was like a level of role swap, to be honest, where instead of Sumail being the one that's kind of like farming and then showing up to engagements, the Dawnbreaker will be taking a lot of that space. And honestly, Noob has been doing well whenever he gets farm. I can't say I disagree with him.
Yeah, I think this is a smart approach. He's building into a blade mail, even more extra armor. You have the phase boots, you have the blade mail, piercing shot. It's not gonna touch you. Ghost is under vision though, but other than the Undying, nobody here to really punish him. Smoke on smoke. Where's the top lane? This is a chance for Secret to turn it around if Drow can survive long enough, and they're bringing in the heroes.
Right, that's the big if. Beautiful silence from her, honestly, to create some space, and now Omar maybe not able to do anything. We're still waiting on 6 from Puppies, who's not able to hookshot into this one. They're going to shackle up the Dark Willow. Need a little bit more. They'll get the kill on Omar first, and now Rival, he's being safe, right? Doesn't want to jump into something he can't get out of.
Awesome from Enigma Galaxy. Last game, they got surprised by this move from Secret, and Secret overtook the game. Remember, it was the exact same movement. They're going towards the top lane, and Secret are mirroring it and then winning a huge fight. This time around, Enigma Galaxy, as soon as they see that a lot of heroes are missing and that the Drow Ranger their initial engagement didn't work out, they bail. Losing one hero there is really not that big of a deal.
Puppy. Maybe baited a little bit by the illusion, but regardless, they're just playing for the rune anyways.
And we're gonna get unlucky. It's gonna be Enigma Galaxy who secures the region.
And a lot of pings. They are still really focusing on the mid lane right now.
They want this tower. If Enigma Galaxy gets the mid lane tower, Secret getting theirs is gonna be next to impossible, right? Next to a Magnus, you don't have your access point, you don't have your place to TP in the heroes. It becomes very dangerous. So I like that Secret are bringing in so many heroes to defend this.
They need to. The stacks, they're just gonna disappear if you're not careful. Left on this Undying as well. Yeah, I mean, really well done, Enigma. It started off with just being about the tower, and now there's a 3-stack on the hard camp you just took away. You're forcing them to all rotate now for this ancient stack. Even though it's not a ton, you don't want to give up any free farm.
So Secret, and they need to come together and push down this mid lane. Right. Them farming, it's not gonna work out. They're slower at farming than the enemy side. They are gonna get picked off at some point. You're just waiting for this Shadow Shaman to get a blink at some point and start murdering everybody. And things are not looking great, right? The timing of your lineup is pretty much now when the Pango finishes the defusal. That's 300 gold away.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to get something going here. And you know, every Pango, once you get the defusal, you feel a little bit invincible, right? People just aren't able to cast as many spells anymore. But this one, there's a lot of mobility, of course, from these heroes. Skewer, Dawn with the hammer. So it's not quite as easy to kind of get people in a position that they can't get out of.
There it is. They're bringing the heroes to the mid lane. Smart from Secret. Exactly what you need to do. And they placed a ward behind the tower. So jump them first. That is the play from Secret. Don't allow the Magnus to initiate the fight and pull you back. Like, if you see a hero jump the first, place a tombstone and the tower will be yours. Maybe Enigma Galaxy even decided it's not worth it. I mean, considering the preparation from Secret, it's not.
Oh! The Olacore, yeah, I mean, a little bit. He is going to get a kill out of this one, but did end up losing the wisdom.
Now they're going to defend the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
No. Oh, that should have been a tower.
Heritage isn't careful. Yeah, no, Cloud is the one who's not careful. He's going to get gone on here. Hookshot coming all the way forward, but the damage is already too much. Cloud goes down. Ghost didn't even need to hit him. The relocation from Enigma has been very good.
But at least he has the Ceaseless Dirge. If the Undying is dead there, then it's a problem because you lose the tower. But fortunately for them, Ceaseless Dirge will allow them to go in again.
Ghosts. Oh no.
How important this tower is. We got 10 heroes. Even the Dawnbreaker is in the vicinity, and she can get in with the ulti. There's no Rolling Thunder. You fight now or never. Oh, he got him.
Yeah, what a beautiful initiation in from Sumail. In with the Dawnbreaker ult immediately.
Secret, you need to run.
He just never stood a chance on Secret to take this fight. Now Noob continuing the onslaught. They're fighting in the Tombstone, but does anybody care? Because I don't think so. That's 4 dead. They get the gold from the Tombstone as well. Enigma, beautiful patience from them.
Disaster. This is why you do not go towards the bottom lane to kill the Elder Titan. You finished that mid lane tower off. You had a great position. You were there. But the second that the Rolling Thunder was used, that is a mistake that Enigma Galaxy utilized perfectly. They killed the Undying twice. They win these fights quite a lot. But now, Secrets, all the things that made their lineup strong are taken away. Like, they're just taken away. I'm not sure what they do. It has to be now them relying on this Pango. The Trayvon as a performance of his life.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing was just bad in my mind, right? Like that Tombstone was not doing anything. It seemed like they tried to go on the Sven. They wanted to keep it going. I mean, the Tomb was borderline useless for the whole fight. A Clockwork and a Drow sat in the same spot where they could both get RP'd. That's never good.
I thought you were gonna be making a joke up, like a Clockwork and the Drow, and then I don't know what the
Clockwork and a Drow walk into a bar and both get absolutely murdered.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually kind of fun, even though it's not, right? So
it's bad. It's not what you want from Secret, and it feels rough because I feel like so much of this game, it was okay. We both liked them being aggressive, even though they were losing 2 wisdoms, taking this mid tower away. as even worse for Sumail to play the game, right? These blink initiators, they want to play around the towers, drag back to your team. And now that's an option still available for Sumail.
Okay, so let's think a little bit about Secret. What should they be doing? Oh boy, I'm having a block here, and I can see everything on the map. Okay, they play some aggressive vision. I like that. Play aggressively, force out TPs from Enigma Galaxy, and then get this tower. Open up your map. Okay, I don't mind their supports being on the aggressive. This is actually quite smart.
Stunned up. Puppy. He could get away from this one. The bug grenade.
Not connecting.
Looks like he's good for now, but Sumail, yeah, he finishes off the kill.
He just doesn't miss. I haven't seen him miss this shockwaves. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Dire's top
He
tower
knows.
is under
He knows.
attack.
He's got the unit target. Somehow he hacked the game. Just always heading in. Now he's very close to his Aghanim Scepter, I believe. So gonna be even better for him to kind of get these aggressive moves on the map. I'm surprised it's not like the harpoon type of build. But of course, Horn Toss, really good whenever you want to make sure that these guys are coming away. No displacement items.
It's obvious that this is the style of Dota that he wants to play with the Magnus. He did the exact same thing in the previous game, so he wants to catch people, and I like it because in this one and in the previous one, the wave control is just much better on Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah. 2 times in a row, right? It feels like their waves have always been in check, and they've never been like too scared to shove, especially with this Magnus, right? He doesn't have to put his body on the line in order to get this taken care of. Almost everybody on Secret has to put their body at least close to the wave in order to get the kills.
Oh, Secret knows that this ward behind the mid lane towers is expiring for them, so they have to get it, right? At least they have a really deep ward seeing the Sven, so that is a nice kill if they can get it. Solar Guardian
Could be. Tombstone as well. Should have the chain stun. Oh no, the fish. They're getting involved in it, and now they stun up long enough for Sumail to get the RP, drag them away from the
Rolling
Tombstone.
Thunder is late.
Again. It's as if the Tombstone isn't even a factor in these fights anymore. Sumail's just dragging them all away from it. Now he's hexed up. They're going to fight under. And this poor rival Pango, he's also going to fall. It's a monster kill streak for Sumail so far. And another 4 heroes go down on Secret.
You can see the desperation on Secret. They know. They know, like, guys, the things that our lineup was supposed to do, it didn't do it. So, what do we do now? We have to run it. I mean, it's our best bet. I wouldn't even be mad if they call GG. Now, I do think that Drow Ranger in the later portions of the game, she can make a difference, but it just seems that the other heroes in this game, they just cannot find their place. That's just how it is. They cannot do what they were designed.
I feel like they didn't have a great idea of where everybody else was on Enigma. Somebody needed to time a face check, actually, this Magnus, make sure there wasn't an RP drag away, because that was the only way they win this fight, right? By taking them away from the Tombstone and making sure that you could just section off Ghost and or allow him to hit.
And now
really
you lost that
right
vision as well. You lost that deep vision that allowed you to jump the Sven. You lost the ward behind the mid lane tower. Like everything that you worked towards, it didn't work out. So I'm still now down for a Secret the same. You can place that deep ward, but use only your supports to try and get a reaction from Enigma Galaxy. I know that if they are patient, if they're smart on Enigma, they might just kill your support and move away, but it's your best bet to try and get reactions, try to force out spells with your supports, and then once they are back, go and fight. Drow did get an Aghanim Scepter, so her damage output is quite high, but absolutely no survivability on the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that's I want all in,
All
right?
in, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what it
all
feels
in.
like.
Kill a target from 100 to 0, you are gonna be stopping the healing from the Dawnbreaker, so that's what they're gunning for, and I'm completely fine with that. You might not have another choice.
Yeah, I mean, good for Curious though. I mean, if he has this, oh no. Yeah, no, Cloud. He is just. I guess the good thing for us is that we did get that pause 5 and 9 that we wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, man, if you do not know this matchup through and through in a 2 versus 2 and you're not 100% certain that your Undying is going to be crushing that one, don't do it. Like, just don't do it. And, well, they did it.
Darn. It's so hard for him. And yeah, I mean, Drow, if she is allowed to scale in this game, right? Like, Aghanim Scepter is such a potent damage item. As you said, like, there's not a lot of survivability. If we recoup one of these kill streaks on Nigma Galaxy, give Drow the goal to get a Hurricane Pike and then maybe a Manta, then all of a sudden, like, this build is pretty solid. But right now, it's fragile. It's scary. She has to be able to hit from very far away. And now it looks like Secret, they could be trying to fight this one. They had the vision of it. Roll through. They're trying to get the hook shot in, but the Cogs? No, the Cogs, they may have done more harm than good. Now Rivals getting out from the RP. As Connection goes, he's still able to pick up the Aegis. They've already lost.
Good, this needs to run.
No Hurricane Pike, no Manta, no hope of living through this one. And Cloud being the only core left to fight it out. He's going to go down as well, just waiting on the high five from Noob. They're going to get almost a full team wipe. And Secret, I know what they're trying to do, but it certainly did not work in their favor.
Yeah, those Cogs from Puppey. I mean, I still don't think it changes much. Ghost would have popped the BKB either way and focused on the Roche, but it's still hella annoying that you're going into the Roche pit with the Pango. You think that this is finally your time to shine, to bounce around and destroy everybody, and then the Cogs just completely block you in. And Poppy actually finding an angle for that hook shot, hella impressive. But
yeah, that
I think
was really nice.
After that fight, I've lost all faith in Secret. It's really very, though who knows, right? Nigma have been struggling.
I feel like actually it was 100% their cause. I think you could have actually chain stun Ghost there in a way that he wasn't actually able to get off the BKB in time. He would have had to commit Noob for it. And then afterwards, maybe a Cox could have like shuffled him away as he lands. Again, this is a really hard fight. I have no idea if they win it, even if those things go well, but certainly looking at it like a little bit of anti-synergy from their heroes right now.
If this wasn't the potentially the last game of Secret in this tournament, that they probably would have figured out that okay, we're gonna win the next one. But that's a good pickup. Finally something good for Secret.
So
get a hero off the map. They are back. The Solar Guardian was used. It's now. Let's go, Secret. Go forward. You're going into an Aegis, but you have to do it.
Okay, gotta get something done. I mean, again, Kiritich looks like he is trying to finish out the Hurricane Pikes. That'll be his first weapon of choice. Undying going in for the Lotus. I almost wonder, should he be going for more of like a heal sustain type of thing for his team? Because it feels like once these Solar Guardians come out into the RP, your team is just never surviving through it.
You still need somebody to stand deep in the fight, right? If you are like, what happens if the Undying is behind the Drow? The Undying is behind the Drow. The Clockwork is behind the Drow. The Dark Willow is behind the Drow. Like, who's in front of the Drow? You're waiting for the Rolling Thunder to come forward, and you cannot go first with that. It just makes it impossible. So he needs to be running in. The Lotus Orb is one of those items that might actually force Nigma Galaxy to use more spells than they would like to.
Ooh. Puppey will end up going down, trying to create some space for his team here. Getting the Essence in his realm. Does he deny to the Ancients? No. Noob still gets the kill.
That was close, not close enough. However, look at the bottom lane. Enigma Galaxy are not done. They're now just hunting, and Samael has found more.
Oh, my lord.
It looks so cool.
This is one farm, Sven.
Dude, this looks so cool. Samael is just giving us a treat. I know that it is looking like a stomp game, and usually you do not like, enjoy them too much, but the Samael Magnus, just every small play, every mechanical thing, it feels like watching a Rise Magnus.
He's doing a great job. I mean, he's not even playing for his game most of the time. He is just like ulti scurrying back, allowing his team to do this damage, even setting up for Noob, honestly, in some of these engagements. So really selfless play from everybody on this team, and you can see that it's working out for them.
I'm looking at Secret, and really, the Dark Willow, she knew her job in this game. Get a Yule, stop the Magnus initiations when your Drow Ranger is pushing aggressively to attack the towers. It's just that you didn't get to that point, but I can see that Secret had a plan here. It's just that obviously they need a bit more practice to make these kinds of lineup work.
There it is, Horn Toss all the way back here into the stun. And there is not enough save in the world. Ghost, he'll get that kill. That was even with the crit stick backpacked. So it'll only get worse after the Aegis.
Yeah, now it's not going to be a crit stick. It's going to be a really big one because the full Daedalus is coming to him.
The crit bar.
Dire's bottom tower.
I guess. Dealing with the zombies and getting away. You know, a lot of those zombie apocalypse movies and series, people never wear armor. You can see Sven, he knows what's up.
That's true. Yeah, he's got some extra protection there. Zombieland 4, whichever one is coming up next. I actually have no idea. There's only been 2 Zombielands, right?
I haven't watched them. I need to get back into the series.
Okay, that's it.
Please, more riot gear or medieval armor. Like, learn from the first step.
Oh no, Cloud. You know, he's allowed to do that. You know, he's pretty far ahead right now. But yeah, didn't get the horn toss on anyone. Now maybe creating a little bit of information for the rest of Secret to TP away. I
feel like it's gem time for Nigma. Like, Elder Titan, he's thinking about Boots of Bearing, and that is great versus the slows and the Tombstone and the shield pressure. But I feel like get a gem, make sure that they don't see you next time.
Oh, nice, creating an outlet there. Ghost after putting in some good work. I mean, that is a Ghost and Sven.
He's alone versus 5 of them, and they cannot go on him. That is how scary they are.
Yeah.
But they can maybe find the backlines.
There's 4 melee heroes. What backlines? I feel like everything is the front line now. Noob, even as the Shard with Starbreaker doing so much, trying to get the force snap away. The Ghost right on top of the Ghost, waking him up from his sleep and his slumber, rudely awakened as Ghost goes forward for the remaining members of Team Secret. It's already a double kill for him. 3 down, and this high ground is looking very vulnerable.
Dire's middle tower.
Play until the end, Secret. Good job, but you know, it's becoming pretty apparent that it's impossible for them to do anything. There's the gem now, also delivered to the Magnus. Maybe not even needed. We'll see if Nigma Galaxy are even leaving the enemy base.
The Hurricane Pike hit and the stun actually was more than enough time for Ghost to close the gap there, as the Hurricane Pike, or the Harpoon as well. This build, it could be good for Drow, but the places that Secret have been taking these engagements just have never been favorable for Kiritich.
Yeah, the Drow Ranger lineups, they work when you are in front, right? You're attacking the enemy tower and then your team is behind you. If you are constantly running forward, trying to find the formation, and there's no way that you're going to be able to hold it the way that you want.
Yeah. And now 27,000 net worth lead, 29 minutes in. It's about as high as it gets when it comes to a net worth lead, almost 1 per minute.
Magnus is hunting still. They have the Dawnbreaker ulti and, well...
Oh, no. Yeah, I think that was also a...
What?
Hook shot that missed, and Kiritich getting the force knife away, but Dawnbreaker just staying in on top of the Drow, keeping her involved. The horn toss to even keep her on the low ground. Goes with another kill. You could kill him right now, and you would still be down 7,000 net worth. Ghost gets a triple kill in this one. They'll walk up the high ground maybe one last time in this qualifier as Sumail, he's looking to bring Ghost back. That's an offlaner. It's an ultra kill for this Ghost right now. Give him the rampage. There it is. He rampages himself into the grand finals of this close qualifier. Nigma looking strong as ever.
They're gonna be coming to that one hyped up. I don't know if production can show it, but I think Sven one-shotted the Undying there. He just jumped on him and the Undying was gone, right? If there is a chance for a replay, I'd love to see that one. But it seems that our faces are more beautiful, Matt. So we're going to be transferring to death.
That was a wonderful game, man. I mean, I know that a lot of people maybe expected a little bit more out of the series with Nigma and Secret both kind of battling together, but at the same time, as we go into this grand final again, Nigma needed to show just how strong they are and how much they deserved to be with VP as they go into the next one. And I think because of how well they played, they didn't really give a lot of extra draft information away to VP as they were looking at this game.
No, they definitely didn't. And the thing is that they probably got hyped up after that series. You need it. You need the confidence. You need the build-up. You're going to have a lot of it, but there's also going to be a 2-hour break so that you're not overconfident because of it. So you're just going to be coming into that first game feeling good. And if I'm VP, man, I'm watching this, I'm thinking, man, they got a rampage. Okay, game 1, we have to go all out. We have to beat them or at least slow down their momentum a little bit, because Enigma Galaxy are going to be coming into that grand finals feeling a lot better than VP despite playing the extra series.
Yeah, honestly, a 2-hour break, it almost nullifies the lower bracket disadvantage, where usually you would only have like a few minutes really to prepare for the next match.
See, one shot.
You can kind of tell you, oh my goodness, yeah.
Was
he
it?
was like, he just bought back into it. So this rampage that he got at the end on Ghost was actually out of killing this Undying twice.
I love the production actually gave it to us in the end. It was a one shot. Yeah, I saw correctly. I thought maybe he came in with half HP. No, he just killed him from 100 to 0 with one hit. That's dangerous.
Yeah, no, not a whole lot of armor on this team in general. The armor battle definitely won out from this Enigma lineup, and unfortunately for Secret, that does mean, of course, that they are eliminated from Esports World Cup contention, so they will unfortunately be saying goodbye. But the happiness for us is that we have an insane series coming up for you guys next. Again, it is going to be Enigma versus VP, a rematch of that upper bracket finals that happens so very often for us. But I mean, that last game, again, like we were talking about it already, 60-minute adventure. We had an IO that unfortunately picked up Aegis at the end. It feels like a few different turns in that one. Enigma are actually the ones waiting in the wing for VP to come through this lower bracket. So I don't know, man. I don't think we're gonna see a 1-for-1 repeat. VP, they gotta be careful or else Enigma will overtake them from the lower bracket run.
They need to be careful for sure. I feel like that series is close, and for me, we already discussed it, that VP is a team that you can find a way to read. They don't play a lot of different tactics, but what they do, they play perfectly, which means that you can prepare properly. And even if your preparation is not 100% in a best of 5, you are gonna be learning about them even more and how they play, their patterns, and that can give you an edge.
And you know, some people will say, you know, as you get into the later parts of a best of 5, I'm like, oh, it's basically a best of 3. Oh, it's basically a best of 1. No, we're basically looking at this point at a best of what, 9 essentially, or I guess best of 8 technically, with all of this that we've seen so far from them. Enigma Galaxy and VP in their last 2 games together, we had 2 games where Enigma ran the Bristleback, and then we had 2 games for VP. They were running both Dark Willow and the Pango. So we're coming into this one not really seeing a lot of meta bans maybe, but we're going to see some stuff that we already saw in these last 2 games getting taken away. Opening up, maybe we see TA get picked up in this one since it's not as much of a priority. Maybe we actually see the IO come back into play. It's hard because there's so much on the table now that you don't want to play against.
One game, there's going to be a TA. One game, there's going to be an IO. I'm calling it now. It might be my fanboy speaking from me, not the analyst part of it, but I think in a best of 5, you can let it through because the idea is break your opponent. Beat the IO, then they won't pick it and you don't have to ban it. Beat the TA, they pick it, you don't have to ban it. It is a viable way to approach a best of 5 series.
No, definitely. Just take out what they want to play. And guys, again, we're going to go to a very long break. It's going to be about 2 hours. So get some food, depending on where you are, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Maybe get a nap in there, but be back here in 2 hours for our grand final best of 5 in the closed qual. It's going to be, again, Enigma versus VP. We'll see you here right after the break.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me no get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me.
So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me. fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports Qualifier, Esports World Cup qualifiers. We've got ourselves the closed quals grand final for the Middle East region. And Harry, we've seen this matchup once before. It was 3 games, long, hard-fought series, but at the end of the day, it could have been either team coming out with the win.
Yeah, but to be honest, if we go back to that series yesterday, I'd say that Nigma Galaxy were winning 2 out of 3 games. The only one that they won was actually a comeback versus Virtus Pro. So, you know, I'm expecting a lot of comebacks, but also I think that Nigma Galaxy, with just a little bit of replay review, they could get to a point where they're closing out those games without much issues. So I'm still leaning towards them as the favorite, even though they lost yesterday.
That's true. I mean, historically, it has been Nigma Galaxy favored. These guys have also met up for a best of 5 before, and it was Nigma taking it 3-0 for a Dream League qual. So I feel like, of course, there's been some changes in rosters and changes in the patch, of course, too, to kind of help things out. And I feel like, again, you've talked about Nigma. They seem to learn a lot more as they go through these games. It feels like they may have some slight advantage, even though they lost the series, having so much information that they can take into this best of 5 now that they'll learn from. Yeah,
and one important thing that you kind of mentioned is in the previous series versus Secret, it just looked so easy for them. They didn't really have to reveal anything new. So if Nigma still has something up their sleeve, like they pulled out that IO yesterday, that could be a hit to Virtus Pro. Whereas Virtus Pro, I don't think they're necessarily the type of gotcha team, right? They're more so, you know what we're gonna pick, and it doesn't matter because we are better than you, right? And I'm not sure if it's gonna work out this time, but I'm hoping we get an interesting series. That is the only thing that I'm kind of hoping for.
Yeah, we should. I mean, last series that we saw from them, it was the heavy focus on Bristleback and Shaman from the Nigma Galaxy side. We did have some, Undying sprinkled around in there, but overall just a lot of different cores they were trying out to see what could get a dub. In this last series that we saw with Secret, though, Nigma, they seem to have latched onto this Magnus that's doing pretty well for them.
Yeah, Magnus looked amazing, and in my mind, that is a ban. He looked way too good on it with Samael. I think he knew exactly what he needed to do. His spell usage was on point, and no matter which team you are, you have to be afraid of a hero repositioning you consistently, right? And when you have a guy that is this consistently doing well with the hero, it's easier to get rid of it.
And we actually have a draft coming to you guys very soon here. It's not secret, don't worry, guys. VP didn't get kicked out. That is going into the game very soon here. Magnus is a shadow. He kind of does everything that your team wants. He's very good for high ground defense as well. Any sort of repositioning is going to help you there. He clearly has figured out the laning stage on Sumail. And you can already see here into the bans VP. Got some standard ones there. The Naga Siren, you guys may not have seen it yet because of how much is getting banned out, but it's one of the premier supports that we're seeing so far. Same with the Undying, and TA, of course, maybe the best safe laner right now in the patch.
Yeah, probably at least the most feared, I would say, right? Offlaners still aren't sure what to do versus it, right? And then if it creates a frustration on one of your offlaners who have, in the past couple of years, gotten babied, and they started thinking they're the carries, and now when the meta is like that they aren't, if they get extra destroyed, like Universe, the I6 level destroyed in the lane, then they can't play Dota. So you might imagine that we see a resurgence of those old school offlaners, right? Because the offlaners aren't super farmed right now.
I would love to see it because we talked about how ranged offlaners, they really aren't a thing right now. And I tell you what, if anything's going to spur ranged offlaners being back in the pool, it will be TA kind of being a premier safe laner that people actually let through. Because then your Vipers, your Leshraks, hell, maybe even try a Razor or something. Get some combos going with that one, but we're not going to see that today. Today, we're going to see a 9-pick puck. You have one ban to protect yourself as you go into a large second phase of the draft here versus VP. What do Nigma need to protect themselves against to make sure this puck has a great game?
Nothing. The Shadow Shaman is banned out. Puck is awesome.
Cool.
That's about it, right? Why didn't we see no Puck, no Storm Spirit in the previous series? Because the Shadow Shaman always made it through, Enigma Galaxy picked it up. But now VP, they're like, yeah, we're gonna pick up that Dark Willow, and we know that your response would be Shadow Shaman. So, what happens if we take it away? Well, then we play a Puck, and you don't really have a response to this hero. You can crush him in the lane,
10 seconds
but
remaining.
overall, Shadow Shaman is like the only
5
support
seconds
currently in the
remaining.
game who really does annoy the Puck.
I wonder, I don't know. I mean, so we have minor answers, right? We have Tiny has been something that people have played versus Puck. We have Sniper, both in the mid lane that people have felt comfortable playing against. Hell, even Ember Spirit at some points has been pretty good in it. But what about we have these like new carry matchups? Carry Underlord has been back in pull, and of course, Puck hates really playing against that Underlord. The root can really mess up your day sometimes. So I wonder if we're just going to see like a lot of softer answers to the Puck rather than, of course, the end-all be-all Shadow Shaman that's banned out.
Well, you know, the Dragonite, the Tiny aren't really all that soft towards him,
That's
but
true,
they
yeah.
are. But you can deal with them, right? And that's it. And right now, this is preparation for those tanky heroes, right?
Yeah.
Which heroes do you pick versus the Puck in the mid lane? The Kunkka, the DK, and they completely demolish him. But which hero do those heroes do pretty bad against? The AA. So they're preparing for that as well. I'm liking the
10
Sniper
seconds
idea that you
remaining.
mentioned. I feel like Virtus Pro in their 18th could be considered that
5
one.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, 'cause it's really hard, right? Enigma, I feel like with these two openers, you can't pick up a Sniper ever in your lineup. So VP are able to hold on to that one. They don't need to get that response right away now. I think the tough part is that you have to pick a lot of heroes now that you don't really see their matchup with, so that you can still protect this mid lane pick. And they go with the Tusk first, of course. Now in with the Dragon Knight, you said that's not exactly a soft answer. Stuns are very good. Is this flexing anywhere, or you already see the Puck just toss into the mid lane?
I feel like it's a flex between the 1 and the 2, but I'm mostly on the side of Lorenov playing it, right? V2 can pick it up, but considering that this is a AA in the Puck, I feel like a Mage Slayer Dragonite is almost a necessity, and buying a Mage Slayer as a carry DK would be weird.
That's true. I mean, we saw it sometimes, of course, Pure, probably the best Dragon Knight carry player, right? Like in the entire game. He would mess around with a few different builds, Mage Slayer being one of them. But that was last patch, right? This patch, we haven't seen as much of this hero getting flexed around to all 3 core roles. So, yeah, I'd agree. Maybe Mage Slayer wouldn't be necessarily the greatest one. In the safe lane, at least.
You now have to be thinking about a couple of things. If you're Enigma Galaxy, right? You're versus Virtus Pro. They have really good heroes to go with a Darkseer. Your AA doesn't necessarily lane well versus the Darkseer. How do you prepare for that potential hero? Do you wait with your last pick for the carry, or do you pick something like a Lifestealer right now? This is good. Okay, so we're probably gonna be seeing a position 4.
This was a defining moment, right? For like the entirety of the last draft, they constantly wanted to run this Bristleback, but VP, it always felt like they had an answer for it. And right now, if I know what happened yesterday, are we gonna see another Drow?
Oh, this is a good Drow game. Yes.
Oh, all right.
It's similar. She
Now-
has a bow and arrow. She's a girl. It's the same.
She do we cook though? Okay, Windrunner, Diffusal Blade, Focus Fire down. This is a very old counter to the Dusa. We haven't really seen it that much lately because Windranger has been such a good position for hero. Do you want this to even be considered as a carry, or is there no place in this hero to carry in the meta?
Please don't play a carry Windranger.
Okay,
That's my answer. Right, especially
Okay.
because there's a DK and there's a Medusa, so there's 2 people that you have to kill, right? So something that is a constant output of damage and not just, oh, I'm gonna focus fire this guy and then I am left with nothing.
Okay. I mean, I like it as a pause for as well. I think my only issue here is now it feels like we almost have to have a melee carry for the Enigma Galaxy side, but that's hard, right? Like you're into a Medusa, she kind of likes those sort of matchups. Tusk as well, sharding and kind of blocking you away. You almost need mobility as well as being melee and some nuke damage. There's just a lot that this last pick needs, and this is one of the times where I feel like even as the second pick lineup, this last pick does not win you the game outright.
No, it doesn't, but I feel like there are heroes that can work well. There's Lifestealer, there is Ursa, right? Those are all heroes that can do quite solid versus everything that VP has. So I'm down for Enigma Galaxy going for some of that.
Okay. So for VP, then, like, you know, that's the archetype of hero that's coming. You're looking for an offlaner likely that lanes like, should we say a melee Punisher coming out from this
Dire
offlane?
team pick.
Maybe Darkseer. Yep, we talked about it. I'm surprised they didn't ban it out, right?
Right?
I'm super surprised. This
That's
is just
another
a straight up
defining
lifestealer. Come on, VTune. This looks like a lifestealer to me. Like I don't see another response. Sven versus the
10
Medusa isn't
seconds
good.
No.
5 seconds.
No, I mean,
remaining.
Lifestealer, it's not the easiest hero to play into Tusk. Obviously, like, Snowball is going to be able to kite out a lot of this rage duration plus the punch. They go for the Morphling instead.
Again versus the Dark Willow though, right? Yesterday we forgot about that potential, right? Because there was the Drow Ranger versus the Morphling, and we're like, yeah, Morphling is just gonna suck. But the thing is, even versus the Darkseer, if you have the range of the Dark Willow later on, if you get that Aghanim Scepter, and Ghost has been shown to be fine going for that route. So I would say it's not half bad, but definitely risky versus what Virtus Pro has.
I mean, I think the biggest plus for it is that we've seen Ghost play this before, and it feels like even in games where he had no business winning, they dominated on the Morphling. And a quick fun fact, the game 2 that Enigma Galaxy did win, let's get that checklist out. It was a Morphling, a Puck, an AA, and a Bristleback. All right, so we've traded away Shaman for the Windrunner, and on the other side for Virtus Pro, it was Dark Willow, Tusk, Dragon Knight, but no Darkseer, and it was the Drow coming in there with the Pango. So slightly different on the VP side, but this is a very similar game that we've already seen. Enigma, they've already won this, really.
Yeah, I want to try and remember like what the problem was for VP in that one, and I feel like they had solid control of the game for the majority of it.
They did.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like they're getting into this game with an advantage, not gonna lie, right? How did they lose? They lost because the Morphling caught him off guard with the Dark Willow and with an Aghanim Scepter, but they ignored the Morphling for the majority of the game. They were like, yeah, the Drow is gonna kill him, who cares? And then they got outplayed by, what was it, four Ghost Scepters, and of course him having the Aghanim Scepter. I don't think there's room for something like that in this one. I think the timings of VP in this game are a little bit more straightforward. Butterfly and the Medusa, go, 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 and the game, right? So, in my mind, VP got the better end of the stick.
I don't love the cliche, but it did feel like in that game that VP lost that one more than Enigma won that one, just because of how much they were ahead in it. But at the same time, like, that's been kind of the tale of these two guys playing against each other. The team that is leading, I think, more often has lost than won.
That's gonna change in this series, right? Because the two teams have evolved, Matt, and now the one that is leading is not gonna be letting go of that lead.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta hope not. Could be.
It's fine.
Looks like in this one, yeah, it was max about 7,000 net worth lead at 40 minutes, which isn't a ton. But then it was that Roshan fight, right? Where it was just like a Morphling turning up with the Aghanim Scepter, and there was a lot of damage.
The battle
Rain
begins.
really hates GH. He was just running towards him, trying to apply as much damage as possible. But overall, we get to see 3 runes?
Two in an
for
obs.
2 for 2. Yeah.
So,
They did the word that obs. It was kind of obvious with the way that the Morphling was positioning himself. When you could activate Watchers, then you wouldn't have to rely on your vision. But now, when you can't activate them any longer before the creeps start, then you have to have a ward if you are to break a smoke. And breaking it with a Morphling usually just signals, yo, there's something wrong here.
Yeah. I love this build from the Medusa, actually. In my own games, as a bad player, I've also been going for the Calling Blade instead of the triple Iron Branch. I feel like the Calling Blade stays in your inventory a lot longer. And people kind of, they haven't been using the Calling Blade to farm more efficiently as of late. They've just been taking the stats and running with it. So I like the more finesse going around those camps on the map.
Of course. I mean, I'm an old school Dota player. I mean, the Calling Blade is very much nerfed nowadays, so people don't buy it as often. But you know, back in my day, it was a necessity for every single one of the heroes.
Absolutely. So good. Sometimes you had people buying too.
Yeah, when they misclick and double click.
I'll say this is a lane that Medusa also really does like. I mean, you have ways to trade with this runner that isn't necessarily just with right clicks. You also love any lane that you get a bunch of stick charges because it feels like you with mana, even versus a bristleback, will always take longer and better fights.
Yeah, pretty much, right? The Medusa has relatively high armor, has good agility gain, so every 2 levels you gain 1 armor, and you buy into a decent amount of stats, so you don't care much about the bristleback. There are times when you do get ran down, but generally this double lane with both the Wind Ranger and the bristleback is not good versus the Medusa. She should do just fine.
Oh yeah. And GH, getting vacuumed back. This could be first blood here. One more hit, and Antara is once again getting the first blood. I feel like I said that a lot yesterday as well. And
the guy is just good. This offlane, double offlane of EP is something that's super scary, right? The Hawk and Antares, they're so good at playing these lanes. I'd imagine VP maybe practices the 2 versus 2 lanes because they're amazing at it.
Oh, go! No shot! This guy's is he the same one that got the kill on Morphing yesterday as well?
Yesterday he killed them both. He killed both the AA and the Morphling after the Hawk died. This time around though, the Hawk didn't have to die for him to be able to do it.
They've made some slight improvements in the trading department there, and he is an absolute monster on the Dark Willow. Already a pretty sizable lead for them, despite it being just 3 minutes in. And they need that because I think the core matchups on Nigma are actually pretty good here. I don't think this bristleback has been effectively dealt with as we saw yesterday. I think this Medusa has a very good time getting her items, but you know, versus the Morphling and versus the Puck, I think it's possible to out-tempo her.
Definitely. It definitely is possible, but overall, if Medusa has a good start and gets her timings, these heroes don't do anything to her. Right? That is what Nigma has to think about, and I think it's very important that they are making sure that the Medusa isn't having a lot of CS. I mean, Bristleback is making sure of that.
Yeah, and I guess it is like you don't really have a diffusal builder. It's something that theoretically can get built on Morphling, but it's not in the repertoire, right? Like you really want the Manta, you really want the Vlads. Diffusal would come so much later, and I don't even know if it's worth it at that point.
Only if you want a disperser, which isn't bad in this game, but
it is. Yeah, it's
overall, it's you shouldn't be thinking towards that diffusal. You need to find different ways to kill this Medusa, or kill all of her friends and leave her for last. True.
That's real.
You have an AA. Yeah.
Medusa is a hero that doesn't actually scale up as much with the damage anymore because you have to be so cognizant of your mana pool. So like you want to go for these like, you know, Manta butterflies if you can, but even then a lot of the time you might end up needing a BKB to make sure you're not losing all that mana from other diffusal blades or stuff like that. Sometimes you end up needing to go like a mobility item like Hurricane Pike. You just don't do as much damage right away unless you are going right in for like a crit.
No, your strength comes from tankiness, your ability to stand your ground and mow down towers because you are so tanky that the enemies are dissuaded to go for you. And in this game, that's gonna be an issue if the Medusa has a really good time, which for now doesn't seem to be the case. He's having an okay time, but definitely not a very good one.
Yeah. Is this a whole new day for Noob? Because I feel like last time again, like we saw really rough bristleback games. Just the straight up matchup already felt pretty bad for him. Now, though, I mean, his lane is going well. He's not getting sacked. I wonder if Nigma actually try to like change the way they drafted this, or maybe they just looked at the straight up laning stages to see what they can improve.
I think they looked at it. Oh, misses on the power shot. Omar there. Maybe he could have gotten the kill. I think after yesterday's games, they really looked at it, and Noob and Omar have been having a little bit of trouble in the laning stage, in particular in let's say in the last year or so, but overall looking solid.
Oh,
that's
Omar. Rain getting a nice kill here. Got the sampler going on the tusk. Really well done from him.
Radiant's top tower.
Yep,
is
beautifully
under
done.
attack.
His shards have really been on point in a way that
Yeah.
the Windrun is used. He uses the max range shards, keeps him in place long enough for the Windrun to expire, and then he can do his work. Smack him in the face.
They're bringing a lot of people over here for the 6-minute rune. Lorinov in a bit of danger, and Tars is going to be the one forced to pick up the regen rune. And with the coil down to Sumail, he should get the kill on Lorinov. Now turning to Antares as well, but with the Shadow Realm, Gold is back away here. Sumail, they help him out, get the kill, and he's got to be happy about that.
You got the main target. This is what you want. The puck is 500 gold ahead of the DK. Okay, this is actually game losing, and this is weird, right? Because Lorinov, he's a hell of a DK player.
He played some very good lanes yesterday. We were actually to the point where we thought maybe Sumail wasn't exactly king of the mid lane anymore with how good he was playing. Now in a matchup that absolutely should not be puck favored. Yeah, he is doing so well.
Doing amazing, right? And this is the thing. This DK, his main purpose in this game is keep down the puck, and he hasn't been able to do so. So a very farmed puck, a very high level puck paired with an AA is a Dragon Knight's worst nightmare. He's just gonna die over and over again to that.
Radiant are
It's
scanning.
going to come down to even a BKB timing at that point, making sure you can at least run away when the coil gets thrown down. But one of the beautiful things about Puck, right, if you continue to scale with the level, scale with your items, you will be a solo carry in the game. Puck, coil, get it to pierce, spell immunity, have a lot of right-click damage. You're the machine. You win.
And they have pretty crappy catch for a puck in this game, right? So
And a puck
this
that was
kind of
first
stuff.
picked, by the way. It's really up
Yeah.
to the DK at the moment. And Noob, he's shooting out the snot rockets, but they bring in Sumail. Actually, another coil down. Noob ends up falling, but how much can they get in return for it? And Tars is going to get assassinated by the Windrunner. And Puck really, I mean, helped out there. Didn't get as much as he wanted. He's going to try to come back into the mid lane. Be ready for this next rune.
You know, we were talking about the side of VP being, it's gonna be very hard for them to kill the puck, but also without the AA blast, Enigma Galaxy are gonna have a hard time killing anybody. Not gonna lie, and even with an AA blast, this Medusa pretty much doesn't die.
Oh, wow.
That's
Lorinov
another name.
completely forgetting about the rune. Yeah, just once the kill gets it. And Dahak, he actually managed to run top and get the invis rune, so Sumail doesn't even get any charges from this.
And speaking of the Hawk, look at his net worth. Man, he's having a grand time, and it seems that the pipe is gonna be the first item. With the pipe, and especially a very early pipe, AA blast puck, 0 damage. They're not gonna
That's
be doing
true.
anything, so
Even better
I'm
for the
not sure
Medusa,
how
right?
How did they allow him to have this good of a time on the Hawk? This is way too much net worth.
Yeah, I mean, already the headdress just going right in for the pipe. It'll come out very early. And as you said, it feels like that could be the winning formula if you're seeing such a good time on Noob here. Oh, no, dude. Ryan actually sniping the Mad Stone from that last creep. That's crazy.
That's pretty annoying. But overall, I'm already scared for Enigma Galaxy, right? There are some things that went good for them, but especially there in the mid lane, but everything else looking really, really bad. And imagine what would have happened if Lorinov had a bit of a better time in the mid lane. Right now, this game would be completely out of control.
It would, and that's something that VP does well, right? The laning stage, so good for them.
Radiant's top tower is
And it
under
looks like with the
attack.
Vanguard already complete on Bristleback, this is nice. But there's still a decent amount of magic, or at least just spell damage coming out from them so far. So not invincible quite yet. They're going to try to go on the DK here. A lot of damage from the Windrunner. GH trying to strip away the strength. But Sumail, now he's the one that's in danger. Sun
They
jump,
got him!
double stun with the Dragon Tail. They get the kill. He's just gone. They're really taking advantage of the support rotations here from VP.
And that is that puck that had a pretty good time in the mid lane. I mean, he's still okay in terms of net worth, but this is what happens when you try to kill the DK before you have an Ice Blast. At some point, if there is a response, he will be tanky enough to survive through your damage. And now this is the result. You lost your puck. You're probably going to be losing your mid lane tower. Even if you don't, the timings, they were just slightly off there from Enigma.
A little bit. Just a little bit. And it's only going to get worse, right? The more and more you throw your bodies at this DK trying to get your levels, the more and more you feed and the more you fall behind. They're going to have a little bit of a rough time.
Unfortunate for Enigma Galaxy. They seem to have forgotten just how good VP can be.
One more. He's going to turn around with the win run, but it'll be the last thing he does, I believe. A nice assassination try, but Ryan now maybe in a bit of danger. No, beautiful shards actually keep him separated for now. Noom not able to run up the high ground and actually scared. That is his triangle, by the way, that he's unable to contest right now.
Does it look like his triangle? I wouldn't agree, man. This triangle right now belongs to VP. They will, them taking the mid lane tower, their ability to invade this triangle is actually quite high. And you can see that the Medusa is constantly aggressively pushing out that bottom lane. Farming those stacks is not going to be easy.
Yeah. And Darkseid was able to take his own with just tossing ion shells on the ancient creep. So like the staunch difference between these two teams and how they're going to recoup this farm. It's going to have to be Bristle right now, but he kind of wants to stay here and prevent Medusa from getting everything for free. Once again, we get the coil. Looks like they have the IAA blast. Yeah, it's going to connect. It just doesn't feel like they're missing a little bit of damage. And now the fear from Antares, it lets the DK get away. They won't even get the kill. Oh, no.
Man, these Dark Willows today, they're doing really well. That was some awesome positioning from Antares, and I mean, his Dark Willow, especially in this qualifier, has been a hard thing to deal with. You just need to be in a good position. Your most aggressive hero right behind him, and you can almost always save him. The Terrorize has such a huge AoE that getting it on multiple heroes usually is not going to be a problem.
He's going to be one of those heroes that as we traverse this best of 5, meta be damned, this is a hero you just don't want to play against, and Antares has shown maybe is better even than some of the meta heroes we're seeing right now. So I think this could be something that Nigma consider later, but for now, you got to find a way to deal with it. Sumail, he's going to be the one to pop the smoke here. Seeing Lornoff, but if Lornoff gets this stun, he's going to get it.
They got him.
Trying to juke him out with the phase shift, but Sumail, he doesn't even get to go to the orb. Another kill on him, and I believe that's 3 deaths now for the puck. That's a little rough.
Definitely. From a guy that was ahead of the DK, now is 700 goal behind, and they immediately go towards Noob. This is the second time today that we see him completely forget that they can just beeline towards him.
Oh no, yeah, and this is going to be right on top of the stacks. VP, they're not going for the win. They're going for an absolute smackdown. They have 4,000 net. This Ice Blast, once again, it connects. But where is the damage? The assassination, is it going to be enough?
It's close. It's not gonna be enough.
Really close.
Under
Oh, and it's not. It hit after the Ice Blast was down. No, Ryan, he's still safe. And with the tranks, he's gonna be right back to full in no time.
Oh, the reason he lived there was the infused raindrop, right? Because the
Radiant structure
power shot did such a small amount of damage that it didn't take him over the threshold, but it was so close. And now GH is being punished by Lornoff, who's revealing his Blink Dagger in the mid lane.
That is punishing.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
That's going to be another kill for them here. Lornoff is eating good. It feels like, as you said, like the puck had a really nice start to the mid lane, but it is just completely evaporated. He had some supports help him out. He did some really nice blink initiations, killing this AA, and now it's so free for him.
He doesn't even have the Witchblade. Once he does finish that one off, you have to continue going for these plays. You have to continue thinking that with an AA blast, there isn't a hero apart from Medusa on the map that you cannot kill. If the DK becomes this hero that you cannot bring down with a coil and an AA blast in a solid positioning, your lineup falls apart. You have nothing to play with.
Should it be a Mage Slayer coming here for the Dragon Knight then to help out with that fact? Where's the
he
pipe
might
enough?
be going for a BKB.
Yeah?
He might go for a BKB considering that the game is going really well for him. You can see that he's not
Yeah.
queuing up anything. I'm thinking he just buys an Ogre X now.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, with the pipe from Dahak, it feels like you have more than enough protection for yourself right now. The damage just doesn't feel impactful
Dire's
at all
top tower
from
is
Nigma.
under attack.
He's queuing it up. He's queuing the Mage there.
Okay.
So
I mean,
he
then the
probably
damage
feels
is going to be
like-
non-existent.
Yep. You won't touch him. There's the smoke from Nigma, and this is something that they used versus Secret, and Secret responded to it quite well, and then Enigma adjusted in the next game. But you're going towards a Medusa that is pretty much full on mana and has a great healing Lotus. Oh man, VP are already ready. Don't go for it. If they go for this, it's gonna be a disaster.
You got to sweep this tower, and when you sweep this tower, you should find other supports around and know that you cannot take this fight.
Okay, they gave up. They're going towards the mid lane. They're waiting for somebody there, and we'll shove out the wave. That is the smartest choice. If you see it's taking too long, that the enemies seem prepared, shoving out the waves is always your best bet that will prepare you for the next move.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's... Yeah, that may have done 100 damage to the tower.
I like your may have because it probably didn't.
I know, right? The guy is actually like at such a disadvantage. Look at that, 50 damage per hit. I don't even know if he got that many off. And now it looks like they do have the bristle again deep in enemy territory. They've got a coil on the Darkseer, but the pipe, it's keeping him alive for now. If he's able to surge away from this one, yeah, the barrier, it'll keep him alive. They've lost nothing. Enigma, they're so deep on enemy lines to try to make this happen.
A glimmer and the pipe. You are not dying to magic damage. It's gonna be a mage slayer. At the moment, Enigma Galaxy have nothing apart from magic damage. This Morphling is gonna have to get involved. He is very close to the Manta, so that is the cue where Ghost couldn't get close, and then with the help of the Nasal Goo, you might actually have damage to kill some of these tanky VP heroes, because magic damage is just not gonna cut it anymore at this point.
For sure, it's gotta be physical damage. You can see his net worth is fine, but the issue is that the rest of your team, it is not fine. Sumail's been having a really rough time out of this mid lane. Bristle as well, at least in some way. Sumail. Oh no, he gets stunned up again. Zoranov is absolutely on point with these Dragon Tails. They'll get the kill, and Tara is picking it up. He is dominating on the Dark Willow.
I think Sumail though made a mistake there, right? He had an illusion rune, and he had the waning rift after he used the phase shift. He used the phase shift, and I think he panicked the second he came out, got stunned up. If you go waning rift immediately after the phase shift, you're fine. But it happens. It seems that the Enigma Galaxy, the momentum they carried from the previous series is just not holding up in this one.
Man, maybe we needed much less of a break. Maybe we wanted that momentum to just slide right in, all right? No break whatsoever.
Not gonna
But
lie,
now,
the
I mean-
2 hours made me sleepy, so I can maybe the same happen to Enigma Galaxy.
It could have. As VP though, they're well rested. They definitely learned as much as they needed to, seeing more and more about how Enigma have been playing in this lower bracket. With the 6,000 net worth lead, it seems like things aren't slowing down. They have a Tormentor coming up soon. They have a Roshan that's available now, but they see no interest really to try to take those. They just want to kill more.
See if Enigma Galaxy can kill something, because things really haven't been working out. When you have 2 kills within AA 18 minutes in, it shows something's wrong. This time around, they're not ready to defend the Medusa, and there is a very nice deep ward.
Radiant are
See, V-Tune, he's still
but
not an easy target,
there are-
man.
There's a lot of TP still available, even if you do manage to get this B-Tune. He knows that somebody is around. Silence up. Nobody started to TP in yet. That is some mad confidence to be like, there's a puck behind my tier 1 at 18 minutes, and we just don't care.
5 heroes, man. 5 heroes of Enigma Galaxy, and V-Tune just stands there. Oh, look at that Tusk coming from the side. They're sandwiching Enigma. They want him, and the tower is healthy enough to be able to
They
fight.
want more. They just give him some mana boots, so he's back to a pretty hefty HP. He's still got a greater healing lotus, the wand available. And
Backlines.
Roshan already dead. They're going to try to continue this one. AA down. No more Ice Blast for this one. Ghost, he gets caught in the wall and locked on in. Look at the damage. He just disappears. That water evaporates. And they get themselves 2 easy kills. It did take the buyback, though, of Tusk.
Yeah, not really necessary. Maybe if the Roche was on the bottom side of the map, then sure, you walk into the pit with a tag team, but this way it doesn't really make a lot of sense that he buys back. Either way, they understood. The idea was defend that tower, bring as many heroes, and make sure that Enigma Galaxy, they do not get their objective. Managed to do it.
That AA blast only on the Tusk. Doesn't feel like it was much worth it in the end. And I have no idea how Ghost, it feels like he just completely disappeared. I don't know how there was so much damage there.
Well, if you look at VP, right, they are actually quite strong. Bedlam, Ion
That's
Shells,
true.
a lot of these heroes want to get super super close, so it's not easy to morph through that when you have 4 or 5 heroes attacking.
Oh my god. And he uses the Ice Blast, but I don't think it really mattered. Unless Sumail maybe gets a kill out of this one, but look at that, the pipes. It feels like the Hawk himself is keeping everybody alive on VP.
Yeah, him and Antares. Antares does have a glimmer.
Oh, what's going on here? I mean, he's gonna get a lot of goose sacks
baiting.
out, but yeah, the kill immediately. They trade right away from that. Sure, that's his dieback, but you're trading support for core.
He's happy to get that dieback out of the way right now so that he is not dead later on his life is really needed when it's maybe Roche fights or something along those lines. I guess he's gonna get a shard for his troubles, even though Antares would be a better one.
Yeah, that's true. I did look back at the kill breakdown for the Morphling bot side. Do you know which hero did the most damage to Morphling by a long shot in that engagement?
Dark Willow?
It was Dark Willow. Long shot. It was 400 damage from the ulti, another 300 from just the raw Shadow Realm attack. And Antares is an actual, like, he's a monster in these games.
Yeah, at some point people are gonna start banning out this Dark Willow, right? I understand, like, oh, it's the only position 4, that's why they're picking it. No, it just seems pretty good right now.
He's good. It feels like you can build everywhere, right? He's going for a vessel right now. This is not a standard Dark Willow item, but with the Glimmer, with the Greaves, and then this pipe that the Dark Willow or the Darkseer has, it seems like he's never gonna die.
Yeah, he's gonna be fairly tanky on his side, and you don't really want to be using the AA blast on him. Plus, every fight that is starting, it's starting off on somebody else. He's waiting with the Terrorize. Only when the Terrorize is used does he make a decision to go forward. So, very, very hard hero to bring down, most definitely.
That's the benefit of the lineup, right? I mean, you have a Darkseer, DK, and a Tusk all standing in front of you. Hell, even a Dusa at most points. Antares can really wait the entire fight to see exactly the opportunity you want to jump in on.
I don't know, man. Every time that you speak, I feel like it's started a joke. The walking into the bar stuff. Again.
It does feel like a joke right now because they keep walking in and nothing good ever happens, man. Nigma, they've got to find a way to get their cores involved in this one, but it seems like so far it's been beating their head against a wall, trying to make these same moves happen with no success. Oh, no.
Oh, he did even less damage this time around.
I think it's like the 3rd time he's focus fired the mid lane tower. I think each time it's less and less damage. That is a distracted fire.
Yeah, I am beating my previous record. This time around, only getting 1 arrow in with a focus fire.
It's so hard. I feel bad for Omar. I generally don't know what else he does with the 0 right now because it's not like his team is willing to fight on the map at the moment with this much of a deficit.
Yeah, usually when you're a Wind Ranger with a kill shot, you want to be killing people, right? That's the goal. Unfortunately, not in this one. And Medusa did make a bit of a different approach than what we usually see with the Butterfly. He went for a Skadi because in this game, it is a lot of magical damage as well on Nigma. So you want to prevent that. You want full-on stats.
Right, so far, it feels like your team hasn't had a problem killing people yet. Your damage. I think he's allowed to do this. Now, it's weird because you don't do much damage to Roche. They're going to be in here for probably a full minute trying to kill this, whether or not it's worth it.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, considering that 25 to 30 minutes is your timing to just mow down tier 2s, I'd say this makes it so that you aren't afraid of anything right now. At this point, the Medusa, even on her own, while her team is just making a move somewhere else, can hit the tower, and it is a question if Enigma Galaxy will have the guts to even attempt to push him back or kill him.
Lorn off with the gem as well. The map is about to disappear. If you're Enigma Galaxy, you'll have no wards. And honestly, if they play around this Dusa with Aegis, I don't know if you're going to have any towers left. It'll just be the first Aegis, and I think they can take all tier 2s if they really put their mind to it.
Oh, no, you can't stop her at all. And one big difference in this game and the other VP Enigma games that we've seen yesterday is that Enigma doesn't have good vision in this one. VP, they came prepared. They listened to our stream and they're like, yeah, they beat us in vision, so now we're gonna be buying the gem earlier and just making sure that doesn't happen.
Yep. Game 2, we'll see a Zeus, you know, even more. Take away the vision. Oh my goodness!
What now? What now,
I
hater?
think he got 5 hits!
What now, hater? Yeah, that's what I thought.
What now, hater? Finally got himself a tower for this one and combo it with a fortification. They will protect it for now, but Lornov, he doesn't even care. I don't think that Lornov even wanted a tower. He's like convincing his team to just move forward so he can get deeper into the enemy base to kill this AA.
Oh, they're hunting Omar. They really hate him. Their eyes off the
They
mark.
do, but is there? No, okay, yeah. With the Bedlam, way more than enough damage. Antares, once again, helping to get that kill. And Nigma, they're trying to push these waves out, but none of them have a real easy way to push these lanes. Maybe AA, but he's not even getting out of the base. Lorenov is finding him. Now they're finding Noob. He's trying to spin across the goo. He's got himself the Glimmer to help out as well, but he's so slow. This is the Bristleback that is this slow. I feel like
Everybody's slow. Yeah, they're slowing him down with a shard from the Hawk. Sumail, he comes over.
He does. He coils in time to watch his friend die and then has to run away. He's got a Lincoln Sphere, and honestly, Sumail's net worth is no longer in a poor spot, right? I feel like they've actually stabilized this game in some way, but still, they don't have the items necessary to actually do damage to these cores on VP.
Yeah, the momentum is just not theirs. And this is what I was talking about. Vtune is in front of the enemy base. They know that he has no friends, and you can't do anything about it.
This is a bit of a disaster right now. I mean, he's got damage to mana. It is 4. So with that Greater Healing Lotus, you're looking at about 1,600 essentially effective HP.
Dire's middle tower
A
is under
full
attack.
21 is another large amount. And I just also, what is it with VP? I swear, VP is like attacking the server from Glemini to not be able to connect.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna cast it for you. The tier 2, that one already fell, right? And now they're pushing the tier 3, right? Because
Okay.
somebody here has to have good connection, it seems.
We have one inside man, and unfortunately, it's our other analyst here. Glem and I are just, I don't know, man. We're being targeted by Gavin, unable to watch the game.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it when you don't want to call your provider and tell them, like, fix my internet right now. And what's happening is Noob is pushing aggressively at the tier 3 while they're like attacking him a bit, and they've given up VP, so they're just gonna reset. We're gonna see it now.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I got kicked completely from the game, by the way. I'm not able to reconnect.
Really?
I was scared. Yeah, I was very scared.
Noob's out of the game.
Yeah, right? Like, I got absolutely land blasted. Don't worry, guys. I think that we're about to see 5 other people that are about to get kicked out of this game.
I wonder who you're talking about. Poor Noob, man.
Taking it to Noob. Look at this.
Goodbye,
Bristleback.
mana.
Such a hard time. This is still Aegis. Another 50 seconds are left on it right now. And Lorenov, he feels like he's the real tower damage, not quite the Medusa just yet. So tower gone. They're going to move on to the racks. And I love this defusal build coming out from Vtune.
He ate the Great Healing Lotus now, so he has the mana to work with. His Aegis is going to be expiring in 30 seconds. And the thing is, it's very hard to cancel the Aegis regen on the Medusa. No backlines?
Oh, and they find the Windrunner. He's immediately taken out of the pool. Now Rain, he's actually taking it to the Morphling. He gets away for a second, but goes with BKB. Ends up getting 1 kill. He's trying to waveform away, but the Scotty makes it so it's almost impossible
Nice
for him
stab.
to stand up to the Medusa. Now she's going to get her Aegis reclaimed in about 5 seconds. It feels like for Enigma Galaxy, this fight just happened maybe 15 seconds too early.
But the thing is that they used that 9-second BKB on the Morphling as well and didn't really get much out of it. 2 buybacks were used, Rain, and it seems that this guy really doesn't want to be dead. Right? He died 3 times, but his death timer is going to be very, very low in this game.
Do you still? Yeah, I like the smoke instead. No reason to try to do this without an Aegis. And Lawrence stun
Buyback.
on Windrunner again. Now, see this is. Ugh.
Look at Noob coming out. He's like, I have to push out the waves. We cannot play without one hero. The thing is, there is no creeps there. You cannot stop them. They're coming to the bottom lane, mid lane. So the push is most definitely gonna be a thing for them. Yeah, he trapped him. He's gonna be in jail for 7 seconds.
He really is an ice. That's insane.
Radiant's top tower is under
It's a classic one overnight, right? Bristleback is the guy who's gonna fight in bars for sure. And, well, it probably isn't foreign to him to stay in a cell.
Oh, Noob just gone. And I tell you what, Enigma had hope coming into this series after taking it to Secret, bullying them down. And I wonder if Puppy is watching this with a smile on his face, because they're getting the same treatment now coming from VP as this mid-rax is falling. Only 1 remains, and I guess happily for them, there's still a 2-2 in the way of it top.
Even worse, right? VP are just directly running at Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, they went with their little maneuvers around the map, summoning the waves and pick-offing people, but in the previous series. But in this one, VP are just we hit our timing, and now you die. That's the end of it.
Yep. Literally is that simple. I feel like their timing wasn't even that complex. It really was a bunch of one-item timings from everybody. Whether that was Blink Dagger, Glimmer, or even hell, the pipe that came out. It should have come up with a 2-minute timing, but it was so fast that it hit with everybody else's one-item timing.
Has been killed.
And Ghost is actually quite farmed. He bought himself a diffusal as well to deal with the Medusa and is, approaching that butterfly with solid speed. I'm not sure he's going to be getting it before they knock on the door. Not again.
I mean, he's got the disarm, but actually so much of this damage is still coming from the Ion Shell. The Glimmer really isn't protecting him for now. On another side of the map, Omar fell. That it actually happened so fast that we weren't even able to see it. They also killed Noob, of course, and Lorinov. He's an absolute monster in this one. Only 5 kills to Nigma's name. Do you think they get to 6?
Yes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Did you hear the confidence with which I said it?
Lorinov, man, still with part of a shield rune left. He's going to go down here, 29-5. And without GH, it's certainly even harder to kill these guys. They have the coil down, but the wall almost stops anybody from moving forward anyways. The tower will fall, and I'm honestly surprised VP, they're so disciplined in this one. They could have maybe tried to stretch going for tier 4s, but they're so disciplined going for the megas.
Oh, Lorinov, that might have been too deep.
Oh no! That is a snowball in the BKB, but thankfully for Lorinov, I don't know if it's
Nice
going
gale
to matter.
force.
It is. Trying to keep everybody back, but now V2 with the ulti. He's going to get the kill on Windrunner. Now looking over to the Verso back. Ice Blast is actually going to connect with a shard actually under the DK.
V2 is low on mana.
Taking to V2. V2 going to get snowball save for just a second here. There's no Aegis on him. He could go down. Ghost gets a double kill. 6 kills. They made it 7. Even
DK
more
wants
than
to
what
go.
I expected.
They want a Morphling.
Big Stun pushing him away, and that will be it. Revenge is given. And even though the Medusa is down, Lorinov is more than enough to secure megas for VP.
Yeah, man, that Morphling needed to get like 30, 40, 50 hits into the Medusa for her to finally die, and it really took a lot from him in the entirety of his team. Even though the Puck survived and danced around doing the most damage out of them all in that fight, it's not enough. Nigma Galaxy, they're aware. They can't do anything in this game. If there's no Mega Creeps, with Mega Creeps, it's just time to tap out and play another game.
Go next. Sometimes it's that simple. Just gotta go next. I feel for them because again, this was this is a draft they played before. I don't even think that last time it was that bad, right? 7,000 net worth at 40 minutes. That was the highest it ever got. This was way beyond that, and I feel like for Enigma, this is the lineup that you wanted. You have to go back to the drawing board, and I don't even know where you start.
Well, first of all, you don't try to repeat the one draft from yesterday that VP were stomping you with, right? Because sure, you won that game, but there's no way they didn't see the exact same thing that we did, is that VP at the end of there screwed up, and then Enigma Galaxy got the opportunity to win, but VP were winning that game from start to finish. So you just, oh guys, this draft really didn't work out for us yesterday and we were constantly losing. Let's try to repeat it. Yeah, there's no way that VP are going to be making the same small mistake that made them lose that game.
Yeah, even though they did end up losing it, I much rather would have seen this IO Marcy jacket ran back. Unfortunately, they didn't have a chance, right? IO first banned out, I believe, in this one. So it's a little bit harder for them to try to take. Oh no, actually this was, it was a second phase IO ban. Oh, they could have done it. Do you think that IO is first pick worthy?
I don't think so, man. Especially
Right.
in a meta. Plus there's the Dark Willow was the first pick, right? And we saw that it's just not easy to play that IO into Dark Willow. They were struggling versus it, so probably are gonna have to be thinking about banning out the Dark Willow.
I think you have to be thinking about banning it out anyways. These guys are clearly
Yep.
a step above when it comes to playing with the Dark Willow. But there's a lot that they got to figure out, all right? There's not one single answer that will help them out in this next game. They got to change a lot of things very quickly. And while they do that, we're going to take a break and let them figure it all out. And when we're back, we'll have game 2 for you guys of this best of 5. So stick around.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup here. It's the quals for the Middle East region, and game one, an absolute stomp and a half for BP. If they weren't confident coming into this one, after that game, they have to almost feel like the series is already in their hands.
Well, you know, it's only game. It is the best of 5. Enigma Galaxy, they probably had different things up their sleeve. They probably thought, okay, guys, this kinda worked yesterday. Let's give it another try, right? So I'm hoping that they have different strategies ready if this fails, if this kind of goes as expected, and it did. So I'm thinking that Enigma Galaxy might just be testing the waters. Or at least I'm hoping that's the case, because we do not want a 3-0 stomp. We want to see a close series.
Of course. I mean, hey, last time it was a 3-0, but the last time it was also on the Nigma side that they were taking it. And for this one, I'd say, again, every team that I see this happen to, where you're a good team, you're definitely able to compete with these guys. You established that yesterday. So whenever you have a game like this, you have to drastically change the draft. Do not try to play the same thing and just tweak it a little bit. So, because for whatever reason, BP has your number. Unless, do you think that there's some word where, like, they just weren't on point? Maybe they played poorly and they can run this draft back if they just do things a little bit better?
Okay, so I am of the thought that most of the drafts can be right.
Okay, yeah.
Usually in competitive Dota, when you lost, a lot of the times it's not only about the draft. The drafts, you know, sets you up for success, but it still needs to be played properly.
Yeah.
So, and there's various ways of playing similar or same drafts.
Dire team back.
But I think that thinking that you are gonna be changing your gameplay and game style
team back.
so dramatically
Radiant
that
team
you
back.
can play the same thing over and over again and expect a different result in a same series is foolish.
That's true.
It's
That's
you
true.
are gonna be changing things dramatically a lot more if you change up the heroes. So sure, practice it, try it out. You
10
have faith in
seconds
that
remaining.
lineup. All power to you. Practice it and come back better and
5
stronger. But
seconds
at
remaining.
this moment now, don't do it,
Radiant
man, and
team
just
back.
play something different.
Look, if you're so confident
Ban
with picking
a Dark
Sumail's
Willow.
hero early, well, what, yeah, I love the banning the Dark
Back.
Willow. I would say just pick up the Magnus. If you're so keen on trying to pick something early for him, he just played 2 fantastic Magnus games. I would
10
feel much
seconds
more
remaining.
comfortable going to that rather than trying out the puck again on first pick.
Yeah, and the Magnus,
seconds
obviously, because it is a repositioning hero, it gives you so many more options to approach the game. So inside of the game, one thing isn't working. Okay, I'm gonna go for another. Oh, team fight isn't working. I'm gonna go for pickoffs.
Dire
Oh,
team pick.
the
Radiant
pickoffs
team
aren't
pick.
working. I'm just gonna go for split push. The
Dire
hero
team
just brings in
back.
so much. And we get to see an Undying VP. Man, that was an instant response, and I like it, right? Because Undying generally doesn't like illusion-based heroes.
Yeah, no, and we had talked about this a little bit. Obviously, like the heavy physical damage is always going to be good versus TB or versus Undying. Plus, you have all the illusions to help out with the Tombstone. It's very hard. You know, Undying wants to be in your
5
face.
seconds remaining.
Terrorblade is opening up his arms. He wants you to be in his face so that he can smack you around with the Metamorphosis. So I think outside of the laning stage, of course, this is a very hard matchup for Undying.
Dire team back.
For sure, for sure. And even in the laning stage, it's gonna be problematic, right? Because Terrorblade generally has low HP. You use a couple of decays on him, he uses a couple of wand charges, and he's back up to full. So he's not really all that scared of you. Waits a couple of seconds, waits for the decay to
10
expire, and then
seconds
just
remaining.
metamorphoses and destroys you. Undying is a strength hero, and he doesn't necessarily have a
5
lot of armor in the
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Yeah, that's true. Armor has been a high focal point as well
Radiant team back.
for the course of today. Now, Magnus actually gets banned out from Nigma. That's because VP actually ended up playing that yesterday, and we know how well they can play it as well. Some of the heroes we actually saw that we haven't gotten to experience today. Death Prophet, another one. Something that was kind of defining in terms of the mid lane and even pause 5 at
10
some points in
seconds
yesterday's
remaining.
series. Instead, it's just constantly banned out. I wonder if that hero is about to start seeing the
5
TA treatment
seconds
where it just does
remaining.
not get picked up anymore because of how often it's banned.
Probably a little bit right now, because people have tried different approaches to it. You know,
Radiant
mainly the
team
burst
pick.
approach, which is generally what you do versus the Death Prophet for... I mean, I've been playing this game from 2005, and that was always the play, right? Especially when the Spirit Siphon was added.
Yeah.
We saw a couple of those burst heroes, and it didn't work out. I think the main thing is that the burst always came from the mid laner rather than, let's say, a position 4, right? So once the meta changes a bit, the DP might not be that big of a problem, but right now she is.
All right, we have a double pick. Io is in the
10
pool.
seconds remaining.
Marcy is in the pool. Did we do it?
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't mind it though. Versus Terrorblade, they already lost once with it, so maybe Io plus Gyro could be
Okay.
be a better one. But you already have an Undying, right? Imagine a support
Yeah.
duo of an Undying and an Io.
Dire team pick.
Plenty of heals, but AA probably comes out, right? You probably get AA'd on the next pick if you do all that.
And even if you don't, you might just get some mobile hero on the other side of Shadow Shaman
Yeah.
is banned out, so something like a Storm Puck could come out, and you're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
10 seconds
A
remaining.
lot of big boys here. Undying, Kunkka, Enigma. They
5
probably want to get
seconds
something that
remaining.
can help set you up in the back line. Hero that we haven't seen
Radiant team pick.
as often in terms of, oh wait, they already got it. They have the Muerta. There we go. I want to see more of this here. I think it's always pretty good, and very good matchup, of course, into the Terrorblade with how much magic damage you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. I think though this now opens up a Storm Spirit.
10 seconds
Would you be
remaining.
willing to play a Puck Kunkka Muerta Undying? Actually, you would. Okay,
5
so maybe
seconds
Storm
remaining.
isn't that straightforward of a pick for VP, unless
I
you
would say,
can. Remember when we mentioned the Skywrath Mage? Pick a Storm and the Skywrath Mage. I know it's not gonna happen, man, but it would be so cool. It actually would be
Yeah, I
an
know.
amazing
Yeah.
duo here, and Enigma Galaxy wouldn't have a response to it.
Radiant
Yeah,
team
I
pick.
feel like we're going to be hankering for the Skywrath for a while. There's the Puck, which I think is extraordinarily difficult to play into the Muerta. I don't think this is an easy matchup whatsoever. VP, they're kind of looking to style on Nigma with these last few picks here. But for your own team lineup, right, like this makes sense. It's obviously good with the Tusk, Terrorblade as well,
10 seconds
keeping everybody in one area for your Terrorblade to sit and hit.
Dire team pick.
Plus, Kunkka smashes you in the lane if Sumail is going to be the one playing it, though I think mostly Ghost has been the one picking the Kunkka up for Enigma Galaxy, and considering they picked the Terrorblade, maybe the idea is for it to be a Radiance Kunkka. But still, there's a Dragonite if Sumail wants to go that route. Any one of those tanky melee mid laners is good versus the Puck. That's just how it goes. Emperor
5
here is
seconds
actually
remaining.
not half bad.
Sure, I guess it depends. I want them to pick up, I want to say, some sort of flex option that keeps the Muerta. Like, could it be a 1? Could it be a 4, right? So in my head, I feel like they
Off
could
laner?
pick up a mid laner. Yeah, right? A mid or an off laner.
Yeah.
And then this
Yeah.
Kunkka also can kind of flex around, right? It doesn't have to be mid or carry Kunkka just yet.
You mentioned the Underlords, not the worst here. Though I'd rather go reliable stun.
That's true. I agree with that.
Honest.
Dire team ban.
That's not a stun, nor is it reliable.
Oh no. I mean, okay, so for Ghost, the hero is good, right? Like, he's even last game when their team was down, it seemed like his hero was always finding farm. He was trying to take fights as best he could. I mean, hell, he was like 30,000 net worth down and still was able to kill a Medusa. That's actually pretty impressive when you think about it. So it does solidify this is going to be Muerta on the 4 roll. And Morphling, I think the only flex that we have here could be Undying 3, could be Kunkka mid, but it also could be just Undying 5 and Kunkka Kunkka mid or offlane. So a little bit of flex for Enigma, but not as much as usual.
10
So
seconds
Bristle is
remaining.
not banned out, but I don't know if Enigma necessarily
5 dire team ban.
He does play a decent amount of Undying on Noob as well, though. Is there really a position 5 here that trumps the Undying? I'm not.
It would be
so
stuns,
sure.
right? Anything with stuns would be a little bit better, but I like this Undying Morphling lane. I kind of want to keep that going. Honestly, since so many of your stuns usually come from offlane heroes, I'd like to
5
see an
seconds
offlaner picked
remaining.
up, knowing that you need to make sure this pop doesn't pop off.
Yeah, just please ban or pick an Enigma. Come on, please. Just
Yeah.
E in front of your name. Ban that hero, because you have a Morphling, and Doc is gonna get it, and he will
Yeah.
make you miserable. So please.
Let's see. Is Night Stalker a hero? I feel like I haven't seen that one in a while. But you're playing versus a Natures and a Puck. It seems like it would be okay.
I'd be fine with that, though I don't see Noob playing much of it. You know what comes to mind is like, for him, Underlord Sand King, right? That is
Okay.
Noob heroes that he might wanna play here, but Sand King out of the meta a bit. Is Axe in the pool? Axe is in the pool.
Dire team
Yeah, it is. And we've seen a few axes. Beastmaster, the one that's actually picked up, though. A little bit interesting, honestly, into the Tusk, since there is a save on the board.
I think they wanted the BKB piercing disable if an Enigma comes out.
Mm.
I think that's the approach. So 2 options, Drow or Enigma.
You may
Yeah.
now
What do we do here? Yeah, Enigma is holding. Do we throw Kunkka into the carry role versus this Enigma? Do we put Morphling mid and Beastmaster in the off lane? There is some flex around. I don't know how much they want to go, though.
I think you put the Morphling in the lane versus the Enigma, and he's gonna suffer. So maybe you put him in the mid lane, though flow is not what it used to be. This actually would have been an amazing flow game, but it's just not what it used to be. Now it's only damage amp, right? Yeah, spell amp for 4 agility. That's okay, but
10 seconds remaining.
not nearly as great as spamming spells constantly.
Maybe Nigma are letting the
5
Lord
seconds
decide. They're just gonna let it random out at the end.
That's-
Oh no, there we go. Okay, they do put Ghost on the Morphling. I'll give them this, even if it's not necessarily for the lane matchup. Ghost is clearly the best Morphling player in this lobby, so might as well give it to him.
Better than V-Tune?
He's played in some very difficult Morphling games. I think that's kind
That
of where the
is
impression comes from me.
That is true, but I think it's actually close. But you know what, man? We got the Hawk Enigma. We got V-Tune
Yep.
Terrorblade. We got Lauren off Puck. I mean, Enigma are literally putting a finger in the eye of the bear and like, let's see what you're gonna do, bro. And man, this is the VP setting themselves up for success. They're just letting them have everything they want. I mean, it was so obvious that VP wanted the Enigma, and Enigma Galaxy, they were fine to give it to them. I really can't wait to see why that was the case, but from just looking at the drafts, I cannot find a good reason for the life of me.
Yeah, if you don't have good cancel for the black hole, I feel like you constantly have to be thinking about, am I playing Alchemist or Bristle or Gyrocopter, right? To make sure that even if the Enigma game is good, we can really set them back and enable your own net worth as it happens, so that even a black hole won't ruin your day. In this one, unfortunately, they do have the BKB piercing disable on the Beastmaster, but
Prepare for
you know, he is the only one, so surely it's just kind of like we black hole that guy because he's going to be showing forward, right? It's a Beastmaster. He shouldn't be the one that's allowed to sit in the trees the whole time.
And the Hawk isn't your classic, I'm gonna wait to use the black hole. He sees a hero, he jumps in, he black holes, right? He tends to be greedy sometimes in terms of overtaking the enemy jungle, especially if he crushes the lane, which here, dude, Enigma Tusk versus a Morphling and an Undying. Man, this Undying is not gonna do too much. The second that the Enigma hits level 3 is the second where Enigma starts crying in that top lane. They have to really find a way to deal with this, and I mean they knew it was coming. I'm just gonna assume they knew it was coming, so I'm gonna assume they have a plan.
To battle.
Yeah, when it comes to like the range offlaners, they may not be too popular, but Enigma is one of the only ones that seems like it's ever worked, and the classic pairing with it is Tusk, right? Tag team just bullying down with all of these Eidolons. They spiral out of control. They get a good amount of health, and as you said, like, what is the Undying really gonna do here? I don't think it's gonna be much. You want physical damage to take away those Eidolons.
Battle begins.
Tiny is like S tier as a position 4 with Enigma, and then Tusk is right beneath him. Tusk and the Marcy are in the next tier of the best ones. He denied,
So
but they picked it up. No, they didn't.
Yeah, no, they got 2 runes, denied 1, and got themselves an observer ward. So once again, VP walk out of this rune engagement with an advantage.
BP is prepared today, and they're ready to rumble, man. This just looks like they are focused through and through.
And Lornoff, gonna be a little bit of a hard lane, honestly. At least for the early parts of it. Tidebringer's obviously very good versus Puck.
Yeah, it's very hard to dodge a Tidebringer. The Kunkka needs to make a mistake. He can pump fake it 30 times, basically.
Yeah.
This top lane interests me. I want to see how much the Undying can save the Morphling in this matchup.
I feel like, I don't know, there has to be some way, right? As you said, they had to have seen the Enigma coming, so like surely they have some option. Whether that's like just mad stacks and letting him like soak XP off of the Beastmaster or something, I don't know. There's got to be something though that they felt was appropriate to leave this here on the pool.
Well, see, I mean, they picked up a Beastmaster, so they knew that it was gonna come, right? That was their response to a late game Enigma, but this early game in Enigma is what scares me.
You see that Ghost, another CS that he missed because he had to morph all the way into strength from all these Eidolons chasing him down. These attacks are free. They're always going to reset. They're always going to multiply. There's just no way that you can stop this. Now with the stun.
Oh,
no!
shards.
A rare mistake from Antares. Doesn't really know what it's like to play a hero.
They're
other than
fighting
Dark Soul,
Ghost.
I guess, but they're still going right in at Ghost, and you can see here using plenty of resources to get these Eidolon CSs. Really good start. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on the kill.
Yeah, that was amazing from VP. From VP the way they set it up, but sometimes you miss the spells, right? So it
happens. Shards are hard. Shards are hard
Morphling is
sometimes.
getting a lot. Exactly. The Morphling is getting a lot from this lane. Yeah, I know he got a couple of Eidolons right now, but really Ghost is not being pressured in anyway.
Yeah. If Ghost is able to come out of this with a lane win, it'll be a lot more than what we expected. I was going to be surprised if he actually came out without just like having to leave for the jungle at 7 minutes because of the Eidolon swarming him.
Boy, this puck is struggling, man. Sumail is having a grand time. He's doubling him in terms of CS. Even though I think Lorenov, he had the opportunity in a couple of times to get a CS, but you tend to mess up from time to time, and the Kunkka, it's very hard to mess up with him. He has way too much damage.
Got him. Hit him with the Tidebrainer. Oh, got him. Man.
Oh my god.
He's actually just letting him get clicked. Damn.
Bottom lane is like super even. There isn't much happening here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's to be
V-Tune
expected.
does deal with boars kind of okay, right? The TB illusion is able to kind of run them down, so you're not able to get pressured as much, but you should still be able to farm with it.
Both of them should be fine. You maybe try to kill the Terribly, but because he has such low HP, the heals from the Nature's Prophet coming in are always going to be so valuable.
Yep. just holds right in it. Knows there's no right clicks. I mean, this is gonna be kind of like both offlaners, right? Have these summons tempo setting the game, both with big ticket ultis to help disable the enemy team. But I feel like on one side, Terrorblade, right, even if his lane does end up going poorly, he's going to be going into the jungle pretty well. Ghost not quite as well right away, and now GH in a bit of danger, does drop down the tomb, but look at that, it's instantly gone. Now the shards connect from
Terrorblade is
Antares.
dropping low.
They'll get the first blood, Ryan picking it up, and yeah, it just doesn't matter.
Well, they still left the Terrorblade alone, so, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world for Enigma. Sure, they did give away the first blood, but bringing down the Terrorblade is actually quite valuable.
Absolutely. I mean, Ghost didn't go down on this side, so is that actually a worthy trade actually from Nigma?
It's okay, right? The first blood still
okay.
trumps it, I guess, but
That's true. That's true.
It's very close and very interesting. Vichin didn't get a point in the metamorphosis. Just recognizes I'm gonna farm, right? I'm not gonna pressure anything, and I think I haven't seen this in a very, very long time.
Yeah. I mean, it's theoretically one of the best basic abilities in the game, right? So surprising to not see people go it.
It's basically an ultimate, right?
Yeah,
Terrorblades ultimate
it really is.
Is a basic spell.
Boom. Not available for another 9 seconds, so they have the tag team, they got the Eidolons, and Ghost, he's coming over to help. He will give himself a little bit more HP, but yeah, they just get ran down still by the Eidolons. I mean, these Eidolons are damn near a hero on this lane.
They do a lot of damage, and finally they started pressuring the Morphling. I was impressed by Ghost early on, but now the strength of the Enigma versus him is coming into play, and it's not gonna change much, especially as you approach level 6. The Black Hole is a time where the Hawk can solo kill you. Just a moment of you not being careful.
Ooh.
The Hawk.
DH, I don't know if you're the one that found the Morphin. I think the Enigma might have found you. Yeah, they'll get the kill here. The Hawk does go down on the other side. This is still Omar, though, getting involved. They're going to try to turn back on Muerta.
Loop zone is still
Stopping the calling
standing.
in. Yeah, you don't want to fight in that one. Ghost, he's going to take a good amount of damage on high Agi. But it looks like that'll be all. Yeah, he's not able to dive under this tower.
Killing the Enigma is a huge deal, right? These lanes have gone really, really well for Enigma Galaxy. Much better than expected. Mid lane, I guess, expected. But Sumail really demolished Lorinov, and then bottom lane, because that kill on the Terrorblade, now the Beastmaster is ahead. So them going even with the Morphling versus the Enigma, this is as good as it gets for
Really nice.
for Enigma Galaxy. I'd say that they're prepared for the early mid game more than enough.
Radiant
It feels like
challenge.
the exact opposite of what we expect. You know, he's a very good Enigma player on the Hawk. Plus, he has the favored lane. And for some reason, a VP also as a team is typically very good at laning. So for everything that you'd understand, you know, it should have been lane matchup wins for VP. But if Enigma are able to turn this around, do you think they can tempo this out? Or would they still rather just sit on the map, get their farm, and then kind of take good mid-game fights?
Well, considering that you have a Kunkka and the Helm of the Dominator is done, I
That's
mean, you should
true.
fight. You're definitely stronger.
Yeah.
If you start off the fight with the boat, even if an Enigma comes a good coil, the enemies aren't gonna have damage to finish you off. So right now, it's Enigma's timing definitely to go forward. You can't do anything about it. VP's lineup, it kind of relied on them having a better laning stage, which they didn't get.
They really wanted to find this this Terrorblade. It looks like they might just be finding the Hawk, but that's got to be worth it too. Now Lorinov is coming over here. Got to start strength more, but the damage is well too much. They are going to get the boat. X on Antares. He goes down in return.
They have a black hole.
Radiant's bottom
They do. Sumail, he feels tanky. He's got the extra boat buff. The Hawk doesn't want to drop it yet. Knows it's definitely not a kill unless you get him much, much lower.
If the task survived, so you know that 3 heroes are going to be attacking with a tag team, maybe you can expect to be able to kill him, but this Kunkka at the moment is a little bit too tanky. The second that he uses a ghost ship is the second that you can kill him.
Well, it was a nice rotation out there from the Puck, of course, getting the kill on the enemy carry. And on the other side, Terrorblade, they tried to go on him, couldn't find him. And he's also living through it all, so still pretty good for VP, even though they ended up losing one.
Solid. I mean, they didn't use the black hole, but the big victory for Enigma is that they defended their top tier 1. It's still standing quite strong as well while they took the bottom tier 1. So, you know, these heroes that have similar playstyles, the Beastmaster and the Enigma, right now Beastmaster is enabled, whereas Enigma not even close. So Enigma Galaxy with big victories in the early game.
Mm-hmm. Only 9 minutes in so far. Still some time for things to turn around, but definitely not too badly since top 3 net worth cores all over for Enigma Galaxy. Have they been stacking for the Beastmaster? I think not. I think they've actually just been playing the lane straight up. And here's the roar, connecting on the Nature's Prophets. I tell you what, these Thorns have been great for plenty of these summons heroes in the neutral item.
Yeah, the Reaper's Lash is just such an insane item. When I hear that sound, I know somebody's dead.
Oh yeah,
Puck now.
it's ton of damage. And Puck also gone. The calling, very good versus this Puck hero. I feel like my understanding of this game is kind of warped, since again, this top lane is not tempoing as much as I thought. Thankfully, the one thing we did know, you know, Kunkka versus Puck, it's a hard matchup for Lorinov. He's got to try to come back in the game from this one.
I think Enigma are out of the trenches right now. That the early game went so well for them that the weaknesses of their lineup never got really exposed, and now you don't really have a weakness. You're stronger, you're fat, the enemies are not gonna be killing you that easy, and right now VP, they have to find a way to push this Beastmaster out of the bottom lane, which just isn't easy.
Yeah. In fact, he wants to stay and take it. Maybe even push a tier 2. We did see yesterday, actually, the power of the Beastmaster sometimes is just running it right on down.
He's
Getting
coming
towers
to
or
the
team
mid
fights
lane.
on the other side. Ooh.
Very
I mean,
smart.
what's going to stop him?
Nothing. You don't have it. The one thing that could be stopping them is pressure towards the top lane, but considering the
Radiant's
Enigma
middle tower
and
is under
generally
attack.
VP are not that strong, you can just protect it with 2 heroes.
So they're going to try to tank for the cart. Another wave coming in too. So unless you're putting in a lot of bodies for this one, VP, I don't think you're fighting. That is a very funny blood grenade. I think it's just to aggro the creeps away though.
Radiant's middle tower
Still not
has
close.
fallen.
They take it down. Noob. Start playing with his little mud golem. And instant smoke towards the top lane. This is bad for the Hawk if he dies, and it is so fast. They have him on vision. This should be a clean kill.
Doesn't even
Antares
have
needs to
jumps, try to
save
run away
somehow.
even faster. He's going for a Vanguard, but he's going to get found down to Hawk.
Oh, there's a
enough with the
snowball.
Save with a snowball. Even takes them through the calling, but Ghost, he turns into his own Enigma, getting the Maledics, getting the Eidolons. But he's not dead yet.
Oh!
Omar, he needs
That
one
shot.
more snipe. He is.
Oh, black hole!
Wait. No. Okay. GH. Getting the kill before his Muerta died. That would have been impressive as hell if he was able to turn around a kill out of that.
Enigma are playing this so fast and so clean. Man, it's so... It looks so easy now when the laning stage went so good for them. This is huge.
It is wildly different.
When you demolish a laning stage that you were supposed to lose, or at least go even, right? It was supposed to be even bottom, one mid for Enigma Galaxy and one top for VP. But instead, it's bottom lane 1, mid lane 1, and top lane even. Or all for Enigma, right? So you get to a position where Kunkka can go in whichever side lane he wants, and there's gonna be kills happening. And right now, VP, if you look at them, they don't have the damage. That's the main thing. Everybody on Enigma Galaxy is tanky.
Yeah, again, it shouldn't have been like this. A lot of the reason it's happening like this is because they're ending up scaling with so many items. There's not many levels on the VP side where they have some good heroes that scale with it, right? I mean, both Lornov and the Enigma, a lot of their damage is going to come from those levels later on in the game. So without that, Enigma feel very safe.
Pretty much. You can see how Sumail is playing. He's just coming forward. He's going to be dropping the Doomstone there just to make sure that the stack is theirs. That's how it's going to be. VP are going to have to find a way to get VTune involved. But what we have seen yesterday is that he really likes to get to the point where he knows that his timing is there. But in this game, I'm thinking he's going to get forced to play earlier because his team does no damage at the moment.
Yeah. Which is hard because that's, you know, VTune winning those games on Terrorblade. It was kind of like, okay, we've hit 4 items. Now he's a winner. You can't get, I don't know, is there going to be, at this pace, right? We're already at a 4,000 net worth lead. They're being very aggressive for the Wisdom Runes as well. Looks like there could be a fight bottom to contest this one.
They scan the Morphling. They know that Ghost is there, so they want to go forward. The Omar, however, is right behind to protect.
Yeah, and here's VTune. They do drop out the calling to make sure that there's some protection. Now the Ethereal Muerta. Shield creates some space for now.
Backline whore.
Cars, no, you do not collect Wisdom when you're in the snowball. So Omar's going to get that Wisdom Rune. They're going to lose the Enigma as well. And VP just gave away 2 Wisdom Runes and 2 kills.
This is actually a cool attempt from VP to run towards the Terrorblade, right? So since VTune is probably not going to want to come to us, he wants to farm, let's run towards him and make something happen. But I thought it was going to be a push onto the tower, not going that deep onto the Wisdom Shrine. And generally, it's not half bad, but your main lockdown, mainly the puck, wasn't there. So you're never going to get on top of the Morphling and kill him from 100 to 0, unfortunately.
Yeah. And, I feel like that's going to be a common theme in this one. Like, I don't know how you are able to get to the Morphling of this one unless he takes a very dangerous waveform in at this point in the game.
It has to be the puck surprising him, right? Let's say he doesn't finish the Manta just yet, you get the silence and he dies. That's the play. The thing is that Morphlings, usually they get, you know, 1 or 2 mistakes in a game. It happens, and those deaths can be forgiven. You still win the game, but you need to kill multiple times here to make a big difference.
Surely Sumail dies here, right? The black hole connecting as well. And Taras, he's going to help the Hawk get this one.
Looks like the Thunderhide will try to get a kill return. No, okay, they're just going to back away from this one. Really nice job from VP, although I have to admit, maybe a bit deep from Sumail there.
Yeah, going too deep there. If you use the boat, sure, you're probably surviving for your team to come over and save you. But because you just get stunned up and brought down from 100 to 0 before using any of your spells, it's impossible for your team to respond. Still, VP are not getting out of the map. It has to be VTune with his Terrorblade to control these waves. But for that to happen, at least one tier 1 has to fall. And I think that is the biggest downside of this VP lineup. The top lane going so badly that the top tier 1 is still healthy. Around half HP, a little bit less.
Because it was supposed to be Eidolons. The Eidolons were supposed to be strong enough. I mean, there was drums coming as well. It should have been enough to take those towers.
And none of them fell.
Radiant are scanning.
Now, 5,000 net worth lead. Nigma, they are feeling very comfortable in their shoes right now. And there's not even a ton of like panic, I think, from them to keep this game in their grip. We have a Radiance coming from the Kunkka, and without it, he still should be able to X-boat Torrents on the Hawk here. They're sitting in the calling, so there's no save from Antares as well. It comes out late for Sumail. No, he pops a Blade Mail, making it so that there is no escape. It's 2 heroes gone, and once again, Nigma perfectly prepared to get this gank in the off lane.
Yeah, calling super annoying for a Tusk to save anybody. Even when you get a Blink Dagger, it's still the same. You blink in, there's a good chance that you're just gonna get instantly silenced. You can't do much about that. Anyways, at least they're not losing any objectives right now. You're dying deep on enemy territory, so VP, if they're dying, generally they will be wanting to die this deep on the map because they can't really because they're still standing.
Ooh, are they going right in for the Roshan pit, eh? They already got the kill on Nature's, and I guess with that, they're just going to take it right on in. And look at this VP. If there's any way that you know they want to go late game with this one, it's 3 Dormant Curios on your heroes to start off with tier 1s.
Yeah, you want to be buffing up those items later on. That's the approach. That's what you need.
Who knows the next time they're going to find themselves some neutral camps, because the map is still disappearing for you, and it will be even further gone with this Aegis on the Beastmaster.
He's going to be knocking on your doors right now, so they're going to be looking towards tier 2s. You take the tier 2s away, and suddenly this Terrorblade, even if he gets tier 1s down, he's not going to be able to control the map properly. Again, they're hunting the Morphling. Just seems like an impossible hero to get, especially without the bucket of the hero getting them.
That ulti just did not touch the siege pressure from Noob. So another tower gone. The Hawk, he's going for the Crimson, so trying to really protect these towers as well from the physical pressure of Nigma, because that is what's killing them right now. It's almost entirely physical damage. Muerta not really doing much in that department.
Let's see. What's the play right now for VP? I think they just kind of have to live with the status quo. We shove out the waves.
Oh no.
We farm.
This
we
is
wait.
not a good status quo to live with.
Yeah, that's really sad. I'm looking at it and I'm trying to think. It's just nothing is just gonna work. You're gonna be cutting some waves with Lorenov, cutting some waves with the Hawk, cutting waves with the Terrorblade, and that's it. That is all that you can do.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Noob. Is there a world where this comes back to hurt them?
Dire's
Shouldn't be.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's just that you can see VP prepared for this by cutting waves.
They are, but the Hawk, he is going to be giving his life for the cause here. Trying to give it over to Ghost. He gets it. And once again, really nice kill there. Now, V2 doing a good
They're
job
getting
here
a tower.
pushing the spawn tower. Yeah, this should be good.
Awesome. That's actually amazing, right? Finally, you're going to be able to apply a little bit more pressure in the bottom lane, opening up the map a bit more for your teammates to do something. So, yeah, that's finally a death from VP that was not completely in vain. Something coming out of it. Is it enough? Does it feel good? No, but it's something.
It's really unfortunate when you get to this point of the game sometimes where you know that, like, at the end of the day, this wave needs cut, okay? If that ends up in a death, then, like, so be it. But, like, you simply lose too much of your base if you don't make that happen.
Man, Nigma Galaxy, they're such nice guys that Gaben always gives them the shard and the guy that they need. Now you have the Tombstone for the save from the Black Hole, and dude, VP, they had that one spell that allows them to kill a core. Now that's just not gonna be happening. You can see the Hawk, he's building a Midas. Every time I see him do this late game, they just lose. I mean, it's a desperation attempt, obviously.
Yeah, the 20-minute late game. It does feel like that's going to be the late game in this one. If it continues at this pace, if the Beastmaster keeps pressuring, because they also have the Radiance complete now on Kunkka, so even your physical damage is not going to be enough to really get these kills.
Yeah, everything is lacking. The Terrorblade, he does pack a punch. right? We have gotten to a point where V-Tune can do a decent amount of damage. So going high ground for Enigma Galaxy now, they're gonna have to be very careful about it. And we talked about it. Their problem has been ending games.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if there's a world where we have a ill-advised high ground push, but haven't they solved that with this draft? Surely Beastmaster makes it that you can't screw up a high ground push.
They have a great high ground. Right, so maybe this is finally Enigma that we were hoping for. That they get a lineup that can actually end the game properly.
No black hole available. So even though he'll stop the tower siege for a second, they should end up losing at least the tower, maybe even both racks.
There's no glyph. Nothing you can do about it. His Morphling pushes so freakishly fast.
Yeah, but that was the melee they took off first. Looks like they won't court for the range racks.
That just
And
looked
this is just
very
a
easy.
slow burn.
It didn't even feel that slow, right? Morphling walks up the high ground, takes the Raxes.
A higher paced burn. Slightly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, 23 minutes in, there's still plenty of time for something to happen on VP's end, but what items do you think they're waiting for? It's clearly not Midas on the Enigma.
They're not waiting for items. They're waiting for opportunity when the enemies are going back, and they have eyes on Ghost, right? So that is a potential opportunity for you to go for. They're taking too long. They won't be able to find them. VP only has very deep wards, and I'm not sure that he can get to them. The one in the triangle is possible, but the one on the top lane, because both mid and the top tower are alive, is just impossible. Like, look at how long this is taking. They're gonna go between two towers. That's like the most dangerous position of all. If they die, they'll call GG. If VP died,
You think so? That's a big bet. I feel like, I guess it is a best of 5. You dominated game 1, but at this point, is this the same amount of stomp that we saw in game 1 that VP delivered?
no, this is more. This is definitely more.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think because VP needed to have good lanes and they flopped them. And when that happens, then big stomps do happen.
Yeah.
So Enigma have they maybe take control of the series then, knowing that it feels like they're the ones that have figured out how to draft this game once again. They are going for the bonsai. I love this so much more. There's already some damage, plus Midrax is kind of useless, especially at this stage of the game. Looks like a roll in from Tusk. He rolled into his absolute death. Ghost is going to be the one to show forward here. V-Tune popping the Metamorphosis as well. I don't think it matters though. That Ghost, he wants some of that action. He turns into his own Metamorphosis Terrorblade. And they take down the first tower of this bot side.
Is that the first meta of the game? Feels like
I think so, and it might be the last here. The black hole, it's nice, but you've already lost
0
your
damage.
blade. The Buck is going to try to help out, but the Hawk, he's just caught between a rock and more rocks. And good game is called GG. Game number 2. It's just stomp on stomp on stomp, and now the series is even with pretty much the same amount of force.
I don't know if it's us and VP making a bad call about Enigma being good in that lane, or if they just could have played it better. But I remember only that one mistake with the shards, right? I feel like they played it okay in the top lane, and Enigma Galaxy still came out ahead in that one, even with the NP rotations.
You gotta stick to your guns, all right? There's only 2 outcomes when it comes to casters making calls about the lane, all right? Either they're correct or the players are doing it wrong, okay? That's it. The caster can never be incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Now you have opened my eyes. After years of casting, I finally know that I'm awesome and that I can't be wrong. Yeah,
It's gotta be. I mean, I swear, I've seen this Enigma lane so many times, and it seems like your Eidolon should be the defining moments of these lanes. It shouldn't even matter if you're missing those shards or anything, because you're also getting to the 9s, right? It's not these discrete timings, it's continuous wave after wave of something that you just can't overcome.
I'm not sure, man. I also saw this lane like a billion times, and one Morphling got smacked every time. They ban Enigma versus non-Enigma lineups, and Enigma Galaxy just let it through, and they play with the Hawk. It's like they studied him so
I
through
know.
and through that they knew exactly what he was gonna do every single second. It's weird, but it's also cool, man. You said it, Ghost is the best Morphling player in this series, and the guy's proving it.
Absolutely. I feel like the fun thing that's going to happen with this, guys, I know there's been 2 stomps in a row, but we had a dramatic change in drafting after game 1 because of the stomp, and it was still kind of meta, right? Like, these are heroes that we're used to seeing. Now we're going to see this one turn on its head. Who knows what heroes we're going to see in game number 3, because obviously VP, they want to make some changes.
Yeah, you do want to make some changes, or maybe you still believe in this one. You never know, right? You never know what their communication is right now when they go outside to get a breath of fresh air. Sometimes players just say, yo, I made a mistake. I know that next time I'm gonna beat them. Pick the same thing for me. Or they can say, yo guys, I have no idea. I did everything right and I still lost. So it just depends on how the hack or overall the entirety of the team feels about that situation.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. It could take some ownership, or it could take another focus. We'll find out, guys, because that was only 2 games, and this is a best of 5, so could be 3 more on the way. We'll be right back with game number 3 of this closed call final.
two, one, go. 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EWC closed qualifiers for the Middle Eastern region. It's Math and Harry again, and we've got ourselves our third game here of our best of 5 to find out who is going to Riyadh. And there's been some issues, okay? I feel like game 1, Nigma sorted it out, and now we have issues for VP. Is this going to stabilize ever, or do you think we're going to see 5 different stomps?
I surely hope not. You know what the funny thing is? That the games yesterday just as easily could have been stomps, but the game ending for both teams was a problem, right? Today it was a little bit more of a stomp, and then the ending of the game wasn't that big of a problem. Plus, both of the teams had solid heroes to end it. So I'm starting to feel that most of these games should be just that Ice Frog
Maybe.
wanted it this way.
Yeah. It's weird, right? Because we've had so many different iterations of Dota 2 where you're like, oh my god, it's a zoo meta, the game ends in 12 minutes, I hate this. And then you have another one where it's like, please remove repair kits. I haven't seen the high ground in years. And it's like, there's almost no in-between sometimes. But I feel like yesterday, yeah, we hit that in-between. Today, it's not. It's just right up the high ground.
Yeah, makes sense, right? And you know, when the meta changes to the game's ending faster, it means that our hourly
5
rate
seconds remaining.
actually increases, man. So
True.
Radiant team ban.
Caster this whole time, just depending on what rates he wants.
are you Ice Frog?
I have never been in the
10
same room with
seconds
Ice Frog, I think.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
I'm pretty sure I haven't been, but I have been in a room with people who were on Discord or Skype with him. So
10
Okay,
seconds
okay.
remaining.
You could be among us.
5 seconds.
Looks like the
remaining.
drafting, again, something that's going to happen as we get further and further into these series. The bans are going to be a lot more defined. So this is going to be
Dire team pick.
the
Radiant
second
team
time
pick.
that we've seen first pick here for VP. Last time, of course, it was the Willow. This time it's banned out by Nigma, so they go for the Shaman themselves. I wonder what you respond with now.
no Dark Willow, Tusk.
10
Could be
seconds
Tusk.
remaining.
Hey, I think it lost badly, but I think Puppy was
5
onto something
seconds
with that
remaining.
Phoenix pick.
I like the Phoenix pick, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's first pick material. You know, maybe the double pick on the
that's fair.
16, 17. Double pick on the
Yeah.
16-17 makes a lot of sense. Because if you first pick it now, the Virtus Pro has 2 bans to deal with the heroes that protect the egg, and considering that there's no Dark Willow as a position 4 to defend it, you're gonna be needing a good offlaner to do it.
Wow.
Okay.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, I guess we just didn't think about it long enough, but Kunkka has been like the hero for a long time, right? And
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Enigma
remaining.
Galaxy, they showed up with it in the previous game. The one thing that I'm
5 seconds
surprised is
remaining.
that VP decided to pick a puck into a Kunkka. I don't think Lorinov is going to be doing it any longer, man. The King, if he
true.
gets a better matchup, you're screwed.
Dire team back.
Yeah, no, he's pretty good once you actually give him something that he can kind of propel off of himself. Otherwise, he's kind of battling through adversity, and sometimes the supports are there to kind of like push him back down. You know, like, look, you started to do a good job. All right, you got to give kudos to that, but we're about to put you in the dirt again with 3 heroes in the mid lane. So this is obviously
10
where he wants to be
seconds
instead.
remaining.
You already mentioned too, Ghost has played this in the carry role. In my
5
mind, though, I
seconds
feel like
remaining.
Kunkka is one of the easier flexes to answer since Monkey King is a very good lane matchup to it, and it follows it 2 out of those 3 spaces. And in the safe lane, I have a lot less faith in the Kunkka anyways.
You're not a believer in the carry Kunkka. I've seen some carry Kunkkas crush it, man. And I feel like Ghost is one of the players who can actually make it work, right? So
That's fair. I guess it's sometimes hard to believe in it. And this isn't a fault of the hero, but when you see a carry Kunkka succeeding, it's because his team is succeeding off of his enabling, right? So like the spotlight isn't necessarily on him, even though he is playing a part in that win.
Exactly. That's the
10
case. You
seconds
just don't see what he's doing from the
Nah.
back lines, right? And
Radiant
how he's
team
making everybody's life easy.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, the invisible statistics that we see. And oh, there's a bit of a new guy. The Bat Rider, you get 5 points in that sticky napalm, and then your right clicks are dealing that sticky damage. I wonder why they pick it so early, though. I feel like this is a gotcha pick that we're seeing really early.
10
Yeah, interesting.
seconds remaining.
You know what comes to mind right now? I mean, maybe not now, but on the 18th,
5
yesterday you
seconds
mentioned
remaining.
that hero in ODE, right? Versus a Kunkka,
Ooh,
versus a Bat
yeah.
Rider. Saves, amazing. I'd love to see it.
Right? There seems to be plenty of answers to a Bat Rider still, unless it's just getting played support. And
It is.
here is one very good answer. A hero that not only can you not lasso, but also can save others from the lasso. All of a sudden, I want this Bat Rider to be a support, but is it really good to pick a hero like this that you end up sacking at support? And I don't think that's even like that great of a
10
support game for it.
seconds remaining.
As a support bat, you can always be annoying. You farm, you
5
have the
seconds
threat of
remaining.
catching somebody. It's not bad,
Okay.
right? So I'm fine with it. But yeah, I mean, one Abaddon, why is it gonna dissuade you from potentially a core bat? That, you know, I would hate Kunkka carry and the mid lane bat. That would be you know, kind of weird, kind of bad. You don't really have a classic constant output of right click damage. Makes it
Radiant team pick.
not impossible, but hard to play
hard.
Dota overall.
Yeah. Because there's a whole new wave of items that the enemy team no longer needs in order to deal with you, right? Armor items don't matter too much. You don't need a Crimson Guard. You don't need a Halberd, right? Like so many of these things you can now focus purely on like this magical damage that you need to kind of deal
10
with.
seconds remaining.
Pick Tusk, pick an offlaner. That's what I would do now.
5
Play a Bat Rider 4,
seconds remaining.
pick an offlaner right now, pick a Tusk on top of him, and that's how you do it. Then in the last pick, you can find a suitable
Radiant
ranged
team
carry to pair up with it. Okay,
Ooh.
sure. Elder Titan is similar for sure.
I mean, that's your melee 5.
Yep. They're probably not
It's a
gonna go
weird
more
thing
flame
because like you have the
10
ABBA
seconds
and you have
remaining.
the AA, right? So like I would have thought Slark could be good, but not into the AA.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, it's way too hard to play. So what does Ghost play in terms of ranged? You know what's good here? A Medusa. Medusa's actually good here for Enigma. Then you-
but you get AM.
You pick a Medusa, and then there's 3 heroes that you can pick in the offlane. Axe, LC, or Slardar, which all help you deal with the AM. So let's go.
That's true. That's true.
They
I would be
cannot
down to
ban
play
out
some
all
rock, paper,
3.
scissors like that.
Yeah. Come on, Enigma. Show us that you are That you are confident.
What are the
just pick
chances
it
on
off.
Drow here?
Is it maybe too early for the Drow? We don't see anything else. The Storm Spirit is
so.
probably gonna come out, and you can't do much about him. Your heroes kind of suck versus him,
I'd agree with that.
and that's the Lauren off on the other side. So
What offlaner though, man? Theoretically something that's able to get you out of this AA, or at least something that just auras up.
well, maybe
Dark
just get
Seer is
the
gone.
Bristleback, man. We've seen the Bristleback
Okay.
being played over and over again, right? So
Yeah.
some high physical damage. You already have some magical. Not bad.
Does he play an aura bristleback on noob ever? Because I feel like the most of the time I've seen him still play for himself mostly on it. Ooh.
Well, he's. Let me just check, but yeah, mostly it's like Halberd and SNY type stuff. Never like full on in on auras.
I like the Beastmaster. I feel like the Beastmaster has worked for them so far, and it creates another BKB piercing disable. You only have one shield, so somebody's going to have to get stunned.
So Vitune does play the Abaddon, but then again, so does the Hawk. I still think this is a good Storm game for VP. I think go Ember.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's still decent in the lane versus the Kunkka. Not amazing, but like 55-45 for the Kunkka. So you're definitely not gonna get demolished as you did in the previous one. And their catch for the Ember is kind of limited.
Radiant team ban.
And they ban out the Medusa, so no chance for that one.
Yep. Now it's too hard, right? You leave that in, and all of a sudden it's 24 pick Medusa versus AA. You don't really have a great way to kill her. Could be really rough.
But what else is there? Like a Gyro? Is Gyro a solid one? I'd rather though have a Hurricane Pike builder. So you mentioned the Drow Luna, right? Those two come to mind.
Yeah, I mean for Enigma, yeah, I would still like to see Drow. I think that's fine, especially now knowing that you can like kind of protect yourself with some bans. Luna's interesting. You're saying Luna just because of the mixed damage, right? In which case, I should be allowed to bring Shadow Fiend to the table.
True, and the Shadow Fiend does build into a Hurricane Pike. Plus, you can send the Kunkka to the safe lane, put the Shadow Fiend in the mid lane, and break the legs of this Ember. Let's go.
All right, that's it. Simply
That's it, we
the
know.
only good pick. It has to be it.
And it's a male, man, so he knows how to play SF.
Oh, okay. You actually with that, maybe I do want this now. That sounds awesome.
Dude, it's actually quite good. I'm not even kidding, right? Because it builds into a Pike, it builds into a BKB. Both of the items quite necessary versus this. Are they gonna do it? Probably not, man.
No.
But I really would like it.
Now, game 4 or 5, I could see it. But even game 3 is a little too early on in the series to really see some of those like experimental picks that come out. Stuff that you've tried out in scrims, but you didn't know if you needed to bring to the table just yet.
What about VP? Like, are they gonna pick the Hawk hero? I kind of doubt it. There's not really much left in the Hawk hero, so then I'll just put him on the Abba.
I mean, you're playing against the Bat Rider, right? So I'm sure that V-Tune is like, I kind of want to play Abba in this game. I want something that can dispel these sticky stacks. I don't want to have to deal with that.
Which hero would deal well with the Beastmaster here, though? Laning stage-wise, especially. Like, that is a VP hero.
I mean, yeah, it would be Gyro, right? That seems to be the only other one. And with the
But they-
Drow ban, I feel like it's Seymour. Oh, no, yeah, they've been ban out. Uh-oh. So then it would be Alchemist would be the next up, right?
Okay, so they
that
will
seems
pick
like it's an
a the Hawk hero. That's fine. This is a decent one for sure.
Yeah, they just created another target that is just impossible to roar or lasso, which is hard, right? Because now it feels like Ember is your only target, and there's already a Dispel. They go in for the Ursa on last pick, meaning this is going to be Sumail and the Kunkka. We have some big boys all around this one, but I think a big part is that you're playing versus an ET. And VP, all their cores, they want to buy extra armor items. I don't think that this ET is actually going to be stripping as much away as we're used to.
Yeah, because they don't really have magic damage, right? Because you need to get close with the ET for the natural order physical type to work. And with your remnant, you are reducing the magic. So it's much easier to reduce the magic resistance. You know what? I'm starting to doubt that VP intentionally left the Ursa, picked the Tidehunter, like, come on, pick the Ursa. We know that you're gonna have a problem ending the game, even if you start crushing us. Come on, do it. And, you know, Nigma, they only have a Beastmaster to push down towers, and, you know, is solid, but it's not a be-all, end-all classic Sieger.
Well, in game number 2, Nigma Galaxy, they did have only the Beastmaster. Beastmaster did 14,000 tower damage. And next up was 7,000 from Ghost. So it was still a good amount. But at the end of the day, I think the Beastmaster could be enough. I think what more depends is whether or not this Ursa is blinking behind tier 3s.
Yeah, you might be right, though. In that previous game, the Morphling didn't touch a tower for the first 20 minutes, and then at the end he did that 7,000. So he definitely helped with the high ground siege, right? I feel like Nigma are not gonna have any issues with tier 1s. Definitely not gonna have an issue with tier 2s. But when it comes to the high ground pushes, that is when they could struggle if Omar is not getting the right catches. So but I'd still, if you would put these lineups in a vacuum and I'm just looking at them, I'd much rather play the Nigma Galaxy lineup. Not gonna lie, I like what they got.
Game 1 was an absolute haymaker from VP all the way over to Nigma. Just absolutely sat them down. But Nigma got up in game 2 and delivered about the same amount of blows over to VP, resetting the series 1-1. You have to imagine that, again, both teams are looking for a little bit more stable gameplay. Do you think that they're going to play a little more conservatively, maybe further back, less aggressive smokes, or do you think that we want to keep the same tempo up to see just who comes out on top?
I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy are going to be very aggressive, whereas VP, what their lineup does really well is poke, right? Timber poke, spokes, and then at some point the A Blast finishes the fight off. So I'd say that Nigma Galaxy, if they're able to dictate the tempo that they want, and that is like constant fighting once the Ursa gets the Blink Dagger, they're probably gonna be happy with it. But also one thing to factor in is that Nigma has better lanes. Their mid will win, their bottom should win, and their top should be kind of equal at least. So, but not if you start dying at the start.
He gets the chains first up, and Noob, he goes down. That's first blood going to the Ember Spirit. Never a good sign whenever you're handing that over to the mid laner.
Yeah, remember when I said 55-45 for the Kunkka? Now this kind of makes it even, right? So Lorenov is going to be very, very happy that, well, that they were feeling generous on the Nigma Galaxy side, especially Noob.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate one to give up here. It does mean also trading their mail a little bit easier. To CS first in that first wave. Only 2 CS. Definitely could have had more.
It happens. Ornoff is doing a good job in CS though underneath the tower.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I hear what you're saying about like the execution of this Nigma lineup, but I will say, like, I think both your Batrider and your Beastmaster, I think they have a hard time actually getting the initiation they want, because you can't roar or lasso either Abba or Tide, leaving only 3 other targets that theoretically Abba is shielding. So I think it's really hard actually to play some of these later game fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how they approach it, this Nigma Galaxy. I think the idea is try to create chaos on the map so that VP are never together. That's the main thing. But if they are together, the way that you're going to be breaking up the fight is by jumping in with the Ursa first. You jump in with the Ursa first on whomever, create chaos, and then the Batrider goes in. I know it kind of feels counterproductive to not start off with the next boat. Maybe you can start off with the next boat, but the Roar and the Lasso should be spells used in the later portions of the fight, especially if both teams are ready.
Okay. Maybe they're just to kite out BKBs at that point.
Yep, that's true, right? That's why that 9-second BKB timing on the Ursa is going to be so huge.
Something that I learned a lot from actually the South American DPC. I think a lot of supports actually in the South American region do it really well. When BKBs come out, you generally start to play a different game where it's not just about taking a good initiation. It's how fast you can, or how far you can push the enemy into playing their hero until they are forced to press the BKB. If you get them to do it earlier than they want, you can just win a fight for your team, straight up.
Yep, that's pretty much it. And sometimes you're maybe even happy to give your life away. There are some games where the high BKB charges are very, very important, and then you just want to spook them out of it. Despite losing your life, if you go through that part of the game with maybe losing 3-4k gold of net worth, you're more than fine with that if later on down the line your enemies don't have tools to fight.
And Tara's just messing with the CS of Ghost under the tower. Ursa's one of the better tower CSers because of the Fury Swipe. So because of this right-click Hex, I think he just gave himself lost 2 extra CS because of Antares.
Antares has been playing insane Dota, really. I think he has been the most consistent player, maybe even of this qualifier. So
I know I'll double that up. I really think
Yep.
he has. If one person deserves to go into the grand finals to get to Riyadh, it's Antares.
Yeah, all of you noobs go home. 1 versus 9. Antares, let's go.
We're not sending a team anymore. We're just sending Antares to take them on by himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
One-man army. Ghost needs to be careful. This is the thing with Tide plus a hero with a lot of right-click damage, with the Shadow Shaman definitely is. These heroes are amazing versus types like Ursa, Slark, and the Monkey King who wants to get a lot of hits in, because you just always keep him at 50% HP. What happened?
It's the flag bearer deny. Again, like Ursa is a hero that's very hard to deny against, especially when a creep is just in the open field, but Antares, he doesn't care.
And freaking core players, the only thing they think about is like, oh, flag bear creep, go over, we lost the game. What are we gonna do?
Like,
My
man.
support isn't gonna have money for a tango.
My stack is relentless, man. I get tipped every time a flag bearer goes untouched. Missing the CS, denied, whatever it is, I get the flag for it.
Okay, so it's PTSD. That's fine.
I think it is. I think it might be, yeah. Hard lane up here, man. I mean, Omar, you usually see this hero being a lot more aggressive, but you're playing versus an ABBA that does have a decent amount of just like range pressure for you to not really step up into. And then, of course, VTune dispelling all these stacks of the sticky napalm. Quite difficult for him, but at least it seems the noob is getting, you know, pretty good CS deny out of this so far.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? He's securing the CS for his offlaner. That's about it. Plus, he's probably going to be making it to get some stacks right now. Bad Rider is doing his job. You should never overextend. You know what your limits are versus heroes like an Abaddon, so you play towards them, and then stacks become your number 1 priority.
Does this lane get out of control, Kunkka versus the Emperor? Because it feels like right now, Sumail, he is in dominant position. 8 denies, 27 CS, looking to be up 10 by the time this wave is done.
Yeah, it always gets worse and worse when you're laning versus a Kunkka, right? He gets level 2 Tidebringer, you're like, what the hell is going on right now? Level 3, then it really starts hurting. But despite it all, if you look at the net worth, both of them are equal, right? And that's because of that first blood. So
the first blood.
It's as we mentioned, him getting the first blood makes the lane 50-50.
Yeah. Oh, and look at that. Sumail didn't crunch the numbers. Sometimes that level 3 Tidebringer can be a bait because it sets up for the easiest deny in the world for the enemy mid laner on that range creep.
Yeah, pretty much. But overall, with the Kunkka, you always have to be careful with the range creep. Even with a level 1 Tidebringer, I think you bring it below half HP, so it can be denied.
Yeah. It is. Another stack. And something the VP did very well in game 1 was intervene when it came to these stacks. Get the invades into the triangle, see what's going on. In this game, I think it's possible for them to do that, but it does depend on this Tide having a really good game.
It comes down to what the Ember wants to do, and considering that the Ember went for 3 points in Flame Guard, he's very solid at taking those stacks, but he's not good at contesting them. Yeah, exactly. Because what would you want to do? People are getting low from killing the stacks, and then you're poking them with the Sleight of Fist chains, and then you go and finish them off. Now you don't have the opportunity for that. You can maybe come in when they're super low and steal from the Flame Guard, but it's kind of hard to do.
Man, Ghost. This is hard. This can sometimes be a bait. You're like, look, I am an Ursa. That is a melee hero. I need to hit that guy, but Dahak kind of showing off why that's not always the case. You have the minus armor. You also have that minus attack damage. So you have to have a lot of Fury Swipes before you're really dipping into the watermelon.
I mean, he bought the Orb of Light as well, so he's going to be reducing 5 of your armor, which is, you know, Ursa gets left with 4, and the Tidehunter has 7, right? So it's, if both of them trade like 3-4 hits, the Hawk comes out ahead.
Yeah. But more than that, somehow we have to get that. Unfortunately, the ET, although he is a great body, he doesn't necessarily stun or slow people to just take hits.
It's not your standard one. Usually when you have an Ursa, you want to lane with a super aggressive 5 or a healer, right? That's the That's the approach.
Because Ursa
The Elder
can
Titan is
trade
needed.
aggressively, right? Like he can get some good damage done, but he's gonna hurt for it. So if you have a Warlock, then sure, you know, go for it, make those big trades. Looks like teleporting over on the Batrider, and he bounced him into the sleep. Omar, yeah, Tip and G8 saying, good job, buddy. That's exactly how that needed to happen. You do not get that TP cancel any other way.
No way, right? They didn't have the range for the spirit to be used closer, and then you'd get the TP out. But because he pushed him back just a little bit with that flame break, they get the kill. Beautiful. That is
Really
our
good
first
synergy between
kill
the
after
force.
the first blood, right? So
Oh yeah,
finally some action.
It's 8 minutes in, and maybe it is both teams playing a little bit safer in this one, knowing that the first 2 games were super stomps. But because of the safe play, VP, they're getting a good net worth lead over to Enigma. They're already 2 up. Noob has taken a tower, and it seems like they are set again to maybe crush the towers on this map.
Yeah, Enigma looking really, really good, and this is what you want. You want momentum. Towers to fall, Ursa to get his Battle Fury Blink, and then you just go and hunt. Before he gets his Battle Fury Blink, the one that will be doing the hunting is the Kunkka, and for that you just need the towers to fall.
Man, it is insane that this is a Ursa, the melee Punisher, and the Hawk is still kind of trading 1-for-1 with him.
Yeah, I think that now stops, right? If it's a 1 versus 1 right now with Ursa being level 6, you no longer can do it, because when he sees a gush, he can continue chasing you. So you have to use the gush immediately to just try to spook him, and then he will go for you again. So things are not looking that great for the Hawk any longer. Of course, now he doesn't help.
Yeah. Honestly, these core net worths, they're not so bad. I'd say that this is like slightly under what you want from a core net worth perspective on Dire, but the unfortunate part is on the other side, they're getting much more than what they want on Radiant, so the deficit is pretty large right now between these cores.
I'm still very much surprised that Voronov decided to max out the Flame Guard. I'm not sure what's up with that. I mean, the other side farms faster than you. Kunkka farms pretty much, builds those camps faster than you do, and you just focused on it instead of doing what we kind of thought that the idea of the Ember is. It spoke, just getting a lot of hate towards yourself, constantly getting heroes low, and then either you kill them or you force out some rotations, or they have to go back. So either way, you get a victory. This way, I mean, we can see what's going on. A hero that got a first blood is now 1,300 gold behind his counterpart.
And you'd think that a lot of these Embers would love to go actually for more points on the side of Fist, just because, you know, the crazy people, that's how they dodge out Tidebringer.
That's pretty much how it goes. Right? That is your only chance.
Okay, well, as soon as I say it, the best way to hit a Tidebringer is to just select the hero you want to hit. So makes it a little easier sometimes.
A bit less damage though.
That's true.
He is rotating bottom. The Hawk is relatively low. If they get an X, he's dead. We know that Kunkka hates the fight.
Not able to purge that one off here. Gets dragged on back, and there she blows. No ulti even available for him, so a quick kill for the Kunkka, and he'll run back right into the mid lane.
Okay, this is all expected, right? Enigma Galaxy to do well early on. But now the question is, once they start gaining momentum, once those towers start falling, how easily are they going to be able to end this game, right? So I don't think they're going to be losing their lead for a very long time right now, Enigma Galaxy. It looks like they're in full control, and really when you look at VP, they have to farm a lot right now.
Just a beautiful distribution for them, right? Like, your top net worth is on your 2 heroes that should be pressuring the map the most, and then you have a great amount of net worth on your farmer. This is exactly how you'd want to draw it up if you were Enigma Galaxy.
Exactly, your playmakers right now are ready to fight, and the Ursa, once he gets the Battle Fury, he's going to be overtaking them anyways, but at the moment he is behind them, but not so much that you feel threatened because you're on their farm. He's actually having just enough. But VP, they did get an ulti on an AA, and this is going to be the spell that they're going to be relying on so much. They have 3 point in chains, only 1 point inside of Fist, so are hoping that they can burst down this Beastmaster. He's not the easiest kill in the world.
He's about to show Ice Blast hits. This could be a lot of gold actually going over to Lornoff if he picks this one up. V-Tune is actually one to get it. He certainly needs the help. Now Sumail will end up getting the kill on Ryan in return, and Lornoff gonna get X'd up. Can he dodge the spells? Yes, he can. Getting out with the safety remnants, and the lasso. I don't know, he's getting pretty slowed. He's out of mana, but yeah, V-Tune stepping up, making sure you cannot hurt him any longer.
Yeah, even if you do get a lasso there instantly, the Aphotic Shield will purge it off. In the end, that's a good victory for VP. I mean, sure, you lost the support, but who the hell cares, especially with you forcing out so many rotations. I feel like this move towards the top lane to kill the Beastmaster, push him out of the top lane is the best thing you can do. Something that they were unable to make work in the previous game. Thus, it was so easy for Nigma to win. If you keep him out, then at least you can stop the bleeding.
I feel like part of this is also that we're seeing a little bit more discipline out from Noob. He was pushing with just a level 1 Helm Dom into the mid lane last game. As we remember, he had one of those mud golems. This time, it seems like he's waiting for level 2 before he pushes this one.
That seems to be the case, and you know what? He's gonna have it into 100 gold pretty much when he finishes these ancients.
Right.
The Helm of the Overlord is done.
I can't really fault him for waiting for the Helm of the Overlord when it's only 13 minutes in.
No. He's stealing his ancients.
No, it's a Hawk. I mean, he still
he
gets
got the big
plenty
ones.
of them, and then Ghost gets a kill on the Shaman. This is really early to see him assassinating supports like that. Now, Ice Blast does connect on Sumail. He'll eventually pop, and Omar not able to get revenge just yet. He's got 3 points in the chains, though, so he may actually walk away with the GH kill as well. These are Ravage available. They've already killed one. Warnock. He's getting onto the high ground, and here's the Ravage. It connects on one, plus they get the big old golem. That's going to be 3 gone in the mid lane, actually. Really well done from VP to grab themselves a bit of net back.
Nicely done. You need to be able to make things happen right now when the Ursa is not ready for battle. We talked about what needs to happen with how Enigma Galaxy need to create chaos in the backlines to really make something happen with the Batrider, with the and with the Beastmaster, but the Ursa is not ready just yet, so VP are utilizing that time. Maybe a little bit of an unnecessary Ravage, but a bonus kill is never bad. We kind of touched upon it in the previous game, but the Hawk tends to be a pretty non-hesitant type of guy.
Aggressive. And this time, yeah, it definitely feels like it worked out. Plus, wants to make sure that every hero on the map that you can possibly grab is gone, since you were down pretty heavy in the net worth, and they still are. But I'm sure they feel a lot more confident knowing that they just got a string of kills in the mid lane.
The problem is they lost their mid lane tower. This is now why you have to be thinking, did I really need to use that Ravage? The second that they saw it being used, Enigma Galaxy opened up the map. Their heroes are going to be relying on those blink daggers fairly soon, and with that mid lane tower being down, it is going to be making it much easier to find the right angles to go for the kills. And also open up the Roach. I mean, you are in Ursa lineup overall.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Ursa lineups go crazy. These objectives fall a little bit faster with the Beastmaster. Roshan and Tormentor a little bit more accessible with the Ursa. Honestly, if this was previous patch where Tormentor is up now, you know that the Ursa is just going bottom for a brief second, queuing up all those Empower stacks, and then ramping right through this Tormentor. Now he has to wait a little bit longer, and good news for VP, they have plenty of time to cut these waves on the map now.
They can do it. I want to look at their heroes a little bit and how good they are at killing waves. They're actually not great, but they're not half bad considering they're gonna have the Radiance. Tidehunter might get an Aghanims, and yeah, he is buying it, and you have an Ember, so they're actually gonna be quite good at shoving out the waves, which is Enigma Galaxy. They're not.
Oh, Ursa! Somebody needs to combo break him. He gets the enrage off. He could maybe lift this, but what really matters is the big Earth Splitter coming in from the ET, immediately getting so much damage on in turns, but nobody's finishing off just yet. He gets the kill, now they get the roar out on the Abbot, and he didn't have his ulti back up, so he's gone too. Ursa didn't pop. A beautiful recourse here from Nigma, and they may take their talents right on into the Roach Pit.
Oh man, that's a disaster, right? Because you used so many things there to kill the Ursa, and it just didn't happen. If only they had the Tidehunter, if they had any little bit of extra damage, Ghost would have lost his life, but very nice save. And now they also see the AA on top of the Roach. They're going to be getting a nice boosty bonus.
I mean, Lordov is trying to get some revenge. Gotta be careful though. The sleep, it connects. He's sitting in the fire of the Batrider. Give him that post-mortem. And now it's a Ravage from the Hawk. He really wants to get this kill on something, a little bit more damage, and he gets it. The run buff was not enough. Noob trying to walk forward. He has the slow onto Hawk, but no reason to go too far. Your team is still in control.
Okay, so they decided, let's not go on that high ground right after we've killed the Roach. When they had the vision, they went for one kill. It cost them their mid laner, but it is not half bad, especially because the Hawk came over and he used the Ravage. So now, for the first 2 minutes of the Aegis, you do not have the Ravage, meaning that Enigma Galaxy can threaten a tier 3. Yeah, DH God.
This might be another pick that we start seeing in response to the Shadow Shaman, because it seems like it's obviously impossible to channel until you have the BKB.
So what now? We've got Phoenix, we've got the Dark Willow, now Elder Titan as well. I told you, man,
Yeah.
as time progresses, the Shadow Shaman is not going to be as powerful.
Ice Blast connecting. I don't think a lot of run buffs is going to save you from this one. Sumail, a series of unfortunate events. It feels like he's just dropping. At least Ghost will get something in return.
GH picks that one up, but at least it's going to be a tower for Virtus Pro, and this is very much needed for them. Because what do you want to do with this lineup? You want to poke so that you are forcing enemies to TP. For that to happen, at least one tower needs to drop so that you're in front of the enemy tier 2 and kind of taunting them to come forward. Until the Batrider has a Blink Dagger, it's just not that easy to catch somebody, especially somebody like an Ember Spirit.
Dire are scanning.
Although there's a 6,000 net worth lead, I feel like it hasn't been growing as fast as we would expect, especially with this Beastmaster and the Aegis in tow. I mean, this is surely allowed to stay like this as long as the lead doesn't keep growing. Eventually, VP, yeah, these Ags will complete on the Tide. That's got to feel very strong for him. I think they're going to be able to fight even down 6k.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because what do you want to do? You just want to poke with this lineup with the Aghanim Scepter and the Tide Hunter. Imagine that. Ags, the Spit comes out, and then Sleight of Fist chains. A lot of damage will be done. At some point, somebody will drop down to half HP, a big core, and you can just jump him and destroy him because the Ember is always so good at catching people. Shadow Shaman on top of that as well. So I think VP are not in that bad of a spot at all. They did manage to stop the bleeding despite Nigma having the Aegis. They don't feel as much in control as they were just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, it's starting to slip. I think that's largely because, again, the kills on Sumail. He's going to have the Radiance eventually, and because of these last few deaths, I'm sure he's more inclined to say, look, I need to finish this. I'm tired of dying while this is still in my quick buy.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, definitely don't want
Oh, that's the enraged.
He's not the one with the Aegis.
Actually, Shackles barely lasted at all, and yeah, and Lorna, he's got to run away from this one. Now they still
Ravage
have the
ready.
wards. Hitting, and yeah, he's got to bounce away to Hawk. You can't get clipped by this Ravage. He'll end up
Blink.
losing Omar, but Omar, you gladly give that away to make sure that your Ursa lives.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, the tier 2 is being pressured there by Noob.
Oh
So
my goodness.
while VP are doing one thing, there's another problem arising for them on the map.
Obviously, you would have rather that fight never had started, but at the end of the day, only losing one isn't the worst. BP are going to take even more advantage of it, though, getting that shard. Who does it go over to? All right.
The worst one, but it's okay. But definitely would have been better on an AA.
Yeah, right. I mean, the AA one is unmatched. Ooh,
It's
V2.
the best shard. It's fine. It's okay. It's no problem at all.
Yeah. That's another reason why this Earth Splitter could be really good from GH. Popping that Abba ulti well before he really wants to use it.
They want to force him to use the Ravage. Just being annoying to the
Yeah.
Hawk.
Radiant are scanning.
A lot of damage stacking up here. Looks like he's fine for now.
Yeah, but you'd be crazy to commit, of course. Oh, no way. Omar. How didn't he
Omar?
get him? The Ember. The Ember. I mean, Omar was glimmered and he came close to the Ember and he didn't get the last off. I guess they were waiting for the Ursa to get like 1 or 2 hits in to secure that they're going to be able to have enough damage. But now with the Lincoln Sphere, that's no longer going to be an option.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely changes the game a little bit. I already thought it was pretty hard commit on these guys with Lasso, with Roar. Add some Lincolns into the mix, and it might be impossible.
Could that VP want to fight with an Aghanim Scepter on the Tide Hunter? They're just so good at poking. Finally, there's the level 4 Sleight of Fist on the Ember Spirit, so he's finally 22 minutes of the game gonna be able to do what we're used to level 7 Ember Spirits do overall.
Aegis is reclaimed now. Beastmaster slightly more vulnerable.
Dire are scanning.
Man, they're waiting. They're waiting for the right chance to move in. Game 3 is quite important, all right? You're able to take the advantage back in this one. BP started with it. And you know they want to grab it back here. Ursa is getting closer and closer. In fact, is that the full BKB coming out on his courier?
Yes. It is going to be flying out. Now you just run forward. That's the time to run forward. The thing is, just find the Shadow Shaman. Find the Shadow Shaman and you don't have to BKB at all. You BKB only if the Ice Blast connects on you or you see a Ravage. right? So Enigma Galaxy, they have a clear target, right? Shadow Shaman dies, Ursa free to do whatever the hell he wants.
Okay, I like it. The big fish in this one is the Shaman, and Ghost, he's on the fish, blinks forward. Does he actually find him? Yeah, but wait, Antares,
He didn't get the BKB off.
There's a lot going down there. Ursa finally connects here. He gets the enrage off, turning on to this Shaman, and he will end up falling. The wards are in a very unfortunate spot, nowhere to push either, so it seems that Nigma have won in more than a few ways in this early engagement.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's solid, right? You did find the Shadow Shaman, but unfortunately he didn't blink away, so the potential to chase for more was just non-existent after that happened. Neither of the teams really like super happy about the outcome. Marissa didn't pop the BKB, so Ghost is gonna be happy that his 9-second charge is still there.
The big charges, they matter a lot in this one. Do you think that Ursa in this game is a hero that kind of like just wins with his items? Or does the late game get a little bit harder for him? In my head, anytime that you're able to kind of just like enrage and survive on the Ursa, you can go in for like the Octarine Ags. If you like, you just need to be a killer, you can go for like Basher and the Nullifier. A lot of options for him.
Well, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
I think the Hawk may be a force to be reckoned with. Omar, he does get the 4-tap off the tower. And it looks like they're just going to lose a creep. That's not the worst thing in the world, but oh, dude, the change into the Ice Blast. This could be a nice fight here once again for VP. With the Ravage gone, though, it's hard to turn back in again. Ghost, he has no Aegis on him, but he's turning in like he does. He's trying to beat you, but beat with Radiance. He's going to be able to better on the Ursa for now. Running forward onto Omar this time. And Mail is going to be Radiance on Radiance action. He'll have to drop the boat to give himself that run buff. But they're so good at just keeping the fight exactly where they want on VP. Slowly encroaching, slowly getting closer and closer to Sumail. But Ghost, now he bought BKB.
B-Dude has so many Fury Swipes.
No ulti available, he's dead. And now with the Earth Splitter, creating an unfittable area against VP. But Ghost, he doesn't want to commit just yet. Jumping forward into the Hawk, blocking the pass up here, but now the Ghost Scepter as well, keeping him alive. There's so much chip damage. Who will fall first?
But they're gonna run away. That Abaddon, when his ulti popped, he had 8 Fury Swipes on him. 3 hits from the Ursa, gone immediately. That is a problem. And it comes down to the Hawk using his Ravage early. We talked about it. Their lineup is all about poke. So the Ravage should be saved for the tail end of the fight. He even itemized that way. He bought a Ghost Scepter. If you buy a Ghost Scepter, that means that you intend to live for a long time in that fight and not just use a Ravage and then continue running forward. It's going to create an opportunity for Enigma Galaxy to turn around. And what happened in the end is that you lost 2 heroes getting nothing, absolutely nothing in return.
Yeah. Gonna be a good guideline from, I guess, moving forward is that like when you're pressing Ravage, you're saying that these heroes stunned, they are going to die. Once they're not stunned anymore, if you're not getting these kills, it could be an easy turnaround for Enigma. Look at how many wards are on this high ground. Next Roche is so important for everybody in this game.
One victory from VP in that fight is that the 2 BKB charges were used. 1 9-second on the Hook and 1 9-second on the Ursa, right? And you didn't lose too much. Yeah, Abaddon kill, it hurts, but it's not the end of the world considering that you only lost 2 heroes.
Broke up. Trying to find anybody to initiate on. Who's the big fish for VP? Who do they really want to find?
They just want to poke. They don't want to kill a
okay.
target. They want to poke, and then big Ravage. That's what you want. Once you have the blink on the Hawk, it's going to be much easier to go for that last hit. But overall, what you want to do is constantly poke them so that they have to come together. And if Enigma Galaxy aren't farming and VP aren't farming, then VP are happy. Heroes naturally don't farm it. It's fast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Farming, again, this network league continues to just grow and grow. It won't really matter what lineup you have on VP. It'll be quite difficult. And now Lornoff, he's very deep. He should be just, remnanting right out of the slight, trying to drag people away from this Roshan. And the hardest part about it, right, is like Enigma, it feels like they have control of the waves that are parallel to this Roshan right now. Bot side, Ember, he actually has to end up respawning now as Roshan could be spawning.
He's gonna be spawning in 30 seconds, so now it works. Now it works if our observer can just show the pit so that we see the clock works right now. That little first dot is when the Roche will be spawning.
Yep. Should be like 20 seconds, as you said, right? So
yep.
Maybe a little bit more, but that's gonna be a little bit in favor for Enigma now. They're gonna make the long trek across the map here. A big smoke to find the high ground, but V-Tune and crew feel like they're already sussing that out, and they're gonna try to step on the high ground and break the smokes.
VTune is the best one to break the smoke because he's never going to be a viable target.
Yeah. And they're crunching. This could be an interesting sandwich. They're going to find Omar first, trying to get onto the low ground, but VTune doesn't want to let him escape. The bow will connect here, but it looks like Lauren
Lost an
he'll
A.
chase the rest of the way, but Rain on the other side. That is a huge kill. He doesn't have buyback. In fact, neither support really does. Only Shaman can come back with this one.
I think this is perfect for Enigma Galaxy because without their supports, the VP side, they cannot poke that easily because the Ursa is just gonna run at you like a madman. Well, let's see if that's what they do. I kind of would like for Enigma to just go forward because you're allowing this tide to constantly get you softer and softer.
Yeah. He has perfect vision with this Aghanim Scepter. You can feel the Hawk's itemization and how much it's doing for your team right now. The vision, as you said, the poke too. Use the Earth Splitter. Try to keep everybody out of this. It looks like they will get the Roshan. Really well done from GH there to make sure that nobody could blink in.
That was beautiful from Enigma that they found the backlines. The supports of VP have to be very, very careful. Shadow Shaman going for Yules, and AA does have a Ghost Scepter, so I'm not really sure who killed him and what damage. They are itemizing correctly on the VP supports.
I mean, there's a nullifier on Ghost. Yeah, there it is. Glenn pointed out here. This guy's a killer.
Oh, yeah.
He's going for the Aghanim Scepter next. So now do you feel like the Just Live build, right? Ags, Octarine.
Yes.
Is that the avenue here? Okay.
I would actually like it. Maybe you can think about a Basher somewhere in between, but you don't really have slots, do you?
Yeah, it's weird on the Ursa, right? Because you have these like Blink, Battle Fury, BKB are just needed on your hero, so you really only have 3 other slots after that.
Unfortunately. Yeah, okay. Then Octarine does make a lot of sense. I think there's going to be so much fighting in this game, and there's going to be so much poking coming out from VP. You need to have that shard and the Octarine. It actually makes a lot of sense to go that route.
Yeah. Also, given like how long these fights are going to take, right? Like, Ags Octarine shard is like the long fight build on Ursa.
Exactly. Right, and it gives you the confidence to jump deep in anyways, right? Without using your BKB, so you are much tankier and you become a very hard target to bring down.
The Hawk is going to have so much damage done with this Gush. It doesn't look like it does a lot, but I feel like I've seen like 40 of them so far. There's plenty of more to come.
Definitely not a lot of manners to be spinning around the map all the time. But, you can see that VP are doing a good job at dodging fights, man. You know, at this point they know that Enigma are just gonna run at them and you can't do much, but if the waves are constantly shoved out, it becomes a problem. And this is one of the issues of the Enigma lineup, shoving out the waves. Because VP are very good at that without much commitment, and they have better pick-off because of the Shadow Shaman.
He's really disappointed on Lornov. I feel like worse Ember players would definitely get caught out by this. You know, Glimmercade Batrider, he really shouldn't be able to get away from that one, but instantly into the Slight and then the Remnant away in transit. He's doing a really good job of making sure that he can get these waves pushed without actually losing any gold for his team.
Yeah, Lincoln's is definitely helping him. I mean, Batrider does have a Force Staff to break it, but Lornov has been really, really fast on his fingers. One reason why Enigma Galaxy are so much in control of this game is because that mid lane tower is up, but we're gonna have to hold that thought because VP are running in.
Oh, maybe. I don't know if this needs to be a fight, but they're going to ward trap the Beastmaster. Yeah, hit him with the Ice Blast as well. It's going to be an instant kill. They'll trade away for Ryan, but I think you're going to take that one. 3 heroes left up. Ghost up here as well. Ghost, he's got an Aegis for another minute and a half still. Even if you kill him once, you got to try to do it twice. And Ghost, he is losing the friends around him. Sumail, he's going to try to step up on Lornov, who's already gotten 2 kills in this one. And the soft commit, yeah, he has to blink away from that one. Ghost is still very strong, even if the rest of Enigma may have some issues.
Ghost is doing an amazing job, but the thing is that VP are finding the right target. It has to be the Kunkka that is the first point of contact, and you cannot allow your Beastmaster or your Batrider, which are the 2 heroes that did die, to go down. Because what happens? Ursa goes into the backlines. These guys should wait, as we mentioned. That is the way that you should fight, and then Lasso and the Roar should be your spells later on down the line. But because they find the Beastmaster and the Batrider first, there's no chance they can continue this fight, despite Ursa finding a perfect target.
I'd be okay with Ghost being the one that's first gone at this point. He's gonna have the Aghanim Scepter very soon here, and all we need is like the sleep save to make sure that he doesn't get lassoed the full duration. Outside of that, he should be able to just live through the entirety of these engagements. I appreciate what Noob is trying to do, but I actually think he needs to take just a quick step back and say, look, somebody else needs to get initiated on, let me play on the vision, and then we can win these fights.
Exactly. So Sumail and Ghost in front, GH in the back, Ghost jumping in the back lines even deeper, and Sumail protecting the other two. Yeah, there's no other way to put it. But the thing is that VP, here's the thing, when they see the Kunkka, they're not gonna commit, right? When they see the Ursa, they're not gonna commit. They're only gonna commit onto these heroes, and if they see the two cores of Enigma Galaxy, they're either gonna poke or they're gonna back. So that's the that makes it a little bit tougher for Enigma to play. I mean, they were 12k gold ahead, now they're 9k gold ahead. Still doesn't seem like that easy of a game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, Ursa has a great game, but for the rest of your team, like this Batrider, this Beastmaster, you have very few heroes you're allowed to go on here. At last, without having like a break. It could be maybe a funny Batrider build now, knowing that Conda breaks. Maybe you go a Conda on the Batrider, so you are able to lasso both the Abba and the Tide. But for now, it still feels really hard to go on anybody that isn't a straight up supports or the Ember.
Yeah, Abba, he can't press his ulti though out of your lasso.
Yeah,
the Tide,
you gotta get
the
a
Tide
silence
can't do
too.
it. The Tide can't do anything though, so I doubt though we're gonna be seeing a Kondo. You never know, right? Some luxury items later on can work.
I know, right? It is a luxury item now. It used to be something that was like kind of cool to pick up early, felt like a lot of damage, and now I feel like the pick rate has gone dramatically lower.
0. Yeah, you know. I haven't seen a Kondo. I haven't seen a Kondo in a patch. I really haven't, even on tinies. So I don't know when to expect the item to come back. Maybe, you know, people still need to find good ways to utilize it, right? I think that's the main
You don't
thing.
think you don't think my Batrider idea is a good way to use it?
It's an amazing idea to use it, but if you're in this game, you're a professional player. Are you thinking with your Batrider, I'm gonna buy a Kanda? Right? It's
all right. Get me
even
into
if
their
you
comms. Patch me
exactly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Even if you get the idea, you're not always gonna feel confident to use
Yeah.
it because you didn't have enough time to test it. That's the main thing. Versus alone.
It is a near 6,000 gold item, right? That's part of the issue. A lot of gold. Oh, Ursa.
X.
Yeah, somebody needs to stop this, and he is going to turn around. Thanks to the Aghanim Scepter, he can press the
Help is
Enrage.
coming.
Yeah, he's so slow.
There's no AA Blast. Enigma Galaxy, this is a time for you to go forward, right? Even if you do get that amazing Ravage that you got the previous time,
Is under attack.
Virtus Pro are gonna be lacking the damage to finish people off without an AA Blast. But it's such a low downtime though, so it makes it not as easy to go in. Okay, so Abaddon has a Blink Dagger. He's now just gonna be jumping into the backlines to create even more chaos while his team is poking. So gonna be easier for the Shadow Shaman and the Tidehunter now to find the right heroes to initiate on.
Has fallen.
Well, actually, after the Aegis is reclaimed, they find themselves a tier 2 tower, looking to do the same in the mid lane. Enigma, again, if Ghost is the first one gone on, I feel like they're still able to push like this, right?
Yeah, they can, but you know, the waves are cut, so no pushing for you.
Yeah, at this point, you might need to start placing defensive wards. You're 11,000 up. It feels like you're killing everybody who shows, but this Ember is creating so many problems for you. You might have to start warding up your own jungle to see where he's going to cut next.
I mean, you know, this Ursa, he didn't want to go for the Basher, he wanted to go for the Aghanim Scepter to be survivable, and now he's just not the killer that the Ursa can be. Usually an Ember Spirit would be afraid, one bash, and there's a chance Ursa kills him.
Broke on somebody. Didn't know where the Ember was, though, and Lorenov continues to dance on Enigma right now.
He's been doing it for 35 minutes, basically. The only time he was struggling was coming out of the laning stage. Everything else, this has been an Ember show.
Tower is under attack.
Boy,
They're
both
taking over
teams
the
are so
triangle. This is
careful.
They are, but this is a really nice place to take control of, right? You're able to get this wisdom, push in both waves that you still need the towers out of. Enigma can hold up shop here. They don't need to leave.
Well, you can see the Hawk's movement. He's gonna make them leave by pushing out the top lane. That's the idea, right? So just pull them out of that area. But yeah, you're right. It is a great area for Enigma Galaxy to play so that they can get closer to the tier 2s in the mid and the bottom lane.
Double wisdom for GH.
easy. He's going for a Hex. It's gonna be a long time before he finishes it off, but they definitely want more forms of lockdown just so that they're not afraid only of the Abaddon.
And Abaddon, they blink right past him, nullify the AA, and there it is, getting the kill. V2 still stepping up on the Ursa though. Hex up. A little bit more damage. He gets the enrage off, trying to get away. They need some heal. They need some way to keep this Ursa alive. Of course, that forward V2 wants to continue the chase. The sleep, it's not going to connect, and a bash onto this Ursa. He gets the kill on V2, a 7-kill streak out of nowhere.
Things are not looking good for Enigma Galaxy, man. I told you, they picked an Ursa. They don't push. They've been having issues ending games, and this feels like one of those. The third Roche is going to be very, very important for them, and I'm not sure that they can get it. Ursa is dead for 69, and if this is an early Roche respawn, it's going to be one big disaster.
Could be. There's going to be a gigantic network swing. You also got to figure that you have the banner, so even more pushing
Dude,
power.
it's an early respawn. It is going to
no.
be up in 20 seconds.
Uh-oh. 30 seconds is more than enough time to do a Roche, especially when you have a Tide Hunter with that Aghanim Scepter. It can be plenty. They're trying to sweep this triangle and make sure that nobody is around, because honestly, even one Bat Rider could try to jump in and get himself a free Roche kill if they have the scans ready, but it's going to be a hard one. Hard one to fight.
There's Roche alive.
It looks like VP give a chance.
See, 25 seconds. You go in, you take this Roche, and you have crippled Enigma Galaxy. However, they're pushing right now, so they are going to be giving a chance to Enigma Galaxy to fight as a 5-man lineup.
They didn't know. They're like, look, Roshan, it's got to come up
They're
late.
gonna try.
Right? Oh,
Here's some Verna's Gush. Can they kill it in 5 seconds?
they can kill it in like 25 seconds, but there should be an Ursa in time.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. 25 would be the right number for sure.
Okay.
But this
Ghost is on his way.
Go through the mid lane. Do they have a ward on some of their supports to place there in the mid lane? Yeah, Shadow Shot. No, that's a sentry. They got a ward on the AA, but Rain really shouldn't be coming closer. Give it to one of the cores.
Vision is a little bit lacking right now.
There's a gem on both of the teams, so.
See, yeah, that makes
That's
sense,
the
because
main
right now
reason.
Enigma, they don't really see where they need to be fighting. Meanwhile, VP, they are making a big aggressive smoke. TP'd out on the Ursa. Doesn't want to get caught out for free. But these waves are starting to hit tier 2s. You have to know as VP that something is up.
I mean, what is up is the thing when guys are trying to put themselves in a good position for the Ocean. You have to be careful of them sneaking it. But he's not roaring, right? You know that they killed the previous Roche, so it would roar if the Ursa was trying to kill it.
Almost a disadvantage now. Enigma were so good to get that first Roche.
Enigma, they're the ones that have to jump into the back lines. They cannot allow these pokes to continue. An opening will be found first by VP. That's just how their lineup works. And they get you softer, whereas the poke of Enigma Galaxy is pretty much non-existent. Kunkai's solid at poking, but which creeps? What are you really going to be attacking with your Tiebringer to get the damage in? Ursa is level 25. That's quite nice, but still no Octarine. He's not even looking towards it. Wants an MKB. Wants a Swift Blink.
He already knows he's about to get capped out on items, so he's trying to get the Swift Blink first so he can get rid of his phase boots comfortably. If not, I mean, he's going to get kited out too hard without the phase boots. So, I feel for him there.
Abaddon is going for a butterfly. Man, he's going to be so strong.
I mean, so yeah, he disassembled IC, so he got the nullifier. Now has the rest of the butterfly. This MKB, it's going to hit a lot better for the Ursa now.
I don't know, man. I still feel like that Octarine core that you said is better, because what's gonna happen, especially versus a nullifier, when you don't have a BKB, you are not a hero as an Ursa. Your overpower doesn't work, so it always gets purged off. It's much better to just be able to Urchok, and rage over and over again.
Yeah. Roche, it's about to traverse bottom. Enigma, it seems like they're the ones who traversed first.
Yeah, but look at the ward. Look at the ward, the VP that they didn't award. And you have a gem, so
so
usually think that
much.
they're not going to see you.
Yeah.
When they start pushing you back, they're going to know exactly how you're retreating and who to go on.
They're hiding in the Roche, but I don't know if you want to be there.
The Roche is going to be coming soon, so get out.
Yeah, you gotta evacuate, man. He's coming. And
That
all this time,
ward.
we're... Goodness.
It's man, that's
good.
game winning. That's game winning
Yeah.
for VP.
And
can
Lord
find a
on this
way to
game
get
winning.
to it.
Top lane is in. Mid wave is coming in. Bot lane, honestly, you might have to respond to now, or else Enigma could be in a position where they have 3 different lanes pushing them as Roshan fights are happening.
Ghost did a good job. He went for it. He saw the danger and he's gonna be shoving it out. But immediately the Hawk is there. VP knows. VP knows that they're much better at pushing out and connecting to each other. And they're just trying to force Nigma into a mistake. They're gonna try to do it as slowly as possible. Don't come with the next. You can do it once every 60 seconds. It's really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not near as much
80 seconds.
as what this Ember is doing, setting remnants all over the map to go back to. Oh, can he get it? I mean, there's a shaman right here. He ward trapped his own Ember. Okay,
That's fine.
he's out.
I'm an Ember Spirit. I'm gonna be okay. Gonna be fine. Ember is gonna be level 25. He's gonna be the first one on the VP side to be able to hit it. Man, the Hawk is level 19. Just goes to show how VP have been playing together. Him just spamming out the gushes, not farming
Yeah.
at all.
Been 2 very different games for them. Warnoff is also level 24, though. He has been playing away from everybody else.
Which probably gonna get the Rem charge story time. He's
Yeah.
probably should buy a shard. I mean, I like the Scotty. Shard is pretty nice on the Ember.
Another timing coming up here. There's going to be Wisdom spawning now.
They want to fight. They want to get the back line. This is a solid angle for Ghost to find an opening. He's gonna
You're
jump
so
in.
far back here. You are the back line. He jumps into a wave. That is not where he wanted to go. It was a break on the high ground, actually. Ghost just didn't know didn't know yet.
And it was the best possible target, the AA. Right, he wanted to go for him, but look at what Vayne has. He has a blink dagger, so he understands the Circe is always gonna go for me. So as soon as I see him, I just blink out. Things are gonna be fine for me.
Oh, you'll stop. Sumail just dropping the boat. He's tired of these people running away, but the blink? Nobody hit him.
That is what you do.
You God.
You see the enemies, they hit you, and then you wait half a second and you go for Yules, and you're gonna know if you're blinking the direction at which you used towards, they cannot stop it. There's absolutely no chance.
Woke up again. A lot of smokes are being burned for this.
Radiant's bottom tower has
And
fallen.
another. And
Nigma
Dire actually
again.
got a tower.
Enigma are underneath the ward. Man, that sentry. Sorry, that sentry, that ward, it's seeing the Ursa.
The hockey could go for it. You have to be really careful though, because you can't just press enrage unless he's hexed.
Radiant are scanning.
So maybe you don't have a silence yet, though.
Radiant are
Don't know
scanning.
if somebody's looking to fight. There's a greater healing lotus on the Shadow Shaman. We should also be looking at that. They're just gonna walk into the pit. They're like, come in here and fight us. But there's a ward of Enigma Galaxy, so they saw this.
Did they care? I mean, it seems like they're
should.
almost content to just. They should care. They've been spent so much time trying to deal with this. The sleep though, it does connect, but nobody else is around. So V-Team's gonna pick up the Aegis, Lorna the Refresher, and Enigma. They're not gonna fight it at all. They spent so much time playing around this, warding around this, and smoking just for them to not even contest.
They left the banner in the pit though. So VP, they forgot about that one. Of course, it's the least valuable item of all of them, but
Well.
still something if you can pick it up.
Dire's middle tower
Oh
has
no,
fallen.
I think there are some times where that banner can be more important than a cheese.
Yeah, maybe.
Banner will make it so
You're
that you
right.
don't need the cheese.
That's true. Makes sense. Well,
Tires picked it up,
patience
so
paid off their math. It paid off.
it did. They waited a long time for this one. Genuinely like 10 minutes for this Roche. And it's fine for them now. They're actually... Well, that was... He TP'd back fast. I guess he knew that there was some hunting going about.
So Ember went for the double sleight of fist. I think that VP are starting to recognize like the true strength of their lineup being in that poke. That it is the main thing that has been delivering the constant victories in team fights and dissuading the opponents from fighting, which overall, an Ember's with this kind of a build, a better talent would definitely be the Remnant Charge restore time. But for this game, he is definitely right to go for this one, and he also is the one to take the refresher. They're not giving it to the Tide for the double Ravage, rather he wants to have the extra Remnants to play with.
Yeah. More time to dance. That's what he's been doing. And oh my goodness. I feel like, okay, we said so much of this game. We were like, we amassed this 6,000 net worth lead very early for Enigma. We've only increased it by like 3,000, and now they may even get a kill. They're continually bringing this net worth lead down and down and down as we move forward into the late game. We're there now. Who has the advantage?
Late game is kind of always 50-50 when there's so many spells to play around, but I think that it is harder for Enigma Galaxy to get the right initiation. For VP, it's actually very easy to play. Spam Sleight of Fist, spam Gush. A opportunity will present itself. For Enigma Galaxy, it's like, yo guys, I have to jump into the backlines. Then the other guy, oh, I'm gonna roar this guy to keep him isolated. We need a good stomp. There's definitely tools on Enigma Galaxy. If everything aligns, their lineup is fine, but much more ease of execution on the side of VP, so I'd give the edge to them.
Look at this way. We need to start saving this stomp on ET for their disengages. If you can't win that team fight outright because of how much small poke is on the VP side, you need to have the sleep ready for when they finally do commit.
That is true, right? So Ursa commits, starts running away, stomp, covering for him, rinse and repeat. Yeah. That might be a way that Enigma exercises their poke with a lot of potential of killing people, because, well, it's an Ursa.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They're chasing. Not in time, though. And back. Oh, wait a second. Is that danger? Oh, no. Okay, most people TP'd home. I thought there were a few more people who went portal.
The Aegis is getting close to expiring. Only a minute and 40 seconds left. Of course, they still have the refresher and the cheese. Did somebody remember to pick up the banner? Yeah, they did. It's on the back.
Yes. Yeah.
Look at the VP, man. They have 3 heroes with the Outworld staff.
Anything to save.
You survive the initial initiation of Enigma Galaxy and should be able to win the fight. You're just so annoying on these heroes. You have so many stuns, so much lockdown, so many slows, so much poke that it's impossible. You have to delete the hero at the very start. And other than the Ursa, Enigma Galaxy don't really have tools to do so.
What does the Ursa have now? Are we close to him sucking up the Ags? And then
he did suck up the
selling
Ags.
the phase boots? He did suck up the Ags? Okay.
Yeah, he was with selling the boots, and then we'll see. Probably that Octarine core that you've been mentioning.
Yeah, it could be Octarine. Maybe he really wants the Basher.
Well, if he wants to win, he's gonna get the Octarine. I think he'll get it over the circling.
That's true. There's Octarine and then Ron answers.
You have to make sure that your lineup is capable of poke as well, that your lineup is capable of long-term fights.
How about a quick go on an Abaddon next to the outpost? They're going to try to X him back here. Yeah, there's a lot, but actually not enough damage to stop him from blinking.
Yeah. During the borrow time, you get healed up, you don't take damage, you can blink away. One of the little perks of the Abaddon Blink Dagger.
Yeah. That's not really a timing that we care about. What we do care about is that the Aegis has just been reclaimed. So VP were unwilling to start a fight because they were down on net worth. Nigma were unwilling to start a fight because there was an Aegis on the enemy team. Do we see Nigma become aggressive again, or are we about to dance for another 15 minutes before we see our next Roche?
Well, I doubt that the Roche is gonna be spawning in 15 minutes, though, right? Because it's between 5 and a half.
No, it's good. It's gonna spawn in a quick amount of time, but then they're gonna dance for another 10. I'm gonna be sitting here, losing my damn mind, waiting for them to go into the Roche pit.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? I don't even feel the tension in this game. There is nothing happening. It's just people shoving out the waves. Usually when a game is this late and you have this many items, everybody's always super close to a fight, right? It's gonna happen any second now, any second. Here, no, man. I can just rest. I feel like I can sleep it out a little bit and come back, and the status quo will remain.
Yeah,
It's gonna ramp up quick. Somebody's gonna make a move that finally actually commits to something, and then it'll hurt. But currently we're at junior high prom, and nobody really wants to make a move.
First one who does gets the girl.
A refresher man on the Ember. He's got so much to work with. They're making a bit of a smoke play, hoping they can find anybody across the map, but it's really close to their tier 3. They do get him here. Noob also getting found, but the Hawk goes down on the other side. Now it's Noob trying to escape.
They know he's alone.
He hits the refresh, but he's nullified. He'll roar up the Shaman actually, but he can't get out of the ward trap here. Gonna buy back
Or stuff from the other side.
They know there's a fight coming. They already got the Noob down.
The Hawk is coming back.
He doesn't have a refresh. He doesn't have a ward. And there it is. Rain also down. Gonna try to force them away. With the BKB, Nullifier will not affect them. Gonna get them away with the Torrent as well. But Sumail, he's trying to take down Ataris. He's trying to turn around with the Shackles. It could be okay. The Hawk now using the Ravage. Sumail will fall to Nullifier again. Goes trying to take anybody, but his team is gone. Ghost B4. Can he do this? I don't think so.
I know overpower. He's nullified. Oh, he still has it.
He's gone. A team wipe. The way of VP, thanks to one single buyback on the Hawk. That buyback may earn them 4 more in response out of Enigma.
Yeah, they're gonna try to get so many buybacks right now. And if the buybacks are used right now and the Roche doesn't spawn in the next 2 minutes, Enigma Galaxy are gonna be in such a bad spot. If the Roche spawns instantly, at least they can, after those buybacks, get the Roche, then it's gonna be fine. But if they are unlucky, and we're gonna find out right now what's gonna be the case, it's actually gonna be 1 minute until the Roche spawns, so it's not that bad.
I'm not sure what the comms are like, but this is a dramatically different outcome if Noob is simply with the rest of the team as they go on this Tidehunter. Instead, him getting caught out in the center in the mid wave kind of forced the rest of Enigma to respond to that and take possibly one of the worst fights in this series.
Yeah, pretty much. Though Ghost was doing a good job in the backline killing people, but Ember just wasn't allowing anybody to escape. That was just so sad, and in my mind, Enigma Galaxy should have dispersed and just tried to cut their losses, but sometimes you just have to fight.
Lead having to use the ulti on Abba to buy himself some time. They'll end up losing 2 buybacks, lose a full tower and racks, but still, I believe that is the range still alive right there.
And Roach is going to spawn in their side. He's not going to be there for 15 seconds. Also, this refresher on Noob right here.
Yeah.
Maybe he should use those boots, buy phase boots, so he can get out of this ward trap.
Honestly, I feel like Shabash wanted to hear the demands phase boots right now. Any quick ward trap can just be the end of your night.
Dude, look at the A items. He has Blink, Ghost Scepter, and the Shadow Blade. So he's doing everything in his power to survive this Ursa.
Yeah. And Ursa, I mean, it was fine, right? It started off okay. He said he was jumping the backside, but unfortunately felt a little bit alone there. And without his friends, there's just no hope for him to take these fights by himself.
Everybody has a buyback on the side of EP apart from the Tidehunter, but he's actually a pretty big hero. If once again the Hawk makes a mistake, it's gonna be problematic.
Roshan, is what's that timer looking like, Lem? Can
it's gonna be up now. It's gonna be up now.
Oh yeah, no, it's right now. So they could take a fight. It's gonna be here for another minute.
Look at what the Ember is doing.
Yeah, look at this. This is so telegraphed now. Nobody's showing on this wave. Lornoff knows this is information you give your team for the next Roach fight.
Sumail just bought maybe 30 seconds of that push with the Tidebringer, but yep, okay, Ember is back. There's the tension that I wanted to see. This is the late game tension, man.
It's tense now, only a 1,000 net worth lead, but somehow it doesn't
Ember
feel
going
so
back
even.
top.
Yeah,
That's
the way
so
that
annoying.
Ember is pushing these waves out, he may even get a tower out of this one. This is not a tie game. I think BP are in control, and all they have to do is keep the status quo, keep pushing out this bottom wave, and now make the dagger smoke. You just saw Sumail top side. Clear the rest of Enigma away from this Roshan pit.
they're just gonna be walking into the pit, and they do have the speed to kill it. Oh, actually, it's gonna start traveling.
He's going to start running, but look at the bastions. They keep him locked in for a second. He's going to start tossing, but it doesn't matter. Roshan goes down. V-Tune picking up the Aegis again.
V-Tune is stuck. He's going to have a Swift Blink in a second, so it's going to be fine. But I think the Galaxy losing the Roche. It seems like they should have just ran in. I understand that it's dangerous, that it's probably going to lose you the game. But I think the longer it goes, that VP are going to be strangling you even more from every single side. Do you think that maybe tier 5s will help?
I mean, they're gonna have to help someone. I'm not sure though. I mean, you think about the big ticket ones, Helm of the Undying being one of them, Stygian Desolator, another for the extra damage.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking first, I guess, the Divine Regalia, and he hopes that he's killing people super fast. With the way that he is itemized, it's probably the best way to go. I guess Deso is a good one as well.
You can also see some Book of the Deads, maybe. Oh, V-Tune, he did find Noob. I've seen this one before. He gets matched up again. Needs some help. Gets the Roar, trying to run away from this one, but the Hex now keeping him on lock. Looks like he's out for now, though. Does have another Roar in 20 seconds, thankfully, for that 25 talent.
Yeah, he doesn't really have to be using his refresher for that, but he did pop his BKB. That is a bit of a longer cooldown for which he might need refresher. Kunkka has a Daedalus, so Kunkka does pack a punch, especially with a level 25 talent. So that is one thing that you should be looking towards when you are pushing high ground. No, you need to pull those creeps away from the banner so you can actually do the damage with the Tidewinder.
There he goes, jumps in, he finds the Abba, but I don't think Abba cares too much, right? Whoa, he just went through the ulti of the Abaddon with all those Fury stacks. I've never seen an Ursa do that before.
Yeah, and he was hexed up, so he couldn't ulti himself.
They could turn a fight now. This is playable. V-Tune, he's trying to escape. He's so slow.
Raxes are falling.
He's been gifted something from the gods. Aegis no longer on the Abaddon. Just see what you can get afterwards. And yeah, these snakes, they don't feel comfortable hitting them.
Yeah, the VP are like long gone. They're farming, shoving out other waves, but you're just unsure of what you're supposed to do there. And this is now 2 waves of super creeps. It was already bad enough with VP constantly poking at you. What happens when you're consistently inside of your base and you can't do anything about it? Sure, you have an Ursa with a Battle Fury, you have a Kunkka to deal with the waves. That's not the main issue. But Silver Edge, now that is a solution. Silver Edge the Abaddon. Use Nullifier, use everything on him, and get him down. You have the Hex, you have the Silver Edge, he can die. And the Octarine Core is finally done for the Ursa.
Or con.
They have a Hex. It's fine. Like
I'm telling you, one of these days they're gonna look back at this game.
If only we had bought a
Conda. That
Conda.
broke. Yep.
Have you even seen a lasso in this game?
Noob.
There's no buyback.
I didn't even see a Dahak in this game. Where the hell did he go?
He's gone. Okay, VP, they have to go split pushing. The Ember Spirit needs to make sure that the enemies don't get to your base. The problem is that even if they do, their pushing power isn't the greatest. But of course, we're 60 minutes into the game, so towers. Generally, everybody hits towers quite okay. Tares, he's pulling a maybe next time.
Yeah, he's making the great escape. He has a mission, but there is a ward on him if he's not careful. Oh, he has a gem. I think he knows that he's been spotted.
Well, if he knows, then he's not doing anything about it.
Oh, no, he definitely does not know. Gets one more Yule's up, but thanks to the Nullifier from Ghost, he's just gone. And Nigma, it's so weird because now I feel like we finally have some map presence, but they're actually the ones still down in the net worth.
Yeah, but he bought time. He bought time for the Tidehunter to come back. Look at where the waves are. You need at least 30 seconds to get to the enemy base just for the creeps to walk towards there. And I don't think Lorinov is going to be allowing that. He's just going to be able to kill the creeps. Shard for Noob. Not the biggest one, but still a nice influx of gold for sure.
Yeah. That's kind of stuff that they need. And what's most important is in 30 seconds, there are going to be those tier 5 items coming up. As I look at them, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be happy if you get some Buckets of the Dead, maybe some Minotaur Horns, maybe some Stygians. Definitely Helm of the Undying, though. That feels like the premier item.
On which hero would you get the Helm of the Undying?
Anyone that can take it. I think this item is way too good.
Okay, makes sense. You still need some time to farm up the Mad Stones, right? It's not as
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
as fast. The Ghost is going to be looking at the last outer tower from his enemies. That's actually nice. You need to prepare for if you win a huge fight, so that you can get to the enemy base and actually force out those buybacks. And a level 30 Ember doesn't get much worse than that. Has a refresher, has pretty much everything. Octarine Core, refresher, Scotty, Shiva. Nobody's moving. When you don't have a BKB, you just don't move. You just stand in place.
It'd be like that sometimes. I wonder if Sumail... I wonder if he does want to angle into the damage with this build. He has a Daedalus, so maybe Stygian for him wouldn't be the worst in the world either.
I wouldn't hate it. Actually, would be fine. No, Sumail just get the Regalia. Okay, Vtune got the Regalia. He can't get it, so he's probably gonna get the Deso on Kunkka.
Are scanning.
Oh
No, he got Book of the
he's
Dead.
going to push. Okay.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
They are having issues with shoving out the waves, so I think with a heavy heart, he took that one.
Now, important thing to note: if you die, like die, not just without the Aegis, with the Divine Regalia, you not only lose the Regalia, but you also lose the enchantment until you're able to recraft.
Oh, really? Even the enchantment?
Yep.
Oh. Okay. Doesn't matter, but you're an Abaddon. You don't die unless enemies have
That's
a
right.
Hex and a Silver Edge, which they do. So you actually
they
do
do.
die.
Yeah, that's how we saw. I mean, the kill on the Tide Hunter was Silver Edge plus Roar, so you got to be really careful there. You're able to
It's
be
Ursa.
you're able to go subject, but it's quick.
Smoke.
Oh, there comes right in on the Ursa. Shackle him up, but they got the Lotus up. He's nullified. He's able to get the Enraged now. Turning back onto V2 here, but he's got the Divine Regalia. This guy pumped. He's got damage. Ghosty's got to back out of this one, actually. Get onto the high ground.
He
Get
doesn't
away
have
from
anything.
things, because here
2 seconds for the ulti.
You're right on the Ursa. A little bit more damage. Can anybody save the Ursa? No! He's gone Lornob with the Stygian. Gets the double kill. And then they fall right on top of GH. The sky is falling, and it's landing on the supports of Nigma.
They all have buybacks. The creeps are coming. You're gonna be having to use those. There is no Ravage, at least something, but it's so much easier for VP to fight. Lornov goes and gives so much vision, and then you can just commit on whichever target you want. They weren't even choosing. They just went in on an Ursa who has an Aghanim Scepter, and it didn't even matter.
That should be the hardest hero to go on, but instead they just kept the chase going. I felt like there was
Rapier
nothing
Sumail.
stopping them.
That.
You what?
Come on, Kunkka, one-shot them. He has a blink as well.
There it is. Noob, Roar on the Lincoln.
No, Brit.
I don't know if that was intended.
He needs a crit. I think he broke the roar with the Hex, or vice versa, but either way, he got mixed up. Not ideal.
No, not ideal at all. And now, 12,000 net worth lead. We're missing significant buybacks here. Ursa, Matt Rider, and the Elder Titan all missing theirs. And the base is starting to get tattered here on Nigma. Slowly but surely, VP, they'll start to push in.
Man, I'm a big Rain fan. Look at him. He got the fleet-footed enchantment on his Book of the Dead. He has so much movement speed. He has a Shadow Blade. He has a Blink Dagger and a Ghost Scepter. Like, this guy just wants to live. You know that influencer who's like trying to live forever? Yeah, that seems to be Rain in this.
Yep. He's trying.
this
He's
game.
trying his darndest.
Gold and sweet.
How many buybacks was that? Ursa 3, right? Yep, that's not great next fight you lose, but if you win this Roche fight, you can get back into it. Ravage up in 5. Everything ready on VP.
Funny thing about a Roche fight is that Nigma, despite having Beastmaster and Ursa, they haven't touched Aegis in a long time. V-Tune has gotten the last 2 of them.
Yep.
And
he
once
has a
again, this is hard
refresher.
because of this Lornov. Look at, he's doing it again. This is the exact thing that happened last time.
Yep.
Can Nigma
Hard
really let
choices.
this happen again?
And they don't have a glyph. That's the main problem for Enigma. They're gonna have to go back. Even the Shadow Shaman is coming off with the wards. It's not gonna be Megas because they have a range Rex on the bottom lane, but the Super Creeps are coming anyways.
V2 instantly taking off that basher, nullifying this Abba. That is the ulti down. He's getting hit with the Ice Blast, so not even turn in. He's got to make sure that he's surviving the extent of the AA Blast. But the rest of the team, they don't want to let anything go to waste. Turning back in on the Hawk. He's able to get the Ravage off. And now Batrider nullified, trying to get away from this one. But look at the dancing Warnov. He is just skating all over this team, back and forth with the remnants.
Somebody needs to save the bottom lane. Somebody needs to save the bottom lane now. You're going to be dealing with Megas. The Emperor is even TPing there.
We're going to kill it. Noob, getting there. Gets the Hex roar onto this Emperor, but is anybody around the team? This guy is holding back.
They got him.
The Hex X-Men, they get the kill. Lornov down. GH is the one to get in with just a sliver of HP on their racks. They don't have Megas yet.
The Happy Feet Lornov finally gets caught. What he's doing them in that fight, it's brutal. He's just dancing around anybody, not giving them a chance to attack him and just canceling all the potential blink daggers. But finally, they found a way to kill him. Yep, V-Tune got him. With what, with Manta? Yeah, I guess.
And now they get the Aegis as well. 66 minutes. VP. Eventually, I feel initiation is way too difficult. Who on earth do you start on in order to get a clean fight as Nigma? I don't think the answer exists anymore.
It has to be break, Hex, Abaddon, kill him, right? You see why V-Tune bought a refresher? Because he blinks in and he pops his ulti. He knows that they can burst him down, and then he takes away that potential from the opponents. But if they can jump him, it's a completely different story. However, Aegis makes that impossible. So I guess Tide is the next best one. One of those two cores has to die to the Hex and the break. There's no other way around it.
But then there's the shield, right? If Abba is around at all, it's just impossible.
Yeah, well, he's going to be jumping in with his ulti and the blink, or at least you're going to be hoping
that's true.
That's the case.
He has been kind of like going all the way onto the back line, right? He's not necessarily staying around the front line or something. Oh, man. ET. Now I can forge staff.
He's alive. It's fine. Everything is okay.
Oh, sorry. What are the Ursa items again? Have we seen him in a while? I feel like I haven't seen actually the end of the building now. It is the Octarine. Okay.
Yeah,
so next is the Moonshard, right? That's pretty much the last thing. Would you rather see him get like a refresher to backpack?
Oh no, I don't want a refresher. And Moonshard isn't fit.
Oh, I want him to live, but I don't know if I'm going to get that one. He gets hit with the Ice Blast, trying to get away from the V-Tune, but V-Tune won't let it happen. They finally get the roar on the Shaman, but he did the jump. He got the snakes right in front of the tier 4s. He ends up getting Lorn up on the backside. He kills Ghost anyways. There is no mercy. There is no life. Not while Lornoff is in the game. He will just dance on your grave and put the rest of your friends in it.
Maybe he can kill everyone once.
Jumail gets his rapier back.
Defense of the Ancients,
but GG, it's already Ancient falling. Game number 3 is going to go to VP. They outlasted this Nigma pressure. They had such a lead at the beginning, but at the end of the game, this hyper late game, it belonged to VP.
Yep, VP, I think at 30 minutes into this game, understood that, guys, if we just poke them, they are going to be sad and helpless. And, well, then they just poked at them for 40, 50 minutes, man. This was...
Yeah.
Oh, man. If I'm Nigma, I'm feeling so drained after this one. Because you are playing, you're trying to find the solution, you're thinking hard. Because they gave you time. There was like 20 minutes where nothing happened in this game. And you couldn't come up with anything. Everything in the book... They should have listened to you, bought a Kanda, then it would have been different. But overall, you get the hexes, you get the breaks, you get everything that you need, but there is always a problem. There is always something preventing you from getting the right jump. And VP, man, they set themselves up for success.
At its peak, it was about a 12,000 net worth lead for Nigma. I think at the point where they were dancing around that first Roach, right? Nobody was really going for it and ended up going literally top and then all the way back down to the bottom and almost came back again. In that moment, Nigma not really making a move, not committing to anything because they were scared of losing the game, ended up be what lost them the game because they didn't take any chance with that Roshan. And then after that, it was all VP, just complete control. And yeah, I'll stick by it. I don't think there was any way that they were able to initiate on these guys simply because you either try to kill the Abba unsuccessfully or you try to kill somebody next to him with the shield. There's just no winning.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, but yeah, I mean, there were situations in this game where they were ahead, but as you mentioned, they should have been more aggressive. They should have played with a little bit less fear, because ultimately you should have been afraid of what could happen and what ultimately did happen in this game, where you got the position where you are completely
Helpless indeed. And guys, we're gonna go to a quick break because it ain't over. That is only game 3 of 5 that we have for you. So I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna touch some grass because I'm feeling it. And then when we're back, we're gonna go to our game 4, and we'll see if it's gonna be VP ending it all out, or if Nigma, they're gonna push this to 5 games. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup qualifiers. It's the MENA region, and we are into Game 4 of our grand finals here. It's Nigma versus VP and Harry Freak. That was one hell of a game, but I feel like Nigma, they had control. What happened that they lost it?
They had control in the early game, right? They had control of the first and of the second Roche. But
Radiant
remember
team back.
when we saw the Ursa pick, when kind of mentioned, I'm starting to think that this tide was picked so that Nigma
10
picks up an
seconds
Ursa because they're
remaining.
having problems
Radiant
ending
team
game.
back.
And I think that's what
team
happened.
back.
I think Nigma Galaxy have an issue of ending games when they don't have a lineup that can just walk up your high ground. When they don't have a classic siege
seconds
lineup
remaining.
or carry or a mid laner that can actually
5 seconds
right click the
remaining.
tower properly, right? And then they usually do compensate with Noob having a hero like a Beastmaster, for example, but it's just not a game-ending hero. And I think that's where Enigma Galaxy were just unsure of how they were supposed to take the tier 2s, how they were supposed to end the game, and it just ended more and more gave more and more
Radiant
opportunities
team
for
back.
Virtus Pro to showcase the strengths of their lineup. And then as the game progresses, Virtus.pro understood their lineup better and better, how to utilize it versus Nigma, and at some point it just became impossible to play. Despite being ahead, Nigma Galaxy, they couldn't open up the fight, they couldn't find the right target, they couldn't stop the split push. Just everything that VP had, you didn't have an answer for any of it.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think it's lack of that killer mentality, right? Like they had the avenue to win this game. I'll stand by that one. I didn't think they could at first. I thought that the initiation was way too difficult, but they seemed to rise above that one in the early game. I think at some point you got to go for that dagger. You have to go into that roach pit. You have to clear the map. And if you just allow VP to play this game, I'm actually starting to think that if you take them late, it's over for you. VP clearly has shown that their prowess in the late game and their communication, their coordination is just leagues above what Nigma is really bringing to the table.
Yeah, it feels like VP is the more experienced lineup, which, you know, on paper, the Hawk pretty experienced, but here you have Samael, you've got the GH, man. These guys have been in the scene forever. We've got Kuroki in the backline, so I'd say the Nigma Galaxy should still have a little bit more experience, but maybe that experience is instilling fear into them, and they are they're being a little bit more hesitant than they should be. But yeah, I agree with you. Just be more aggressive. Go and make that mistake, right? I understand a lot is on the line, but just do it.
Yeah. Over the course of the last few times, it's been about over 2 months that these two teams have played together. Nigma has won 6 games, including this series, and VP, they have won 5 now, including this. So if they win this one, they not only win the series, but they tie up their 2 months of playing together. And of course, the last time these guys met for a best of 5, it was actually Nigma taking that 3-0 pretty dominantly into a Dream League qual. So VP, they've got to feel really good about this one, especially coming off that game. Anytime you go 60 minutes plus, it has that like extra little bump as you get into the next game if you get that win, knowing that you didn't spend all that time wasted.
Yeah, yesterday you were very confident about, you know, last 6 games, 5 of them Nigma won, haha.
Yep.
VP, they got everything. Then VP just seems that from every single one of those losses, they learned, they adapted, they got better, and we're seeing the results, but still not over. I mean, it's 2-1. VP can still lose this, or rather, Nigma can still win it.
They in biology, man. Every time you kill VP, they come back a little bit stronger.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Though it's usually you get beat up, but sure, kill, beat up. Kind of the same.
It's the same thing in Dota 2.
Very much true, right? Everybody's Jesus here.
Hey, let's go!
Punch them in the face. That's like, guys, what are we gonna do now? We're gonna punch them in the face. It's like, you know, why do you solve all of your problems with your fists if you watch the Reacher, right? And that's because it works.
Yes.
5 seconds.
They, I mean, IO Marcy, man, this is something they ran yesterday. Looked really good. Even though they did end up losing this game, this is one of the ones that looked the most solid from Nigma. They had a problem, of course, with ending it. But I would say in this one, having the Shaman again, it creates that kind of like foolproof way to go up, take some towers, and every time at least make some progress getting into the enemy base.
Yeah, maybe start thinking about something like a sniper as well, right? That's gonna allow you to push the towers, right? Smail. At the moment, Virtus.pro doesn't have anything to catch a backline sniper, so if they don't pick anything in their 16-17 on the 18, Nigma Galaxy could secure that Samael actually contributes in that department. Yeah, you're gonna be lacking a little bit in the magical damage department, but you have to play to your strengths, right? There is a problem that you keep facing versus Virtus.pro, and it's ending the game. So just make sure that you don't have it. Darkseer is a bit of a problem because they do run at you quite a lot.
A lot of damage, a lot of magical damage in this offlane. And Batrider, although it is not a melee hero, it is one that certainly takes advantage of having a Darkseer partner.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No. I mean, I still get dude, I'd still pick up that sniper, not gonna lie. Like, Storm is banned out. You have a Shadow Shaman. Just get it, right? Darkseer is the only problem that you have. You can get something like a Brewmaster to purge off the Darkseer spells, and then you're gonna be fine.
Should we take a page out of the book of VP, seeing an unlastable hero come out? Maybe like the Tidehunter?
I like the Tide. Tide is actually really good here. Abaddon can be a little bit annoying to you in the lane, just running it down, but other than that, I mean, these heroes are not a problem for a Tide.
Yeah. Until the Batrider gets Conda.
Yeah, that's when the game ends, right? If they've been listening to you speak, they will know the exact solution.
They're taking a while on this one, actually, which is surprising. It is an 18 pick, but very important. They end up going for the puck. So something that makes it so Darkseer can't get away. However, I see a very important silencer in this game.
Yeah, it's quite annoying, and pucks generally don't want to be buying a Yules or a BKB. It's just straight up annoying. It really does slow down your progression quite a lot. But generally, they don't have much catch for the puck other than that global silence. So you should be okay. But not only the puck, this IO doesn't really like playing versus the global silence either. It's this silencer, I think, will be public enemy #1. If I'm Ghost, I know who I want to kill. And Rain is probably, again, going to be building Blink Daggers, Force Staffs, Shadow Blades, and such.
10 seconds remaining.
So then I feel like the archetype that we need from this Nigma last pick here has become quite clear.
Remaining.
I need something that's jumping, or at least providing vision, so that we can kill the silencer. I need us to build a Lotus Orb, because Lotus Orb rules the world in this game. And again, I feel like I want a Tide. I kind of want a Tide so that he can't get lassoed, but I'll take that away for something that is just maybe building auras and making sure that this Batrider, it's not impossible to survive the lasso.
But I still like the Tide. I really think it's a great hero to go for. Let's just check noob. Do you play a lot of Tide? I don't think so, right? So that.
Oh, do you press E and run it waves?
You know, sometimes you feel like it's that easy, and then you probably flop one game. Like, I knew I didn't know how to play this hero. Like, I knew.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I mean, if it's not, I think there are plenty of heroes that do the thing that I want. It's just Tide is the only one that also is, unlassoable. So now, I think there are plenty of heroes that fit what we want. Hell, even a Underlord could be okay. I don't think that Abba is necessarily fearful of it, but it's still okay.
So Bristol doesn't feel great.
10 seconds
That's
remaining.
what I guess we can agree on. Centaur is
Not
another
great.
noob hero.
Remaining.
Is a Centaur great here? Well,
we had talked about the Brewmaster, right? Is that still on the table?
I like the Brewmaster
Radiant
actually.
team pick.
Oh!
Okay. What if VP picks a sniper?
Hmm.
You know what would be really cool for VP?
10
A,
seconds remaining.
A Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit again. I know Void Spirit very
5 seconds remaining.
out of meta, but Ember once again I would not hate.
Yeah. Ember very good into puck, and Lornov just played the best Ember of his lifetime.
Yeah, buffed up.
I mean,
by
he's got to be
Darkseer.
warm on it.
Exactly. Pango is out as well. DK is out. Yeah, I'm thinking Ember is probably something right up in his alley. Lorinov was never big on experimenting. He usually does play things that that are tried and tested, but I still think a sniper wouldn't be half bad. It is something he knows how to play. Wins the lane versus the puck, and the jumps are not that great. But yeah, I guess this is just a safe choice.
So pretty much exactly what we expected on VP. Looks like the same thing here from Nigma. A lot of pluses, a lot of minuses. Obviously, the big plus for us on the Nigma side is Io, Marcy. They played this before. It's always looked great. Then we have Omar on the Shadow Shaman. Probably the best pause 4 of this patch with pretty easy ways, right? You do have this Ember Spirit. Should be a good lockdown for you. Probably forcing out Silencer when you do it. But then the rest of this lineup, right? Puck and Omni Knight. Don't see a whole lot of Omni Knight forced into these lineups. Puck is into a Silencer. What's your take on the rest of this Nigma lineup?
Same as every single time that they lost, they cannot end the game. Like, this lineup does not end the game. Like, how do you do it? Maybe Ghost gets repelled and he jumps in, but Marcy is not your classical hero that pushes down towers. I'm not impressed. They need a very strong laning stage. They need to snowball, and they need to murder VP in this game if they're to win. If not, the time will come when Iron Shells will be shoving out the waves. You are gonna buy like an Orchid or something to be able to kill the puck, and Enigma Galaxy are gonna have a bad time. So I'm man, I kind of feel like VP should have this, even if Enigma Galaxy starts winning the game heavily, which they can with an IMRC.
I can. I mean, that's kind of what got started last game as well. There is some faltering. But this time, I mean, the team fight that you have with Darkseer, Silencer, I don't think that's necessarily overwhelming compared to the Coil and, of course, everything that the Omni has to disengage from your fight. I think Nigma shouldn't be forced in a position where they're running around the map for 15 minutes because they don't want to commit to a fight.
I think so as well, right? This time around, they can definitely go forward, and even if they lose one fight with the Global Silence is a huge spell. So I would just want Enigma Galaxy to create a tempo in this game so that there is constant fighting. There's no time for Virtus Pro to shove in the waves. There's no time for Virtus Pro to farm. There's no time for Virtus Pro to wait for their cooldowns. And you just run. For that, you need a good laning stage, which is something that their heroes are good at. And with that chaos on the map, you're going to be enabling the towers to fall. Here, once when they fall, your aggression can continue. That's kind of the first 15-20 minutes ideal ones for Enigma Galaxy that I want to see to set themselves up for success. But even if that happens, I'm having my doubts about them taking the game as a whole.
Yeah, but it starts off with that early game, strong early game. That is something that the Omni does well. Unfortunately, the nerfs to this hero, I actually liked playing this as a carry until they got some nerfs down. The hammer damage was really rough. I think at level 3, you're essentially back to where it was. But the cooldown is another issue for it that changed. So always level 5 or level 4, you only have a 5-second CD. So it can be kind of rough. But here they're going to try, and Tara's should get onto the low ground, but is he taking too much damage? Yes, he has. And Noob picking up the first blood there. It's going to be very important as he lanes against that Abaddon.
Yeah, man, I don't know why you're crying about the nerfs on the Omni. He's still getting kills, so...
Clearly getting the first blood. He's so good.
Obviously, the hero works, right? So, their nerf was warranted.
It was. It felt really strong and really fun to play, and I hate that it was taken away from me.
Yeah, okay, so... you see, guys, this is MMR abusers at their best. They never want the patches.
Exactly. I have an agenda here. I don't actually like casting Dota. I'm only here so I can like try to sell you guys why my heroes being nerfed is bad for the game.
Yeah, exactly. Just like GH, he writes on Twitter, like fix the bug on the IO and gets fixed tomorrow. Like, why can't I have that kind of power?
Yeah, sorry, there's a bug. I haven't been able to pick PL for the last 4 years.
Yeah, man, it has been that long, really. I mean, come on.
It probably hasn't been quite that long. There was the Octarine Aether Lens days, I guess, that were pretty good for it.
Yeah, but that's not PL, man. That's some other hero that looks like a PL.
That's true.
It's not the same.
Amalgamation. Looks like, again, this mid lane has typically been favored for the Ember, right? Just a lot of physical damage that Puck doesn't really want to deal with. And even the Flame Guard sometimes is too much to toss a bunch of orbs out at.
Generally, Puck does badly versus melee heroes with good animation, and the Ember Spirit falls into that category. He also has decent amount of armor, so the, let's say, pathetic right-click damage of the Puck doesn't really hurt him. I mean, he has 55 damage. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah. Oh, the Hawk? Looks like they are going to start just dragging waves, making sure there's no pool camp as well. So that's kind of what a lot of these Darkseer lanes turn into.
Pretty much, right? Especially with IOMRC. I mean, they can run you down, they can punch you. They don't really care about your iron shells. They heal through those. So you have to make some shenanigans happen in that lane. I would say until the end of the lane. There's no way. I don't think there's a timing even with the level 2 iron shell. Even if the Batrider gets a lot of stacks, that you're stronger than them. You should always be careful.
He wants this. Yeah, but there it is. Shield, and now Omar is in a bit of danger here. They are going to get the first blood. Well, in the lane. The first blood on Rain. I kind of thought that Omar was going to go down in return, but there's actually a lot of heal coming out from Noob.
Well, this is the start that Enigma Galaxy wanted, right? They got the first blood. Now they got a little bit of extra. Samael is actually doing well in the mid lane. He's going even with an Ember Spirit, which is not something that we see too often. No, Lornoff, he might be crushing it in the games, but Samael is still, in terms of laning, looking pretty good.
What he does the best sometimes is just that raw laning ability. Oh, okay. A little bit of a bait and switch there.
Yeah, they're gonna be trading the runes. Nothing that Sumail can do about it. Usually we see Pucks use the orb and then deny the other rune, but he wasn't close enough.
Yeah. So far, CSing is looking pretty good all around. Not even the worst amount of behind on the Hawk right now. We've seen some very bad first few lanes. And oh, Omar could be in danger here. He should pop the blood grenade, but do they have the subsequent damage? I don't think he does. No, he should be away. But it doesn't mean he's not going to be in the lane as the Lotus spawns.
Yeah, he was hoping that the blood grenade pops the foul play. That's why he was waiting with that right click. Well, no such luck.
Nope. Now Lotus going to go over to V-Tune. Noob still gets a lot of the wave. And oh, that is a hard one to pull off actually. The pull and sack at the same time on the small and Lornov. How? I thought that was going well. I feel like the last time we checked there, Sumail was having a good time.
He was having a good time in terms of CS, but he wasn't having a good time because Lornov is a god. That's how it goes.
Dire's middle tower is
Ghost.
under attack.
Oh man, he is almost getting the kill there on Antares, and may actually get the kill on the Hawk here, but a nice bounce away from Antares.
Yeah, both of them saving each other's lives. However, the Hawk doesn't have any salves right now, and he's not even level 3, so his career is so slow. And who knows when he's going to be getting that regen.
Omar, do you want that smoke? I don't know if you want that smoke.
Well, now he knows he doesn't want it.
No, don't want it. That's +1 for Rain.
We always say -1. It just delivers more emotional damage.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, Ghost, they get the kill. Looks like GH won't tick down to the fire. This is a matchup that we haven't heard as much about IO Marcy since the 739 hit, but these guys, they haven't forgotten this lane. Damn near unbeatable.
I think he has 28 CS. You know, when Darkseid had 7 CS, the Marcy had like 12, 13, and you were saying, oh, it's not that bad for the Darkseid. Look at that. He has gotten 3, 4 CS since then, whilst the Marcy has been having a creep galore on the top lane. All you can eat buffet.
And oh no, it gets even worse. The Hawk going down. This is maybe going to turn into a slaughter, but if the Ember continues to have a good time, maybe a timely rotation up here can bring it back in favor to the Hawk.
Dude, he's doubling him in net worth. The Hawk is 1300 and the Marcy has 2800. And I don't think it's going to change, right? It's going to stay the same way. The Hawk is even now going to be going into the jungle. He's done. Sumail might be done.
Good job. You could feel him wanting to use that orb aggressively, but he knew he had to save it for whenever Lornov finally committed. And well done there for Sumail.
How many remnants does Lornov have left? Only one, but in 15 seconds he's gonna have another one. That makes it hard for Sumail to survive here, not gonna lie.
Oh, you're isolated, yeah, and Lornov with obviously the very quick level 6. He also has the fortification. If he really wants to stop Sumail from getting his level 6, he could, but Sumail already going back to that tier 2.
Still, things are not looking good for him. And this is amazing for VP because Lornov might be able to get some hate towards the mid lane, and then that can enable the Hawk to be able to start crawling back into this game because he is really suffering. I mean, the Batrider has more net worth than him.
We talked about this ward that the Antares just placed over here in the river, but this was supposed to be for after you won the lane and you knew that the carry would be farming down here. What do you think the purpose of this ward is now, knowing that the Marcy probably isn't going to show on it? Just for him to farm? Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the Batrider to farm to protect himself. What he's doing. He's stacking the camps for himself.
Is Sumail just going to get a free one out of this one? Oh, he didn't see. He's trying to follow the trail. Gets the coil. And the neutral creep. Oh, Antares. We said it before. This guy feels like the MVP of this series and may have secured my opinion with that.
Oh, you know, I have this ward. I know that the puck is coming. I'm going to dodge him. If the Firefly had expired a little bit earlier, he wouldn't even have died. But unfortunately,
that's true.
Persisted for a second longer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Ryan, continuing to have a good time here versus this Shadow Shaman. I'm a little surprised. Again, like Omni is a good laner. It feels like he should be able to be aggressive here, but just isn't the case quite yet. Now Noob
He's on the wisdom. Now Lorinov is going to contest it. They've got plenty of heal. A lot of people are coming over to fight this one. And Tara's trying to provide the damage. And Noob knows he can't stick around any longer. Omar hasn't gotten that note. He's going to get healed up after the bomb, but it doesn't matter. He's gone again. And GH TP'd in to make this happen. Marcy cancels the TP. They're going to get one wisdom. Yeah, 2 wisdoms. And Nigma just fell behind pretty significantly.
That was like 0.1 second for the Shrine to go towards the Shadow Shaman when the Ember Spirit got close. He even wanted to get the Iron Shell from the Darkseer. He was quite close to him, and the Darkseer went for the animation, and Lorinov was like, no, I need to go faster, and he doesn't even wait for that half a second because they get the Wisdom Shrine. Beautiful, like literally beautiful understanding of what you need to do and what you need to be able to make that play from Lorinov, because I mean, Iron Shell buffs you so much, but he just calculated that it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, Arcane Rune on Ember, man. I mean, sometimes that's all it takes.
So what are we seeing? Marcy going for an armlet, so no Battle Fury again. And I maybe would have even
like
gone
that.
for the Battle Fury.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just go ultra late game, right? Because the scaling.
What if they have Rebels ending it?
Well, they're gonna...
no. Lorinov. Yeah, he's immediately on this Marcy Ghost. He's not able to heal through it. And look at the damage coming through VP. Shred through 3 heroes on Nigma instantly. And everybody can just go back to farming because that didn't take any time at all.
I feel like if you go for a Battle Fury, you can still play aggressive because the IO Marcy is just that damn strong. But if you go for an armlet, your enemies know that you're going to be desperate to make plays like this. And alas, there's the response. A pretty much perfect one for Virtus Pro.
Exactly what it was needed. And look at the damage here. Look at the chains. And then instantly in with the stun and the shield breaking too. Oh my god.
Lorinov is one insane player. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he is.
Oh.
Lobo.
Oh no. The silence chain. Lorinov now dominating thanks to Ryan's help. The supports from VP, man, they are pulling up. And Ghost, at least he's gonna get some revenge onto Antares.
But at what cost? This mid lane tower falling is the problem, right? What does the Ember Spirit like to do the most? If he gets the mid lane tower down, that's why people do buy this Blightstone Orb of Corrosion, above other reasons as well. But he likes to play close to the tier 2 and get all of the hate. If you look at Midway Galaxy, yeah, they do have ways of killing him, but only if the Shadow Shaman comes. You keep tabs on the Shadow Shaman, and he knows that he's going to be able to survive even the coil. He gets coiled, breaks it, remnants away, and he's going to be fine. And then Midway Galaxy either have to let him give all of the info in the world to his team, or they have to bring a hero just to push him back a little bit.
What hero can push?
They're going for Noob. They want him. This is a fast movement. He doesn't know this is happening.
No way to know.
And no repel.
He's feeling it now. Yeah, no repel points at all. And the silence will do more than enough to help him out. Ryan again with the kill, actually. So he's eating good. Our silencer up to 4 stolen ints.
Yeah, and just things are happening so fast. I feel like he used the global silence just a second ago. In just 35 seconds, he's gonna have it back up. So somebody's gonna be on the receiving end. This tower seems that nobody wants to defend it. With the siege creep, it's just gonna fall.
Good. They're having a rough time. Oh my lord. Yeah, 2 denies just on a wave. Smeld is trying to get some extra gold for himself. And you can feel the net worth disparity start to really show itself. Marcy is farmed. That's the only one who's farmed right now on Nigma. Thankfully still well leagues ahead of the Darkseer on most of the cores. Oh, actually no, he's catching up.
He's catching up. He's gonna be going for a Vanguard, so at least he's gonna be able to take a bit more of a beating.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They have a good ward that kind of sees if anybody is trying to wrap around the trees and fight them here. So Ghost is going to get himself a tower with this armlet, with the Orb of Corrosion. Is it BKB next? I feel like that's imperative still for the Zero.
That's what he went for last time, so I'm going to assume that's the case. And you are playing versus a global silence, and chains from the Ember are pretty annoying as well. I mean, maybe you could get away with the Manta. Probably not. Probably not.
Nah, I do sympathize for wanting to dispel, but
BKB Basher,
Yeah.
it just has to be, or BKB Daedalus and something along those lines.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Still farming up. We did see BKB Nullifier once actually, and versus the Hawk, that
Makes
could be
sense.
the case. Yeah.
It makes sense for him to go that route. Because you do want people to die fast, and Darkseer is kind of the main team fighter of VP, so the main team fighter is going to be showing himself. Really, the finding the silencer is going to be kind of hard.
Lornov is on the hunt again. He did go for the blade mail. I kind of thought that he did this last time because his lane didn't have the best start to it, and now it feels like this is actually something he wants to keep on doing. It's very good versus the Marcy, right? She's going to do a ton of damage, at least make some of it come back.
Yo, I'm gonna ruin this puck in the lane, and then I'm gonna build items versus the Marcy. Genius, right? I don't need a Mage Slayer because the puck is under level.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best things you can do. I wonder if he ends up going back for it now. Obviously, it's still pretty good Mage Slayer game. I feel like almost every game is a Mage Slayer game, to be honest.
Yeah, the item is just pretty good, right? Even with the nerfs that it received in the last like half a year, it still makes sense to go that route.
One of the best parts about having this Marcy IO combo is when you're farming, you actually have somebody to jump off of before you have your shard.
Is under attack.
So you're always going to get those extra unleash hits.
That's a fast smoke towards the top lane, towards the IO Marcy. Yeah, he is going for a Manta on the Marcy, so.
Oh, well. I get it. I'm surprised, but I get it. And oh no, they get the lasso. Need a little bit of heal, but the silence coming out here. You need to get some TPs in to help this guy. This is your hero. This is your farm boy, but he's already gone. And Antares, he gets the double kill as the Bat Rider, murdering the Marcy IO duo.
Nah, they just waited for the relocate to be used and then global silence, right? They were like, we're not gonna global unless you click relocate, and the second he did, then they used the global, so now both of those spells are down. Enigma Galaxy, they have to get a response going. The problem is that the Marcy and the IO cannot connect right now. That's the biggest issue, and I'm not sure if these three heroes have what it takes to bring down VTune.
I mean, I feel like this is even tipping over from last game when they weren't really able to kill him. Now, he does have the ulti, so yeah, this is going to be the first one.
Shoot. There's a haste on Sumail. He's been
Even
known
against
to
the
go
river,
for
yeah.
these plays.
Sumail is zooming. He doesn't want to commit, right?
Dire's top tower is
Oh,
under
he
attack.
definitely wants to commit.
He looks very much motivated to commit.
Are fortified.
There's just no way. Right now, the silencer has become quite a nuisance for this Enigma lineup.
At least Abaddon now doesn't have his ulti, so you have a little bit of a window to kill him. He just bought a Radiance, so generally you want to maximize your farm, and this gives you 60 seconds of opportunity to take his life. And I think Enigma Galaxy, they cannot stay on the sidelines, even though they didn't win the laning stage, even though they're not like the biggest killers. You have to be making pressure. You have to be applying pressure on the enemy heroes. If you're just waiting, opportunities will arise for VP to get those lassos to kill your Marcy over and over again, and you just cannot allow that to happen. He already doesn't have a farming item. He has an armlet. You need the game to go well for you.
And the net worths are starting to even out at the top here, which is unfortunate for Enigma, because really the reason that the net worths looked even was because of how far this Marcy was ahead. So the Bat Rider, look at that, 5,200 net worth. This guy is essentially another offlaner for VP.
Yeah, pretty much, right? He saw the Hawk is getting demolished. He's like, yo, dude, how about you old guy step down so that I can take over. How old is Antares? I want to check now. He's been in the scene now for quite some time, but when I first started casting him, he was quite young. He's 22, so yeah. Considering I'm ancient, he is quite young.
Looks like the BKB coming here from Lornov. They're definitely still like itemizing safely. I don't think they're kind of going for the execution items, right? No Shivas, no crit stick, nothing like that. Just more survivability.
They don't need it, basically, right? Because it is Enigma Galaxy. You have to jump in with the Marcy, beat somebody up fast. If you look at it, the Darkseer lineups usually allow you to, in long fights, win no matter what. That's just how it goes.
Put tower down. And Marcy is still farming actually really close to these guys. I feel like you have to be a little bit careful. Your team is not around
This Bat Rider could just try to find an initiation in. Unless, is it Darkseer that's actually in trouble? He does get hexed up, but he is surged. Yeah, he is so damn fast.
Omar.
And now Omar actually in danger. He's set in the fire. Look at how much is burned across this map. Now they're going to try to go on the hot, but the disarm hits, and now they even get the wall down. Silence to make sure that nobody else is able to join into the fight, and they find the puck +1. Honestly, the least of Sumail's worries as he dies again. And now there's a DD on Lordom. Ghost is running forward, brother. This is a lot. I don't know if you really want to step up in that.
Definitely not, especially with the V-Tune being in the vicinity. He doesn't have his ulti, but you go forward, your unleash from the Marcy is coming to an end. You have no damage, you have no lockdown. Your both lockdown heroes are away, so it's better to just let it go.
I feel like we have to get a dispel on Puck now. It's unacceptable to have this game continue where you're one global science away from just an instant death.
You can't play without the blink though, right? If you're just gonna go full defensive, the map is gonna be shrinking for you and you won't be able to make a play. I feel like blink is the necessary evil for him. After that, Yules most definitely, but without his blink, Enigma Galaxy, they cannot hope for a kill in the next 5 minutes if he buys a Yules.
I guess that's true. Gotta get a kill. I worry for him. I don't know if he's going to live long enough to get this blink dagger.
You're right.
Blink dagger and Yules. Yeah.
You're definitely right. It is a rough spot to be in. It's obvious that that's the case for Enigma Galaxy, and then you have to make rough choices. Like, am I gonna be playing scared and timid and being afraid to lose, playing not to lose, and ultimately just extending the game so that I still get kicked out of the tournament, or am I gonna buy a blink and trust in my ability to play it properly?
Extending the game has worked so far. I mean, that's exactly what happened with VP in the last game. They're going to try to get a kill here. It looks like once again, Omar. There's just so much tick damage. There's no way that your foul play will ever let you live.
Straight into the pit they go. Curse of Avernus. Because that attacks a bit to everybody, so they should be taken
It drops
down.
so fast.
Even though their lineup on paper sucks, just look at it. Individually, all of these heroes are bad. Yep.
One of the greatest things about doing this, right? Like, whenever you're taking this Roshan before minute 20, it means the Tormentor is genuinely free for you if you want it.
Yep. Maybe that was the goal with moving the Tormentor. Okay, sure, to make sure that the Radiant isn't winning 60% of the time, or 65% of the time, but also that if somebody's ahead, they can end the game faster because they're gonna get both the Roshan and the Tormentor.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, the map is big enough, you're able to split it, and it feels like, once again, we're sitting in a lineup where Enigma did not really prepare for having to lane split. They definitely missed, like, their read on the game was that they would be ahead, pushing the objectives, pushing with Omar, so they didn't have to respond to these split pushing waves. They would be the one that's dictating that tempo. But now that they're not, and they're at VP's mercy, I feel like their lineup is lacking a lot that it needs in order to actually survive.
But Marcy now has a Manta, so it's gonna be much harder to kill Ghost. He's still farming quite nicely, top of the network chart, but a decent margin. It's not a small difference between him and the number 2. So Enigma Galaxy at least are making a good case for their farming capabilities to keep themselves in this game. 2k gold lead isn't that much. The problem is that Enigma Galaxy lineup is a little bit snowball oriented, but Marcy can still take it into the late game. Puck as well.
They can scale. We've seen scaling Marcy's before. We've seen scaling Pucks before, especially the Puck that we imagine, Aghanim Scepter, level 25, mixing a Daedalus, a Parasma. And you need so many of those items where Puck has been dying and dying and dying.
They're coming, and VP are gonna be low after the Tormentor. No.
Yeah, but instantly, oh no, the blink, it's not gonna help you here. Into the wall, not able to escape, and now Ghost in danger as well. Where is your IO? Here he is, giving you some of the heal, but V2 just keeps on chasing. They have no fear. There's
From
no
the side.
So what can you do? Teleporting on the IO, he'll not even make it away. He dies in the base. Now Omar, he's the only one to make it out alive. I guess the Omni Knight as well, but another painful start to a fight there for Sumail.
And look at that no hesitancy play from Antares. He just TPs to the mid lane in front of chasing Omar. Like, I don't care about this Shadow Shaman. I just want to shove out the waves. He did so with the mid lane. And he'll do so with the bottom lane while the rest of them are chasing.
Yeah, again, Radiance take damage. Looks like V-Tune won the trade. Oh, no, he got the kill on Rain. I mean, that's 500 gold for him. Not bad. He dies though, right?
It's fine. But again, look at the map right now. Enigma Galaxy, they're coming back to the world of the living with all of their heroes and they cannot play. Even with one hero being dead, no global silence, all of the waves are in their face. Why? Because Antares just made a nice decision to go there. And it's just beautiful how well they're communicating on Virtus Pro just to make sure that Enigma Galaxy have no player on the map. Now he's done.
Oh my god. Getting themselves some heal. Guardian Angel will protect him from some physical damage for now, but they got to turn around on this one. Here comes the puck. Maybe this is the fight that they really want. No global available, but Smail's still too scared to continue on in this fight, and Omar will fall right after Noob. It's going to be another 2 gone from Nigma and VP. They are just demolishing this map.
They're making it look easy. And immediately afterwards, fight ends. Ember Spirit this time around is the one that's TPing to the mid lane to shove it out, to make sure that at least 2 waves are always pushing towards Enigma Galaxy. And if you want the third one as well, you can just have the Darkseer TP there, use 1 Iron Shell, and everything will be going your way.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As it is now, Darkseer, top 4 net worth. You never thought you'd see the day after the lane stage start that he had, but he's all the way back. His team has made plenty of space for him to hawk, though he's thankful for that.
He's going for a Shivas now on the Darkseer. I assume that Ember might be looking towards a Scotty, and then you make these heals just not as good, and you take away the last little bit of power that Enigma Galaxy have on their side, and that is survivability.
Yeah, every one of these cores has a way that they want to respond to it, right? Whether it's the Shivas, the Scotty, hell, even a Vessel if they really want it on somebody. One of the bigger ones, though, is the Withering Mist, of course.
Well, nice wraparound smoke. Puck is approaching his Yules. It would be ideal if they kill him now again with their global silence, but no such luck. Puck is out.
Yeah, Omar, he's the one in danger. Again, the burn. Seems that Radiance takes priority over the fire laid in on the ground, so I guess that'll always be kill for V-Tune.
I always thought that more ticks come out from the Firefly, but
right?
I
Always feels that way. Diamond's connecting. Puck able to get away, actually, thanks to that Blink Dagger, so narrowly avoiding another death on Sumail.
Finally a small victory from Enigma Galaxy, and that is surviving after the global silence was used. Unfortunately, they don't get anything out of it, at least not just yet. Can't play, man. They've only taken down... Okay, they did take down 2 towers, but the mid lane tower is still standing, so your blink initiation approach, it just doesn't work. You don't have the access points to map.
Did he get that off of a Tormentor? Or did he actually buy that shard? Because if he bought that shard, what an insane move, because like, it definitely paid off for him.
He got it.
Oh yeah, he did good. Okay. Hey, that extra insta is crazy, especially when your team is so ahead like this. 3x the actual insta. Certainly worth it.
Yeah, for sure. So Enigma Galaxy are trying to find a fight now. No global silence. Yules on the puck. You finally have something to protect yourself with. And there you do have the Marcy and the IO to join it. There's the global silence. 45.
Oh, coil connecting here. Sure, there could be a coil, but do they even need it? Yeah, the jump in for the IO, it's more than enough. They don't have silence,
Nice one.
that's why. Now with the harpoon, they're getting on top of Antares as well. Those are 2 big kill streaks going the way of Ghost.
Finally Enigma Galaxy finds something. It comes down to that global silence being used earlier, so VP, they're gonna have to be a little bit more conservative with the usage. I think Rain, after seeing this result, is probably gonna be looking to save his ulti a little bit more for defensive purposes as well.
Now BKB finished from the Marcy. So I think this is like a solid start, right, to the Marcy build. Now, whatever item she chooses to go for next will put more and more oomph behind these hits.
So we'll see what's gonna be. It's gonna be a nullifier. You were definitely right. So he wants the Darkseer to die, and I think that's actually quite smart. So Ghost is going to be able to just get on top of the Darkseer and kill him. There isn't really anything you can do about that to save him. Maybe a flame break, but Considering there's a BKB on the Marcy, that shouldn't really pose a problem.
I wonder if he's gonna run into some slot issues. This guy is dead, by the way, chat. I know, I should be casting this. That is a murder. That's not a fight. That's just grab that guy and he's dead. I feel like you're gonna run into some slot issues on the Manta, right?
Is under attack.
Yeah, you will have them, but Nullifier. And I feel like you don't go Basher, you go Daedalus. Just you need somebody to die super fast.
That is a fight in the back wall into the silence. My God, the circles are overlapping for VP and GH. He'll be the first one to go down, but now with the silence down, maybe he can take a fight here. Ghost
Rebounded too.
He also has the Guardian Angel, but there it is. The coil in from Sumail, trying to get his team out of this one. It's a nice rebound away, but Lorinov, he won't let anybody go for free. Turning back on to Noob, he goes down as well. It's 3 gone, and by some miracle, Sumail is actually one of the only ones to survive from Team Nigma.
Ghost had that little thing on top of his head that showed that the Ember is gonna hit him, but he could have armlet toggled. He didn't know when his turn was coming, so he got out of there. If he armlet toggled, he would have survived, but unfortunately he just thought that it was gonna be happening earlier, and it did. He loses his life. You'll see now when he starts running away. He gets into the base. It's quite far away.
I mean, you can tell we need so many more levels on this truck. I'll give it, if this fight you had a level 25, could have been good. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, that's to go.
I think
But
he would
if
have
Dream Coil
gotten him
did
anyways.
pierce BKB, right? Then they would have had it. So just give this puck, 8 more levels, and it's a completely different fight.
Man, I love it when you have these awesome ideas, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Why doesn't the puck simply get more experience?
Yeah, you know that like why are people homeless? They should just buy a house, right? There's
Exactly, yeah,
There's a
it's-
meme video about it, like
Yeah.
people saying some
one
really,
simple trick.
really fun things.
Yeah. So it's exactly what we need here. You just need a little bit more farm, a little bit more XP, and for the enemy to not kill you as much. And actually, Dota gets a lot
Genius, man. I have no idea how you're not picked up as a coach of a top 8 team just yet. But anyways, Roche being targeted is going to be the second Roche with the banner. And VP, I don't know if they're going to be looking to go high ground, but there is, of course, their lineup isn't great at pushing. But if there is an opportunity after a fight to go high ground, this banner will most definitely help.
I mean, V2 is kind of in a nice spot where you'd have to commit so much just to pop his ulti. I think he can actually just siege, especially whenever he has the Aegis, just because I don't see a world where you kill him 2, let alone 3 times. Oh. Yep, GH trying to get away. The barrier actually almost got him out, but a nice job with the flame break there from Batrider, making sure there's no life, no escape.
Antares is just godly in this game. I don't know if, it's from the back lines, but he's getting all of the grabs. All of his flame breaks are amazing. Breaking the tethers or stopping heroes from tethering away. It's beautiful what the guy's doing in the game. Puck did cut the wave, so this push isn't gonna be. Oh, there's a wave coming from the top lane, so yeah, this push is going to work.
No. Oh no. Nobody cut it. Once again, we're starting to feel the split push ability.
Another lasso.
But even, oh man,
was that?
almost had it.
I don't know. No. Why did I hear the lasso sound? I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
Maybe it was a
imagining
creep.
it. No, he has it on cooldown for like 15 seconds. So it's,
Oh, okay.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
There it is. Gonna be the first racks now. Mid is. Okay. So they knew that the fortification was coming through, or the back door was coming through.
they still have that ward on the high ground, and lasso is available, but yeah, VP are throwing back. So they're just gonna let him go. We'll lose that ward in the enemy base,
Radiant's
it seems.
bottom tower is under attack.
Look at how scared they are. Both of the supports of Nigma Galaxy, like approaching that ward like it's a dragon, because they know there's possibly a Batrider waiting for him.
Radiant
He's a killer. This is definitely the dagger that we were kind of missing in last game. Unfortunately, Nigma are not the ones who picked it up.
They're coming with the push this time around with the siege creep and no glyph, so Rax's goodbye.
Stars.
He caught him.
Whoa! The range on that lasso. He actually grabbed him so far away. Silence coming out after the BKB already popped, but he already did get the unleash there on the Marcy. Maybe getting a kill on the Hawk. No!
Oh, Glimmer.
Able to get away at the very last second. Noob will finally get a kill on the Silencer, though. Here comes Lornoff. Gets another one. He's able to skate all across the back line. Now turning onto the Shadow Shaman. Omar will fall. That's going to be buyback on the Bat Rider to make it happen, though.
Oh, man. This Ember
Noob.
is everywhere.
Noob wants his kill on a charge so bad, does have the harpoon, ends up getting the kill. Can he escape? You know the surge is coming. And there it is. There's too much lockdown. Omar will go down as well. A triple for the Ember Spirit, and the base could drop even further from Nigma.
Well, this is happening. Sumail is cutting waves in the mid lane and killing couriers, right? I don't know if he killed anything big. Not really.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay, yeah, that fortification as well. There's no creeps really around the high ground. That should save them. All right, come on, cope it up with me, man. Are we getting to 25 on puck? I swear to God, a coil that pierces BKB will change this game.
So he needs 5 more levels.
We're getting there. It used to be 8.
You know, here's my hot take, and I'm sorry for not backing up. Even if he gets it, it's not gonna change anything. I don't see how much it changes, even if he does get it.
Fine, I'll keep all this copium to myself. If you don't want any, I have plenty for me.
Sure, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Radiant
It's a really good job to get the few kills here on Noob, but man, the rest of the chase is all too powerful.
I mean, it was a buyback on the Batrider, which is actually quite nice. We kept praising Atari, so no, you need to kill that strong link.
Man. B-Tune, he does not want to leave anything to chance. Anytime you can go high ground, you do go high ground. And they've learned that over the course of the series that game gets later and later. It gets hard.
Dire's
Want to
top
end it
barracks
now.
has fallen.
You don't want to give any chances to Nigma. Their chances are slipping away with every moment. So many people wanted to see Nigma on Riyadh, man, and well, Esports World Cup. More and more we are losing hope that Nigma Galaxy will be one of the teams there.
You are. Puck is gonna get level 25 and own this game.
That is true. Yeah, I am. I'm the one that is ruining the hopes of the fans, because mostly in our chat fans are gonna be from Nigma Galaxy. If we went to the Russian broadcast, it would be a little bit different.
Roshan, not gonna be up for at least another 3 minutes here, so a little bit of a lull in the action maybe for Nigma here.
Dire are scared.
Yeah, right now, Nigma, they have to make sure that they don't lose this tier 2. You cannot allow yourself to not have 2 lanes of racks and not even this last outer tower. It is the last access point on the map around which you can fight. So they will give their lives, they will lose the game for this tower, and they should, right? Do not allow it to fall for free. Now, fight now.
Smoke on smoke action. They
Nice.
find the silencer. There's
No
no
buyback.
global here and no buyback. Maybe this is the world where they can take the fight. We still have a nullifier.
Oh,
on
big vacuum.
the Marcy, but look at that. The back onto the high ground.
They're stuck.
And the illusions are body blocking them. Now Beachgood is coming over. Make the wall. You shall not pass. Now they have the Omni Knight. He's trying to turn on this one, but Lornoff, this guy is so damn big. They've already killed Omar. He has to fight back into this one. And Ghost, your hero, he's already out as well. A huge reload to get him out temporarily on Noob. And Artera, as he actually dies to Sumail as well. Maybe this fight is takeable, but Sumail, he's already gone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the Hawk, you dog. Right, that was the best possible initiation, and then the Hawk says, no, you will be stuck on a hill. The illusions didn't let them pass. No rebound, no way to escape. And at that point, the fight was over. At this point, it seems that the game and the series are over.
It could be, unless unless the global silence comes out and Lornoff with the BKB, he should be able to get away from this one. And now the Shadow Shaman, poor guy, is dead to the world. Noob wanting to
Bash.
TP out of this one, but a basher, brother, that is too bold for you. And Noob once again is dead. Does have buyback, but he's on the sideline. Never mind, he's back into the game.
Fight until the very end. This is their last chance to go to Esports World Cup. I know that they don't have much chances, but as long as the throne is standing, you might be able to come back. Nigma Galaxy, this team has made some miraculous comebacks in the past. This one looks close to impossible, but you never know.
It will be a miracle, but that miracle needs to start with saving this Io. He's gone now, hexed up on the Marcy as well. Ghost, he keeps getting bashed up. V-Tune has so many tools in his toolkit and the base as it starts to flood in with creeps. VP will encroach towards the fountain and sets their eyes on the Ancient of Nigma. Puck is up, but I don't think they care. There it is, coiled down, trying to take it to Lorinov here, but the Ghost Scepter actually saves it with the physical damage. New trying to get out of the wall, but it doesn't matter. So much for Lorinov. Everybody gone, and it's GG. VP are going to Riyadh here. By no small part played by everybody on this team throughout these 4 games.
Enigma will be staying home. Granted, their home is close to the Esports World Cup, but they are still not going to be there as participants. VP, and definitely deserved. They didn't lose a single series in this qualifier. They went through the upper bracket. They did lose a couple of games, but most of the times they were the ones in control. And in this series, I feel like they were in control more so than in any other ones, which means that they have elevated their gameplay and the other teams not as much.
Yeah, they only showed one sign of weakness, right? In game 2, it was a stomp and a half. Clearly something kicked into them after that one because it's been pure dominance since then. They didn't really, again, like 2 games in a row, I felt like there wasn't really a chance for Nigma at a certain point in this one to come back just because of how they have played some of these early games. And in this one, it happened a lot sooner than later.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate for Nigma, but quite nicely played by Virtus Pro, I have to say.
Oh,
Nigma,
yes.
Nigma Galaxy, if they replay these 4 games that were played, the best case scenario is 3-1, and the worst case scenario is 4-0. Right? Virtus Pro maybe in that second game could have played a little bit better. We never know. Maybe Nigma Galaxy just set themselves up for success and do something that we didn't. But VP, they came into the series, they came prepared, and Nigma Galaxy, even with the momentum of a rampage from the lower bracket final, which ended a secret and pushed them out of this qualifier, they didn't have what it takes.
No, not at all. And there's so many, I would say actually consistent picks from VP in this one. Obviously, the Dark Willow, something that a lot of these teams as we get into the Esports World Cup is going to have to be considered. They also found a lot of comfort here with the Abaddon in the carry role 2 times in a row. I felt like V-Tune, it's just his game. And of course, to round it all out, Lorinov with possibly the best Ember Spirit that we've seen in this entire qual.
Yep, he has been, I mean, not possibly, most definitely the best
Most
Ember Spirit.
definitely.
You know, we hyped up on Taurus, but with the 2 Ember Spirit performances, Lorinov made a big case for himself.
Oh yeah, I think everybody here performed in a good way. Ryan even chained silencing the puck here early on in this one. Part of that fault, I'll give it to Nigma for picking the puck into the silencer. This is one of the harder matchups to play, and they also picked it blind into Lorinov Ember Spirit, which is a good lane matchup. So at no point were they really setting Sumail up for success in this one, and we felt that in the mid-game presence. But again, 2 games in a row, Lorinov just an absolute monster on the map, putting his body all over the place. And usually when that happens, you're going to die a lot. He only died once in this game. He knew exactly what his limits were.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Lorinov doesn't have a huge hero pool, but man, is he good on the heroes that he plays. I feel like when this guy expands his hero pool and adds a couple of more heroes to be played on this level that he plays the Storm, Puck, Ember on, that he's going to be one of the scariest players in the world. He's already very close to that.
True. No, he's definitely making a case for himself here, as this is the dominance that you want to see as you get into an actual event from the qualifier, showing this level of confidence as you go into the grand finals versus Nigma, still a very good team that has great discipline. This is something that gives you a lot of confidence as you actually get into the tournament. You're able to perform with the best of the best.
That's what you want, and I can't wait to see how VP will perform against the best of the best, because sometimes, you know, the Hawk lineups, I've even watched him take a lot of the teams to TI, and then on TI he doesn't do too much, right? They have some good games, but they don't crush them. But overall, I feel like this team has potential to take games off some of the teams.
Absolutely, they do. And we are going to have an interview coming for you guys here very soon. It's going to be V-Tune joining us on the call. And let's see here again. What are we going to talk to him about here? Because I feel like they had some It had some hero diversity in this one, but 2 times in a row, it feels like they had Nigma on lock. They knew exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, that's from the start of the qualifier. VP knew what they needed to do. There were games where Nigma, even in the upper bracket finals, knew what they were supposed to do, but it always was the ending of the game that was a problem. And I think VP, what they managed to do in this last series, right, this best of 5, is show that we can even prevent Enigma from getting to that point. We're not gonna play on your weaknesses, we're gonna play on our strengths and dismantle.
It looks like throughout the qualifier here, again, these guys were invited, so there was no open qual games for these guys. They only played versus top tier competition. That's some pretty cool stats. You know, of course, 6 games, only lost 1 on the Dark Willow. Same with the Dark Seer, and you and I both saw that in action, okay? Since the Hawk, you know, clearly anytime that the Dark Seer was open, especially in the last pick, I think it's astonishing it was still around, but he always wanted to play that one. And of course, Silencer, 3 games, 3 wins for this team.
That's how it goes, man. I like that you mentioned that VTune will be joining us. The guy has been performing really consistently. We don't even talk about VTune because we know that with his Terrorblade he is gonna be winning the game solo. But with other heroes, we don't even have to look at him. He's gonna be doing every little thing right, and really he's never gonna lose you the game. That's the most important thing, and I really like that he has this much consistency right now.
It's got to feel good, right? Being able to perform at this level, just knowing that whatever hero you have, you're not going to feed it out. And partially, I'm surprised because these are, again, both Abaddon performances. These were second pick Abbas. All right, they had plenty of opportunities to counter this more if they wanted to, but I think VP with their first picks here in both the Silencer and the Shaman, these very mobile heroes that Abba doesn't really deal well with, don't feel like you can pick them anymore.
Yeah, that's how it goes. So I really can't wait to hear what he has to say and to see if he's happy, man. This is Esports World Cup has become the most important tournament of the year, actually, right? That's how most of the people see it. The TI has prestige, but this is the one that everybody looks forward to nowadays.
Yeah, and guys, I believe we have to go to a break here before we get into that interview so that our prod team can set up the call and get VTune in here. So stick around. We'll be just a few minutes, and then we'll be here with our interview with VTune. Hello, everybody. I know we promised you an interview with VTune, but unfortunately there are some errors getting the connection set up. So we have a different interview. Somebody close that guy's camera, and I'll just ask some questions and see if he can answer from VTune's perspective. You're new on the team here. Haven't had much success with the roster until you came on in. How much better are you than everybody else in Dota 2?
The best player ever. No, wait, that's not what Vichun would say. He actually tends to be humble. Well, you know, I try to be better every game. That is what I'm trying to do, and we are practicing. I try to play for my team, so I don't really try to compare myself to other players, but rather just improve as much as I can. You see?
That seems real.
Yeah.
I would have believed that. Yeah, no, close the camera. It's like he's in here with us right now. But yeah, no, they have had some roster changes, and clearly it seems like this lineup is on another level from what they've had before. They're going to be representing the MENA region, and we have nothing but hope for VP. Maybe a rise back to success that they haven't seen before. And yeah, I feel like I just have a lot of hope as we get to see them in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, man. And their Esports World Cup is approaching rapidly. They've got their TI qualifier as well. This VP lineup, I just hope that like some of the other players, that they don't get burned out. But I think after this qualification, that you get a little bit of a boost, and that extra energy is gonna carry you.
Absolutely, it should. And guys, that's it for us. There ain't no more games here. We got to go through the full MENA region. It's Math Magician and Harry Freak. It's the first time we got to cast together. I think it went pretty well. So Harry, you got anything you want to say to our beautiful fans before we tip out today?
This somebody, if I come to a land, come say hi. We're gonna find out who's from.
There we go. I will not do that because I know where my limits are. And thank you everybody so much for joining again. It's Math and Harry. If you liked the cast, please let us know. If not, keep it to yourself, because we'll be back, I'm sure, for more quals, for more Esports World Cup games. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you at the main event.